After Don merges onto the main road, he checks his phone out of habit, briefly considering calling Summer. But he imagines her sarcastic remarks and quickly dismisses the idea with a sigh. She'll just be a pain in the ass, he thinks, shaking his head. As he approaches a traffic light, it turns red, forcing him to slow down and stop at the intersection. Moments later, the white Toyota Corolla pulls up beside him in the adjacent lane. Don gives the car a quick glance but doesn't think much of it, his attention wandering elsewhere. As he's waiting for the light to change, a Mazda sedan suddenly stops in another lane, despite the traffic light in front of it being green. The sound of honking cars behind the Mazda pulls Don's attention, and he looks over curiously. The driver of the Mazda, instead of moving, is staring straight at the Corolla next to Don. They exchange subtle nods, as though confirming something silently. Don notices this subtle exchange and his instincts kick in. His superhuman senses sharpen, taking in the environment with more clarity, while his muscles tense slightly, though his expression remains casual. Let's test this, he thinks. The moment the traffic light turns green, Don slams his foot on the gas, the Mustang roaring to life and driving away. In the white Corolla, the lanky man flinches as Don speeds off. The boss, cigarette halfway to his lips, curses under his breath. Shit! He yells, tossing the unlit cigarette aside. He's on to us. Without hesitation, he shifts gears and floors it, the Corolla lurching forward in pursuit. Don glances in the rear-view mirror and sees the Corolla and Mazda weaving through traffic behind him, confirming his suspicions. Just my luck, he thinks, though his face remains calm. His heart rate increases slightly, not out of fear but out of necessity. He now had a decision to make. Should I drive to a police station, or lead them somewhere quiet and handle it myself? As he weighs his options, Don becomes increasingly aware of his growing confidence. He was no longer the same person he was before, hesitant and unsure. But he still had to be smart. There was always the possibility that these attackers were stronger, perhaps armed with abilities he wasn't prepared to face. But running to the police won't guarantee anything either, he reasons. And if I do, they'll just get cautious next time if they don't get away scot-free in the first place. No. He had to handle this situation directly. After considering the risks, he mutters under his breath, nothing risked, nothing gained, before making a sudden turn, now heading toward Old Town, a place he knew a bit well from his recent training. The Corolla follows, swerving recklessly through the lanes. The boss in the driver's seat is driving like a madman, nearly colliding with several other cars as he tries to keep up with Don. Vehicles swerve off the road, horns blaring in protest, but the boss doesn't care. Boss, slow down. The lanky man yells, gripping the dashboard as the Corolla narrowly avoids clipping another car. If we keep driving like this, the cops are gonna get involved, and then we're screwed. The boss doesn't even flinch, his grin widening as he replies, let them. We'll take care of them too, unless you're getting cold feet now. The lanky man stutters, visibly shaken by the boss's intensity. No, not at all. Good, the boss grunts, shifting his focus back to the chase. Now shut up and focus on the prey. Once Don broke away from the congested city roads, he pushed the Mustang even harder, his superhuman senses making it almost effortless to navigate at such high speeds. He could feel the engine roaring beneath him, and each twist and turn in the road was met with precise, instinctual control. His eyes darted to the rear-view mirror as he picked up the sounds of more vehicles or bikes now, their low grumble blending with the tires of sedans and pickup trucks chasing after him. Just how many of these guys are there? He wondered, clicking his tongue in irritation. But the fog, he realized, could work in his favor. While his heightened senses allowed him to partially see through it, it would be difficult for the others to maintain the same speed without risking a fatal accident. Back in the white Corolla, the boss was growing visibly frustrated, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the steering wheel. What the hell is this little fucker trying to pull? He growled, his face contorted in irritation. The lanky man beside him glanced nervously at the surrounding area and muttered, Boss, I think he's heading for Old Town. I've heard some bad stuff about that place. Ghosts, abandoned shit, you know? The boss scoffed, waving his concern off. "Ghosts, idiot." He then snatched the walkie-talkie mounted near him and barked into it, "Start shooting at the fucker." "Aim for the tires," thought Ufa. "I like that car." Laughter filled the channel, followed by various confirmations of "Got it, boss. And no problem." The boss chuckled to himself. "We're far enough from the city now. No one's gonna care if they hear bullets." Suddenly, the crack of gunfire echoed through the mist. Old, battered sedans and rusty pickups following behind began opening fire, their equally worn-out guns spitting bullets in Don's direction. The shots whistled past Don's Mustang, some smashing into the rear of the car. His expression darkened, irritation bubbling up inside him. The winding roads made it difficult for them to aim directly, but a few bullets managed to hit the back, cracking the rear windshield. "I can't deal with this yet. Focus, focus," Don told himself, pushing the car faster. His ears then caught something else: a low, rumbling horn from a truck up ahead, its large lights barely visible through the fog. This could work, Don thought, a plan forming in his mind. As he neared the massive truck, he rolled down his window, his eyes flicking toward the rear view to see his pursuers still hot on his tail, their gunfire growing more desperate. But more bullets slammed into the rear of his Mustang, shattering the back glass. He gritted his teeth but kept his focus. Finally, Don locked his eyes on the massive truck, now just meters ahead. Then, with a deep breath, he extended his telekinetic powers toward the freighter's tires, concentrating on the front wheels. He felt an immediate sharp, agonizing headache flare up in his skull as he forced the tires to a sudden halt. His vision blurred for a moment, and the Mustang wobbled dangerously, nearly veering off the road, but Don clenched the steering wheel tight and managed to steady himself, though the pounding in his head persisted. The truck responded just as Don had hoped. Its massive front wheels locked, and the enormous vehicle veered violently. The driver, caught completely off guard, tried to salvage the situation, but it was far too late. The truck's momentum sent it careening sideways, its heavy cargo of logs snapping free from their restraints. Huge wooden logs began tumbling off the freighter, bouncing and rolling across the road in chaotic fashion. Thud, thud. The sound of crashing logs echoed through the fog, accompanied by screeching tires and honking horns. As the massive logs scattered across the road, they created a deadly obstacle. The boss in the Corolla jerked his head toward the sound of screeching tires, just as his lanky companion pointed ahead in panic. "Boss, look out!" he screamed, his voice cracking with fear. But it was too late. One of the gigantic logs seemed to appear out of nowhere and slammed into the front of the Corolla with a bone-rattling crash, sending the car veering wildly out of control. The boss let out a string of curses, fighting with the steering wheel, but before he could regain control, another log barreled into the side of the car. Bang! The impact flipped the Corolla violently into the air, tumbling end over end before crashing down onto the side of the road, rolling into the dense forestry surrounding the highway. Smash! The sound of glass shattering and metal crunching filled the air as the car came to a devastating halt against a tree. The vehicle was now a mangled heap of twisted metal, with steam hissing from the engine as it sputtered out. Don, still driving, glanced in the rearview mirror just in time to catch the chaos unfolding behind him. He saw the log-laden truck blocking the road and the wreckage of the Corolla disappearing into the trees. A small smirk crept across his face. Well, that took care of some of them. His headache still throbbed from the strain of his telekinesis, but the danger wasn't completely gone. He could still hear the sound of vehicles and panicked voices in the direction of the wreckage. All right, time to finish this, Don thought, because even if the logs and truck didn't take out all of them, it definitely had their attention focused elsewhere. And so this was the perfect opportunity to finish them off and get some answers. Don stepped out of the Mustang, his boots scrunching against the gravel on the side of the road. The fog swirled around him as he surveyed the aftermath of the chaos he'd left behind. His superhuman senses were sharp, picking up the subtle sounds of distant grunts and groans. There was no time to waste. More could be coming, and he had to finish this up quickly. Crossing the road quickly, he headed straight for the wreckage of the overturned truck. The stench of diesel fuel mixed with the iron tang of blood filled the misty air. The truck's head was upside down, a splintered log having run clean through it. Don knelt by the shattered driver's window and peered inside. What he saw made his stomach twist, even with his heightened resilience. The driver, a middle-aged Mana, was pinned to his seat by a piece of jagged wood that had impaled him through the chest. His face was ghostly pale, blood leaking from his mouth and nose. His body was twisted unnaturally, arms bent at odd angles, his legs crushed under the dashboard. His right eye was blown out, likely from the pressure of the crash, and hung gruesomely from its socket, attached by a thread of sinew. Blood oozed from a gaping wound in his neck, staining his tattered uniform and pooling in the broken glass beneath him. "Please, broken bar, help me," the man croaked, his voice weak, eyes wild and desperate as they fixed on Don. Don didn't flinch, but inside, the brief satisfaction of his plan's success was obliterated by a wave of guilt. He knew that even if an ambulance showed up this very second, it wouldn't save the man. He was beyond help. Don stared at the man for a long second, face impassive. "You caused this," he thought bitterly, but his expression remained blank. The unfazed rage pulsed within him, keeping him calm, composed, detached. Without a word, he turned away from the pleading man, leaving him to die alone in the wreckage of his truck. There wasn't time to grieve. There wasn't time to dwell. If he hesitated now, everything would fall apart. This poor bastard's life would have been lost for nothing. He steeled himself and moved to the next wrecked vehicle, a pickup truck, smashed by logs and twisted beyond recognition. His superhuman hearing picked up voices inside. "Hurry up and get me out," one voice shouted, followed by panicked responses. "Hold on." "Shit, how the hell did this happen?" That fucking truck came out and now a broken bar. Don's cold eyes narrowed as he approached the mangled pickup, now shrouded in mist. He was just a few meters away when his boot stepped onto something soft. He looked down and grimaced slightly. It was the bloodied torso of a man, separated from his lower half, his clothing shredded and soaked in red. What was left of his body was draped in the remnants of a torn shirt, and bits of flesh clung to jagged pieces of wood sticking out of the wreckage. Don's expression flickered with disgust for a moment, the sight jarring even to someone as detached as he'd become with the unfazed rate at work. He sighed, stepping over the remains. As he neared the pickup, he spotted two of his attackers, both trying to pull another man free from the wreckage. One had a gash on his forehead, blood dripping down his face and soaking his clothes. The other had a dislocated shoulder, grimacing with each pull. Their friend, the one trapped in Sadia, was slumped over, his legs pinned beneath a bent metal bar, and his breathing was shallow, his chest barely rising and falling. "Just hold on, man. We're gonna get you out," the one with the dislocated shoulder shouted. Don moved silently toward them, his eyes hard and emotionless. Without warning, he focused his telekinetic powers on one of the attackers, the one pulling at the wreckage, and tightened his mental grip. The man suddenly stiffened, his body seizing as if an invisible force had wrapped around him. He let out a scream of pain, his muscles contorting painfully as he struggled against the crushing force. What the hell?" the other attacker muttered, looking at his friend in shock. He didn't even have time to react before Don was on him. Don grabbed the back of his head, slamming it down onto the jagged, broken glass of the pickup's hood with a sickening crunch. The man let out a piercing scream as shards of glass pierced his face, with one large piece driving straight into his eye. Blood gushed from the wound, running down the hood in thick rivulets as the man thrashed in agony, trying to pull back, but every movement he made only sent the jagged glass deeper into his skull. "Fucking hell!" the man gasped, his voice muffled by his own blood. Don remained silent, his expression cold as he kicked the man hard in the back, forcing his face deeper into the glass. Thud. The man then twitched once before going limp, his body slumping over the hood, blood still dripping from his ruined face. The second attacker, still frozen by Don's telekinetic hold, watched in horror, his wide eyes locked on Don. His body trembled uncontrollably, but he couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even look away. He was trapped, forced to witness the brutal scene. Don slowly turned to face him, his cold, detached gaze locking onto the terrified man. At the opposite side of the road, where the Corolla wreck lay like a crumpled can, the few remaining attackers were frantically trying to rescue their boss from the twisted wreckage. Despite the horrific crash, the boss had somehow survived, though bloodied and bruised, with cuts covering his face and arms. His left leg was pinned under the dashboard, twisted at an unnatural angle. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wild with pain and frustration as he barked orders. "Get me the fuck out of here. I think my leg's broken." His voice was rough, panic creeping in with every breath. His chest heaved with each pain gasp as he tried to move, only to cry out in agony. Outside the car, 4 men were scrambling around. One of them, a stocky guy with a thick neck and a buzz cut, wiped the sweat from his brow. "Boss, where's Lenny?" he asked nervously, looking around the mist-shrouded road. The boss, struggling to twist his body enough to peer into the passenger seat where Lenny had been sitting, could only see shards of glass and mangled metal. Lenny, or his body, were nowhere to be seen. "I don't fucking know. He probably got tossed out during the crash. Just focus on getting me out before the damn cops show up," the boss snapped. A lanky man with a torn jacket, clutching a crowbar in his trembling hands, shook his head. "Boss, we can't get you out without tools. This thing's jammed up tighter. Fuck, we'd need a chainsaw or something." Before the boss could snap back, a loud, gut-wrenching scream tore through the mist. Ugh. The sound echoed through the dense fog, causing birds to scatter from the surrounding trees. The group instantly froze in place. The man holding the crowbar, who had dark circles under his eyes and a scruffy beard, was the first to speak, his voice shaky. "That a broken bar?" That sounded like Rory. He turned toward the mist, his eyes wide with terror. "Rory, Rory, you there, man?" he called out, but there was no answer, just the occasional caw of crows that had begun to gather, drawn by the scent of blood. Another man, with a scar running down the side of his face, looked around nervously, his gun clutched tightly in both hands. "I don't like these. A broken bar. Something don't feel right." "What the fuck do you mean?" the man with the buzz cut snapped. "Go check it out, then." "Maybe Rory just tripped over something." "Why should I go?" the scarred man replied back, his hands trembling as he pointed his gun into the fog. "Why don't you go?" Before the argument could escalate, the boss, still trapped in the Corolla, growled in frustration. "Shut the fuck up, both of you. You've got guns or use them." "Jack, go check it out. It's probably just some goddamn mutants." "We're near Old Town, remember? They come out this far sometimes, but the real dangerous ones are deeper in the forest." Jack, the man with the crowbar, glanced around with wide, fearful eyes. "Fuck number. This whole thing's going to shit. The cops are gonna be here soon, and I ain't going back to jail. Fuck this, man." He dropped the crowbar and turned, bolting up to the road without looking back. "Jack, get your cowardly ass back here," the boss yelled, his face turning red with rage. But Jack's figure quickly disappeared into the mist. One of the remaining men, a wiry guy with tattoos snaking up his arms, looked nervously at the boss. "Should we go after him?" "No," the boss spat. "Let that spineless piece of shit run. Now get me out of this fucking car." But before anyone could move, another scream ripped through the fog, this one shorter, sharper, and unmistakably Jack's. "Ugh!" The 3 men still standing froze, their eyes wide with terror. "Was a broken bar? Was that Jack?" the tattooed man asked in a low tone, his voice barely audible. "Sheet a broken bar shit," the scarred man muttered, gripping his gun tighter. "I don't know about this, boss. Something's not right here." The man with the buzz cut nodded, his face pale. "Yeah, something's off, man." The wiry man with tattoos suddenly lifted his gun and fired wildly into the mist, the sharp bang 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 of gunfire echoing through the trees. Birds scattered again, but there was no other response, only the sound of the bullets hitting the distant wrecked cars, and the faint rustle of leaves as the crows circled overhead. "Stop wasting ammo, you idiot!" the boss yelled, struggling against the wreckage pinning him in place. The tattooed man lowered his gun, his hands trembling as he tried to calm himself. "I'm telling you, boss. Maybe we should check it out, guys." Together, the 3 men exchanged uneasy glances, their faces pale and their hands slick with sweat. Each of them knew something was terribly wrong, but none of them wanted to admit it. The 3 men exchanged nervous glances, clearly torn between their loyalty to their boss and the dread that had crept into their hearts. The fog around them seemed to thicken, as if swallowing up the world outside. The only sound was the occasional distant caw of crows, and their own heavy breathing. "Shut the fuck up and get me out of here. You idiots just gonna stand the yapping? I swear to God, I'll kill you all myself if you don't move." The boss barked, his voice rising in panic. His eyes darted nervously in every direction, though he couldn't turn much without sending waves of pain through his body. He was the one truly helpless in this situation, and that fact terrified him more than anything. The idea of being trapped like this, unable to defend himself, was a nightmare. The three men shuffled awkwardly, clearly unsure. One of them, the tattooed man, tried to suggest an idea. "Maybe two of us stay here to guard you, boss, and I'll go check the pickup for tools." Before he could finish, the scarred man interrupted. "Why you? Why not me? I'm faster." Buzzcut also chimed in. "Nah, I should go." "You two styer. Are you even listening to me?" the boss screamed, his voice cracking under the weight of fear. "The longer you stand there, the closer we get to fucking dying. I swear, if one more word comes out oh far." A voice, cool and calm yet entirely foreign, interrupted the argument. "He's right, you know." The silence that followed was instant and absolute. The three men froze, their faces draining of color as they realized they weren't alone. The boss's eyes went wide with fear, but he couldn't see anything past the crumpled wreck of the car. His heart hammered in his chest. "Who the fuck said that?" the boss yelled. One of the men, Buzzcut, started to turn toward the source of the voice, but before he could even get a glimpse of the figure in the mist, a hand shot out of the fog and connected hard with his face. The sickening crack of bone echoed through the air as he hit the ground, unconscious before he could even comprehend what happened. "Shit!" one of the other men yelled, fumbling with his gun. His fingers were shaking as he raised it toward the direction the attack came from, but he wasn't fast enough. Don's foot struck out like a whip, kicking the gun from the man's hand with a sharp clink as it hit the ground and skidded away into the fog. The man stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. The last man, tattooed guy, managed to turn his head just enough to see Don as he raised his hand, and then froze in place. He gasped, feeling his muscles lock up as an invisible force held him in place. His breath came in shallow, panicked gasps. "Fuck! It's a soup!" he screamed, his voice filled with even more terror than his friend. His eyes darted wildly, but his body wouldn't respond to his commands. In the wrecked car, the boss strained against the pain in his leg, turning his head as far as he could. When his eyes landed on Don, who now stood calmly near the wreckage, he felt a wave of cold terror wash over him. "We're broken bar," the boss muttered, his voice barely a whisper, as realization dawned. Don didn't respond to the boss's words. His gaze remained focused as he executed his next move. He stepped forward, grabbing the man who had dropped the gun by the back of his head before slamming his face down onto what used to be the hood of the ruined Corolla. Crunch! The sound of bone and cartilage breaking was sickening as jagged pieces of metal from the wreckage pierced into the man's face, one shard driving into his skull. "Ugh!" the man screamed, thrashing in agony as blood poured down his face. He tried to pull back, but the shard was lodged deep, and every movement sent fresh waves of excruciating pain through his body. His screams became choked sobs, his body twitching uncontrollably. The tattooed man, still held by Don's telekinesis, could only watch in horror. His eyes were wide, filled with terror as he realized what was coming for him next. Don's expression was calm, cold even, as he turned his attention to the frozen man. "Yeah, please," the tattooed man whimpered, his voice trembling. "I didn't a broken bar. I was just following orders." "A broken bar." Don stepped closer, his eyes narrowing slightly as he released the telekinetic grip on the man's body. The man collapsed to his knees, trembling and clutching at his throat as he gasped for breath. He looked up at Don with pleading eyes. But Don didn't hesitate. His boot came down hard on the man's face, driving him into the ground with a dull thud. The tattooed man coughed, blood splattering the dirt as he tried to crawl away, his limbs weak and unresponsive from the telekinetic hold he'd been under. Without a word, Don stepped on the man's leg while using forceful strike, bronze, crushing it beneath his boot with a sickening crunch. Ga-fu-ck. The man screamed in agony, his body convulsing as he tried to pull his broken leg away. Don finally turned to the last man, who was barely conscious after his head slammed into the truck. He lay on the ground, twitching in pain, his face a bloody mess. Don didn't kill him, not yet. The man was in no condition to run or fight, so he turned his attention elsewhere. Try not to bleed out. I'm not done with you fuckers, Don muttered coldly, before turning his attention back to the boss. In the wreckage, the boss's face was a mix of horror and rage. "We're broken bar, you fucking piece of shit." You'll what?" Don interrupted, his voice calm, as he stepped closer to the boss, who didn't yet seem to realize how fucked he was. The boss's eyes flickered with panic, unable to respond. Don crouched down beside the mangled car, his eyes cold as he looked at the man who had been barking orders just moments ago. Then, in a low voice, he said, "Let's have a quick chat." His words were soft, but the implication behind them was heavy. The boss, already sweating from pain and fear, could feel his heart racing. He swallowed hard, trying to muster whatever shred of confidence he had left, but the effort was futile. His thoughts were racing just as fast. Shit. He felt trapped in every sense of the word. He couldn't move, his leg was broken, and now he was face to face with a guy he thought was supposed to be an easy target. His mind scrambled, trying to figure out how he'd miscalculated so badly. "Who sent you?" Don asked. The boss looked at him, eyes. "Who sent us?" He thought. "What the fuck am I supposed to say?" He thought. "If I lie, this kid will kill me, and no doubt about that. But if I tell the truth, I'll get killed for leaking." Fuck. Before the boss could think any further, Don leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing as he added, "Now isn't a good time to think of lies, especially when I can see right through them." The boss met Don's gaze and immediately regretted it. Those weren't the eyes of some clueless kid. They looked like they were the eyes of someone who had killed before, someone who had thought through every step of this situation. Shit. Did this kid plan this? The boss's stomach twisted at the thought. Don had led them out here, far from any help, and now he was systematically picking them apart. He knows what he's doing. "Yeah, broken bar," onto the boss started, but before he could even finish his excuse, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Don's telekinesis snapped the joint, and the boss screamed in agony. Crack. Arg. Fuck. Sweat poured down his face as he felt his shoulder dislocate painfully. "Let's try again," Don said plainly. "Who sent you?" All right. The boss stammered, his voice quivering from the pain. "I'll talk, Buta." He winced, gasping. "You have to promise you broken bar get me out of here first." And thud. The boss's head slammed into the mangled wreckage of the car, a wide, jagged cut forming across his forehead. Blood trickled down his face, mixing with the sweat, as his vision blurred slightly. Don remained expressionless. But inside, Don was struggling. His head was pounding from the repeated use of his telekinetic powers. "I can't keep this up much longer," he thought, the strain of using his abilities catching up to him. "If this bastard doesn't talk soon." A broken bar. The boss, lightheaded from both fear and blood loss, realized Don wasn't bluffing. He was running out of options. "Okay, a broken bar, okay," the boss muttered, the fight leaving him. "I don't know the guy's name." It was a heat. A broken bar came through a contact named Johnny Black. "He's the middleman. You'll find him at the Deadly Damsels strip club on 5th Street." A broken bar downtown. The boss grimaced, knowing he was throwing someone else under the bus, and in his line of business, this could prove fatal. "But you can't just walk in there and ask for his name, kid. If you do, they'll kill you." A broken bar or worse. Don nodded slowly. "I see," he replied, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. He then turned his head toward one of the two goons still alive. "Any of you know anything more useful than what your boss just said? If not, I'll kill you and spare him." Panic spread across the goons' faces instantly. The one with the broken leg was the first to crack. "The boss is lying," he cried out, his voice frantic. "They'll kill you just for walking in there, even if you don't ask for Johnny's name. It's a death trap, man." Don's eyebrows raised in mock intrigue. "Oh?" he said, as if intrigued by this new piece of information. The other goon, still dazed from being knocked unconscious, nodded weakly. "That's true, a broken bar. Only local gangsters get an invite to that place. If you're not known, they'll kill you on sight." The boss, seething with anger, spat, "You fucking traitors." He wanted to lash out, but before he could say more, Don turned back toward him, and with a simple motion, snapped the man's neck with his telekinesis. Crack! His head twisted unnaturally, and his body slumped lifelessly into the wreckage. The goon with the broken leg stared at the now dead boss, his face white with terror. "You said you'd spare us," he cried, desperation clawing at his voice. Don's eyes flicked back toward him. "Whatever gave you that idea?" His voice was steady, almost curious, as if the notion of mercy had never once crossed his mind. With the boss and his goons taken care of, Don made his way back through the swirling mist, the heavy stench of blood and leaking fuel hanging thick in the air. As he walked, he thought over the only real lead he'd gained from this mess: Johnny Black, Deadly Damsels, 5th Street. Not much, but enough to work with. As he reached his car, he cast a final glance around the scene, his superhuman senses on high alert. But the only sounds he could make out were the squawks of birds and the faint hum of the wrecked car's engines. No survivors, no movement, just silence and death. Good. No one left to tie me to this, he thought, before glancing down at his gloved hands. No prints either, so no obvious evidence. Don then shifted his gaze to his shoes, the soles lightly stained with dirt and blood. "I'll need to get rid of these, along with the clothes, just to be safe," he sighed, turning to the back of his car where the bullet holes dotted the surface. "That's going to be harder to hide." He frowned, running a hand along the damage. Fixing it without raising suspicion would take some creativity. For now, all he could do was park it, wrap it up, and lay low until he figured something out. Another mess to deal with, he thought bitterly, climbing into the driver's seat. As he did so, Don's phone buzzed on the console. 3 missed calls from Samantha and 1 from Summer. A text from Summer caught his attention. "Hey dummy, Mom's been trying to reach you to say that her and Aunt Amanda will be home late as they're visiting Nana." Another one came in not long after. "Reply when you get this or whatever so I know you're okay." Don couldn't help but smile slightly at her words. Despite her bratty, often annoying demeanor, Summer was starting to grow on him. He'd never thought he'd care for something much like Thesa having a new family, being a part of their lives, but it was becoming more real every day. Strange how things change. Instead of replying, Don pocketed his phone and started the engine, pulling away from the wreck. He took the longer route home, sticking to quieter roads to avoid any unnecessary attention. As he drove, he ran through his plan again in his head, mentally preparing for the next step. "Johnny Black's my best bet for finding out more, but I'll have to be careful how I approach this." 30 minutes later, Don arrived back at Chanel Hills. He was cautious as he approached the gate, the damage on his car making it impossible to go unnoticed. Luckily for him, the guard on duty was older and not likely to scrutinize him or his car too closely. Don gave a quick wave as he passed through the gate, offering a polite smile. The guard waved back, seemingly oblivious to the state of his vehicle. At least that part went smoothly, Don thought. Once he pulled into the driveway, Don hit the button on the remote that Samantha had given him, the garage door rolling up smoothly as he drove the car inside. But just as the car was entering into the garage, he noticed Summer coming out of the front door, heading straight toward him. Shit. There was no time to hide the damage. Don sighed, resigned to the inevitable as Summer approached from behind, curiosity plastered across her face. She was dressed in her typical lazy day outfit, to an oversized hoodie, tight shorts, mid-length socks, and Crocs. Her eyes immediately caught the bullet holes on the car, her expression shifting to one of concern. "What the hell happened? Did the car get shot at?" Summer questioned as she approached. Her voice was laced with both curiosity and worry as she circled the vehicle before locking her gaze onto the damaged rear. Don remained calm, already having formulated a story during the drive home just in case anyone caught him, and asked. "Yeah," he said casually as he stepped out of the car. "There was a shootout near this taco stand I parked at. Probably some gang, from what I could tell." Summer's eyes widened, her expression shifting to full-on concern. "Shit," she muttered, walking closer to him. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" she asked while scanning him over, as if checking for any sign of injury. Don shook his head, offering a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. I just stayed out of the way." Summer's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer, and when she didn't see any blood or bruises, she seemed to relax. But then Don crossed his arms, raising a brow at her. "You better not tell Mum or Aunt Amanda about this," he said quickly. "They'll just freak out and probably stop us both from going out. You know how they are." Summer appeared to mull this over, almost ready to agree. But then a smirk slowly crept onto her face. She cocked her head as she asked, "What's in it for me?" Don narrowed his eyes at her, mildly exasperated but unsurprised. "Seriously?" "Yep," Summer said, her smirk widening. "You think I'm just gonna do you a favor without getting something in return? You owe me for this one." Don sighed, shaking his head but remembering she was still a bratty sister and this type of behavior came with the territory. Typical. He leaned back against the car, his arms still crossed, and gave her a mock-serious look. "All right, what do you want?" Summer tapped her chin thoughtfully, as if carefully considering what to ask. "Let's see a broken bar. I could use some cash for a shopping trip this weekend, and a broken bar. You're picking me up from school all next week." "No excuses." Don raised an eyebrow. "All of next week? You don't think that's a bit much given the state my car is in?" Summer shrugged, her smile never faltering. "That's the deal. Take it or leave it." Don sighed dramatically, playing along. "Fine. Deal. But you keep your mouth shut about this, yeah?" "Cross my heart," Summer said sweetly, mimicking the gesture with an exaggerated flourish. "Good." Don pushed off the car and headed inside, giving Summer a last glance over his shoulder. Not the best way things could have gone, but I don't think she'll break her word. With a deal struck, Don covered up his Mustang before turning to leave the garage, but as he was doing so, Summer stopped him. "Wait," she called out. Don paused mid-step, rolling his eyes before turning back to face her. She stood a few feet away, arms crossed and her usual bratty expression plastered across her face. "Where are you going?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. Don raised an eyebrow, not even bothering to hide the obvious answer. "My room." "Where else?" Summer frowned, her arms tightening across her chest. "You also have to hang out with me whenever I say so this weekend." "That's part of the deal." Don stopped at the door, his hand resting on the handle as he stared at her, unimpressed. She was pushing her luck, and he wasn't about to let her get away with it. He turned slowly, leaning against the door frame with a smirk. "Come to think of it," he began, his tone casual but pointed, "the deal for you being nice is still in effect, right? And blackmailing your brother isn't exactly being nice. So, technically a broken bar. You've broken your deal." He let the words hang in the air, watching as Summer's frown deepened. "Which means," he continued, "I think I'm gonna have to tell a little story about what happened in that changing room at the mall with Aunt Amanda." Summer's eyes went wide, her face flushing as she instantly held up her hands. "Hey, that's not fair," she protested. "I haven't broken the deal." "Okay fine, you just have to pick me up for 1 week, and that's it." "We're even then." Don pretended to think it over, tapping his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, he shook his head. "Nah, you just have to keep quiet about the car, and I'll keep quiet about the fitting room incident." "That's what we call even." Summer groaned, looking thoroughly cheated, but she wasn't ready to give up. "That's not fair. I've already been nice for a couple of days, so you should still have to carry out the deal for a few days at least." Don raised an eyebrow, pretending to consider her words. But just as he was about to respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Torai's name flashed across it. He gave Summer a brief look, then answered the call. "Hey, Torai," Don said with a smile on his face. Summer's eyes narrowed, her arms dropping to her sides as she stared at him suspiciously. On the other end of the line, Torai's voice came through, light and apologetic. "Hey, I'm sorry I had to leave early today. I didn't mean to bail." Don waved it off, though Summer's sharp gaze made him add a little more enthusiasm than usual. "No problem," he replied, smiling wider than necessary. "But you owe me tacos now." Torai laughed, her voice warm and playful. "Deal." As Don continued to chat, Summer's brows furrowed even more, clearly annoyed at the light-hearted tone of the conversation he was having. Her eyes flicked between Don and the phone, growing increasingly impatient. Summer soon had enough. She lunged at him, her hand reaching for the phone. "Hey, I'm still talking to you, jerk," she shouted, her voice shrill with frustration. On the other side of the call, Torai hesitated. "You are Broken Bar, who's that?" she asked, her tone curious. "Oh, just my annoying little sister," he replied, casually blocking Summer with one arm as she tried to snatch the phone from his hand. "I'll call you later." Torai laughed again, seemingly amused. "Sure thing." With a quick swipe, Don ended the call and held the phone up. Summer, realizing the call had been cut, stopped trying to reach for it. She just crossed her arms again, her lips pursed in a tight, irritated line. "You're rude as hell," she muttered with a sharp glare. Don just shrugged, pocketing his phone. "Not really." "Deal's over. We're even now." He pushed off the doorframe, already turning to head inside. "Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a shower." But before he could make it through the door, Summer bolted forward, blocking his path. "Wait!" she yelled, planting herself in front of him with a determined look. Don sighed. "Now what?" Summer shifted her weight from foot to foot, her eyes avoiding his gaze for a moment. She hesitated, then finally muttered, "If you accept the dealer Broken Bar, I'll show you my tits." Don couldn't help but raise his eyebrow at Summer's sudden and quite bold offer. Though the offer itself was lackluster and didn't move Don in the least, he didn't forget that this was his sister in this world, so the offer had some weight to it. Summer avoided Don's gaze after blurting out the offer and immediately looked like she regretted saying it, given the rise in her heartbeat which Don could hear clearly with his superhuman senses. Not wanting to look completely uninterested, Don decided to answer before Summer could take back her words. "Interesting offer, sis. But I'm going to have to say number. Your tits probably look great and all, but why should accept the deal just to have a quick peek at them?" By wording it like this, Don didn't completely wave off the idea and left room for the offer to be expanded upon, which he hoped Summer would do on her own. He had also chosen to speak in a casual manner so it didn't seem like he was weirded out or anything. His caution paid off in the next moment as Summer slowly raised her head to look up at him before muttering in an unsure tone, "The Broken Bar, what do you want? To like touch them or what?" she asked, trying to sound as casual as she could as well. But she couldn't hide the nervousness she felt from Don, who understood her body language well. Putting aside how unprepared Don was for this exchange, he knew it was a good opportunity to get closer to Summer, especially with Amanda and Samantha out of the house. Seeing as how nervous Summer was with just this, Don didn't want to push his luck by outright wanting something too intimate, so he gave an unsure nod while tapping his chin in a contemplative manner. "Well, that does sound better than getting flashed a pair of tits. But for how long can I touch?" As Don asked this, Summer's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't done much thinking when she blurted out the offer, and even when she did, she expected Don to refuse or even laugh at her but not to agree. "Wait, a Broken Bar, he really wants to touch my boobs? A Broken Bar, beauty Broken Bar." Summer swallowed hard, the thought of Don touching her breasts making her mind fuzzy and confused. The immediate and first thought was that it was wrong, they were siblings after all. But Summer found herself wanting to agree, even downplaying it by thinking, "It's just touching a Broken Bar, it's no big deal, a Broken Bar, right?" As the seconds began to tick away, Don could see that Summer was struggling to provide an answer. His worry was that the longer she thought about it, the less inclined she'd be to actually go through with it. So, in an effort to make her reach a decision quicker, Don tilted his head at her and acted impatient, saying, "Well, if you're backing out, can you move so I can head to my room?" Don's words immediately caused Summer to snap out of her daze, yelling out abruptly, "No, no!" Don repeated with a raised brow, causing Summer to become flushed with embarrassment as she looked away and muttered, "I mean, yeah, Broken Bar, you can touch them, if you want for a beat, a Broken Bar." Don resisted the urge to show a smile and just pretended he hadn't heard her, leaning in a bit closer and saying, "Huh? What was that?" Summer knew that Don heard her clearly and was just teasing her, but she currently felt too embarrassed to give her usual snappy remarks. Instead she just crossed her arms and said more clearly, You can touch them if you want or whatever. Don pulled away and nodded, replying with a simple, cool, before asking but for how long? This question caused Summer to gulp as she didn't really know what to say. She began shuffling her foot side to side out of nervousness before quickly saying, I don't know, until you're satisfied I guess. As much as Don enjoyed teasing her, he could see that she was obviously still processing the whole thing. But he could also see that she wasn't very good at being forward or taking the lead. She basically brought up the idea but allowed Don to move it this far and accepted the conclusion, though not without doubts. So, in order to keep the momentum going, Don just needed to keep taking the initiative on matters and lead Summer along. He'd just have to hope she eased into it. Great, he said casually, as if they had just reached a deal on something normal, before adding, let's head inside then. Don didn't wait for Summer to answer and just walked past her and into the house. Summer remained where she was for a minute, still thinking about what she had just agreed to. But as much as a part of her held doubts, another part was excited by the prospect, and she didn't want to admit it. With her mind still uneasy, she turned and followed Don as he made his way up the stairs and to his room. He left the door open after entering and Summer, who was right behind him, paused for a moment, her heart beating faster than ever. How can he be so casual about this? Does he not think it's a big deal? Summer wondered. Unlike her, who couldn't stop inwardly stressing, Don seemed completely nonchalant about the whole thing, just like with the fitting room incident, and that made Summer somewhat upset. She walked into the room slowly with her arms crossed and just sat on his bed while nervously looking around. While Summer was anxiously waiting on the bed, Don proceeded to his wardrobe to take off his jacket and shoes, which he hadn't left by the door because these were new. He had thrown out the old ones on his way home along with the other jacket he had worn, which also had stains of blood on it. Thankfully, Summer didn't seem to notice this change since she hadn't seen him go out. But after quickly doing this, he turned around to look at Summer, who looked far more nervous than before. He slowly walked to her and sat right next to her, hearing her swallow hard from nervousness. As he did so, she kept her head lowered and didn't meet his gaze, as if expecting him to do everything himself. But to make any genuine progress with her, he needed her to do some things on her own, even if he needed to give her a little push. So, almost immediately he sat down. He turned to look at her and said, well, what are you waiting for? Come stand in front of me so we can do this quickly. Summer felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest when she heard Don casually say this. Easy for you to say, jerk. How are you not nervous or weirded out at all by this? I mean, it's not normal, right? She thought. Summer grumbled under her breath, but stood up anyway, though rather stiffly, keeping her hands at her sides as she took a quick breath before moving to stand in front of Don. It was much harder to avoid eye contact like this, but it didn't stop Summer from keeping her head turned away. While looking at the side, she muttered, well, a broken bar, get on with it already. Don feigned a disappointed look and just shook his head, asking, is it too late to go back on the deal? It kind of beats the point when you're so stiff about everything. What are you, little girl? Don's teasing words caused Summer to blush furiously as she frowned slightly. She knew that right now, she must have looked rather childish, but how else was she supposed to act when her older brother was about to touch her breasts? Why do you have to be such a jerk about everything? I haven't done this before, so how am I supposed to know what to do when a guy wants to touch you? A broken bother. Touch you the? Don repeated, his tone still teasing. Summer's cheeks became a shade redder as Don said this. She could only respond by saying, fuck you, in a low tone. It sounded more cute than harsh, so Don couldn't help but chuckle slightly. I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't be mad, okay? As Don said this, he reached out with one hand to hold Summer's, which was still firmly planted by her side, and held it in a comforting manner. He then said to her, just relax. Seeing as you've never done this before, I'll give you a little experience so that when you do finally get a boyfriend, you don't act like a little girl who went to Catholic school. Whatever, just go ahead, Summer responded, unwilling to admit that she did in fact find Don's words comforting, as much of a jerk as he was. Sometimes he seemed to just know what to say to ease her worries, because even though he teased her about her lack of experience, He didn't outright mock her or laugh at her in the same way she had feared, but instead offered the comfort of an older, more experienced brother. It gave her butterflies and she resisted the urge to show him a warm smile. Seeing as she was a bit more relaxed, Don pulled his hand away from hers before rubbing his palms together so as to warm them up. As he did so, he even provided an explanation. Unless your future boyfriend is an asshole or just as inexperienced as you, it's always a good idea to rub hands and warm them up because when they're cold they can feel a bit more uncomfortable. Summer didn't respond to this piece of advice, but did listen and took note of it. After rubbing his palms for a few seconds, he brought them under Summer's oversized hoodie, where she had worn nothing, and said to her, "Ready?" Summer hesitated for a bit after hearing Don's question, but she gave a slight nod. "Why yeah, broken bar, I'm ready." Don gave her a small smile and placed his hands on her bare tummy under the hoodie. The moment he did this, he could feel Summer stiffen up slightly at his touch, but she didn't say anything or pull away. With his senses, he could hear her breathing increase and her heart rate rise again. She must either be really anxious or just very sensitive, Don thought, keeping his hands around her tummy area and gently moving them around. Her skin was incredibly soft and her sweet rosy scent was very apparent at that distance. Summer looked down briefly at Don as he was busy running his hands along her abdomen and couldn't but bite on her lip ever so slightly. "That feels nice here, broken bar," she thought, though unable to say it out loud. Don didn't need to keep this up for long before Summer relaxed under his touch, her heart rate and breathing becoming more controlled and stable. He paused his rubbing for a moment before slowly moving his hands higher up her body. Immediately he began to do this, Summer tensed up again. But this time, Don didn't stop. He continued to move his hands while gently caressing and massaging her along the way before stopping just under her breasts. He could feel their ample softness just as he made contact. Don was about to go higher, but then he got an idea. He looked up at Summer, who was trying her best to look calm, and said to her, "It'll be hard for me to reach properly with you standing, so sit on my lap." Don's words caused an already tense Summer to become even more tense as her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't even hide this expression but quickly tried to compose herself, looking away from Don and muttering, "Sure, a broken bar." Her usual cool demeanor was nowhere to be seen and she now seemed more like a shy and obedient child. With Don's hands still resting just under her breasts, Summer extended her own hands and placed them on Don's shoulders before slowly straddling herself onto his lap. The shorts she wore were very tight and made of a very thin material, so he could feel the softness of her thighs against him as she settled on his lap. Their faces were mere inches apart now, so Summer couldn't avoid his gaze so easily, but this didn't stop her from turning her head away to the side while blushing profusely. Don couldn't help but smile at how cute she looked right now, and he decided to tease her a bit by lowering his hands back down to her waist area. He then suddenly held her tightly and made her move even closer to him, his crotch breast practically pressed against hers. Summer couldn't help but let out a cute muffled moan in surprise, her eyes first widening before she frowned and turned to look at Don with a narrowed gaze. Hey, sorry. Don quickly apologized while moving his hands back up her body, "Just trying to make sure you're in the best position." "Are you uncomfortable?" "No, a broken bar, but..." Summer hesitated, but chose not to complain. "Just give a warning next time, all right?" "Sure, my bad." Don accepted being at fault with a gentle tone. This kinda, gentler side of him was very strange for Summer, and she found it hard to argue with. Don mostly did it to make Summer more comfortable, but he didn't expect for her to be so agreeable when he talked like this. But since it was working, he continued on this path. "I'll be starting now, tell me if you want me to stop, all right?" he said softly while smiling at her. His words made Summer's heart skip a beat, but she just nodded slightly and muttered, "Sure, a broken bar." Without further ado, Don made his move. He started by first gliding his hands over her breasts at the same time. As he did this, he could feel her nipples, which had become hard and perky. Given that it wasn't that cold, it was clear that they were this way because she was aroused. But Don chose not to comment on this yet and just focused on making her more relaxed and aroused first. After gliding his hands over them once, He gently held them both simultaneously and gave them a firm but gentle squeeze. Summer let out a muffled moan in response to this and slightly arched her back. He made no comment still and just began to thoroughly massage and grope her breasts. Don moved his finger in slow, deliberate circles, kneading the soft flesh beneath Summer's hoodie. He varied his touch, sometimes using his whole palms to cup and squeeze her breasts, other times focusing on her sensitive nipples with gentle pinches and tugs. Summer's breathing grew heavier as Don continued, her chest rising and falling more rapidly under his hands. As the pleasurable sensations built, Summer began to squirm slightly in Don's lap. Almost unconsciously, she began to subtly rock her hips, grinding softly against him. Don could feel the heat of her core through the thin layer of her shorts and made him to also start becoming aroused. Summer's soft moans became more frequent, little gasps and whimpers escaping her lips. Don. She sighed, her head falling forward slightly and her grip on his shoulders becoming firmer. Don felt Summer's movements becoming more urgent, her soft gasps filling the air between them. He slowed his movements, looking up at her flushed face and asking gently, "Do you want me to stop?" Summer's eyes fluttered open, meeting his gaze. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before whispering, "No." "All right," Don nodded, his hands still resting on her chest. "Can I lift your hoodie up?" Summer nodded silently as Don's fingers grasped the hem of her hoodie. He slowly lifted the fabric, revealing her smooth, tanned skin inch by inch. As her breasts came into view, Summer turned her head to the side, avoiding Don's gaze. Her grinding motions also stopped as she became more aware of her exposed state. Don could see the pink flush creeping up her neck and cheeks and it only added to his arousal. A part of him couldn't believe this was happening. His sister was now sitting in his lap with her breasts exposed. Finally, Don decided to comment on it. "You have really nice tits, sis," he said in a low voice, emphasizing on the word tits. As he said this, he held one firmly in his hand and gave it a firm squeeze. Summer let out a soft gasp at his touch, but still refused to look at him. She could feel the heat radiating from her chest and she knew that she was completely turned on by Don's hands on her body. "Don?" she asked hesitantly. "Yeah?" Don responded, his eyes locked onto her chest. "Do you think they're too small?" Summer asked quietly, bracing herself for an answer she didn't really want to hear. Don lifted his head up to meet her gaze and saw the insecurity in her eyes. Given how beautiful and well-shaped she was, he was surprised to see that she had this type of insecurity. But given how blessed their mother was in the chest department, it seemed reasonable for Summer to feel lacking in that aspect. "No way," he said firmly. "They're perfect." Summer's shoulders visibly relaxed at his words and she let out a small sigh of relief. She then looked back down at his hand on her breast and felt a wave of arousal wash over her again. Without another word, Don continued massaging and kneading both of Summer's breasts as she sat there panting softly, trying her hardest to not moan. Her nipples were now hard peaks under his fingers and he took turns tweaking them gently between his thumb and forefinger. Summer's breath hitched every time he touched them and she found it hard to keep quiet. She wanted to moan and scream out loud, but the thought of how Don might react made her hold back. As Don continued to massage Summer's breasts, he couldn't help but feel a surge of arousal himself. He could tell that she was enjoying his touch and the thought of taking things further crossed his mind. "Should I take the risk?" he wondered. He knew that if he made a move now, there was no going back. But seeing how turned on Summer was, it seemed like she might be open to more. So, without warning, Don leaned in closely to her, placing his mouth on her neck and kissing it softly. Summer, caught off guard by this, couldn't help but let out a soft moan at the sensation. But she made no efforts to stop him or resist and even tilted her head to give him better access. His hand continued massaging her breast while his mouth moved down to her collarbone, kissing and nibbling it gently. Huff. Summer's breathing became more erratic as she felt a wave of pleasure wash over her. Don took this as a sign to continue and he moved his mouth down further to one of her exposed breasts. He sucked on her nipple gently before flicking it with his tongue. "Oh Donnie!" Summer let out a loud gasp at the sensation and arched into him, wanting more of his touch. Don happily obliged and moved his attention to her other breast, giving it the same treatment. Summer's moans became louder and she couldn't help but start grinding against him in pleasure. Don, she muttered, wanting more but not sure how far they should go. Don pulled away from her chest for a moment and looked up at her. Summer, he whispered. The moment he did so, Summer suddenly leaned in and captured lips in a passionate kiss. Without hesitation, Don kissed her back just as fiercely as their tongues wrestled together. She could feel Don's erection pressing against her thigh and it only turned her on even more. Her hands ran through his hair as they continued to kiss, their breaths becoming heavier and more urgent. Don's hands roamed over her body, tracing every curve and eliciting moans from her. Finally breaking the kiss, Summer looked deeply into Don's eyes with desire and longing. Don, ye broken bar, she whispered, almost pleadingly. As Summer gazed at Don with eyes full of desire, he paused massaging her breast for a moment and looked back at her. He couldn't deny that at that moment, he also wanted to take things further with her, but he knew it was too early. Without a proper foundation to their relationship, Don risked having Summer regret her actions later on or even right after. As tempting as it was, this was still his family in this world, so he needed to be extremely cautious as he couldn't afford any mistakes. Despite that, it still remained a very good opportunity to improve their relationship. He just needed to use the opportunity to make her want more such interactions down the line, or at the very least, make her more open to them. So, as he stared at her, he feigned a regretful expression. Sorry, I guess I got a little carried away, huh? Don muttered. As he said this, he moved his hand away from her breast and sighed regretfully. Summer couldn't help but show a visibly disappointed expression. No, she suddenly blurted out, catching Don's hand before he could fully pull it away. This action surprised Don and even herself as she let go of his hand almost as quickly as she held it. Don didn't expect her to have the courage to show how willing she was to continue, but this was also good. It meant Don didn't need to pretend like he regretted it, but instead, use it as a means to get her to be more obedient. You are broken bar. Summer didn't know what to say after reacting like that and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She immediately turned her head away from Don, her cheeks beet red. I mean yay, this was stupid. A broken bar, I should go, she muttered awkwardly before trying to get off Don's lap. But before she could get up, Don brought his hand forward and held her by the waist before pulling her back in. Summer didn't resist but looked confused as their gazes met again. And this was exactly how he wanted her, confused, anxious and curious. It was the perfect way to keep her on her toes and leave her craving more. If he let her leave on a bad note, who was to say whether or not she'd seek satisfaction elsewhere? So, while she looked at him blankly, he suddenly leaned in and planted a passionate kiss on her. Summer's eyes widened in surprise at first, but she quickly relaxed and allowed herself to melt into his embrace, her exposed breasts pressing against his chest. But Don didn't prolong the kiss, despite Summer matching his passion and even grinding against him again. As he broke the kiss, Summer reluctantly pulled away, looking unsure and worried about what Don was about to say. Well, I guess you've done your part of the deal, so I'll pick you up all of next week as agreed, Don said casually while shrugging his shoulders. Before Summer could respond to his sudden change of tone, Don continued, but, don't expect to convince me so easily next time you want to make a deal. By saying next time, Don hinted at the possibility for future interactions like this. And that was enough to leave her both curious and craving for more, especially since he was ending this session just as things were getting steamy. Summer was tongue-tied and unable to respond to his words. A part of her was happy to see that Don wasn't showing regret like a moment ago, but she was also equally upset about ending things so abruptly. You didn't have to stop, you dummy. A broken bar, she thought bitterly, almost frowning visibly in disappointment. But as much as she wanted things to continue, she didn't have the courage to outright say it clearly. So with great reluctance, she could only accept this lackluster ending. To quickly diffuse the intimate atmosphere, Don decided to take on his usual teasing demeanor. Wait, don't tell me you were actually enjoying yourself more than me? he asked while showing a wide grin. Summer widened her eyes and blushed before looking away and immediately denying the accusation. "Oh, of course not. I was just making sure you were done touching them so you don't back out later." "A broken bar." "Sure, a broken bar," Don replied sarcastically, his words trailing as he nodded mockingly. "Whatever. If you're done, I'm leaving," Summer angrily yelled out before getting off Don's lap and turning toward the door. As she walked toward it, she began to lower her hoodie, feeling even more embarrassed once she had a chance to see just how hard her nipples had become. Don watched her leave with a small smile on his face. He knew this much teasing wasn't enough to really make her angry, and if anything, him being his usual sarcastic self after what they had just done was probably refreshing. Whatever Summer's thoughts were, she didn't say them out loud and just let herself out of the room, slamming the door shut behind her. As Summer stepped out of Don's room, her hand still pressed to her chest, she felt the rapid thudding of her heart beneath her palm. She frowned, squeezing her thighs together as the lingering warmth from sitting on Don's lap made her stomach flutter with a confusing mix of emotions. "What the hell, Don, ye broken bar," she muttered under her breath, cheeks flushing as she walked down the hallway. "He could have at least finished what he started instead of teasing me like that." Her voice was soft, filled with frustration and embarrassment. As she absent-mindedly lifted the collar of her hoodie to her face, she caught a faint whiff of Don's scent, still clinging to the fabric. It was subtle, but it sent another blush rushing across her cheeks. "Jerk," she whispered, her lips curling into a slight pout as she continued walking, her thoughts still a mess. Unbeknownst to her, Don's superhuman senses picked up every word she said. As he laid on the bed, hearing her muttered complaint, a small smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He let out a quiet sigh, his body relaxing as he thought about how the whole interaction had played out. "Well, that went better than I expected," he thought, staring up at the ceiling. Considering the chaos he'd left behind on the streets just hours ago, Don couldn't have predicted such a change of pace once he got home. His thoughts shifted to those goons from earlier. The satisfaction of using his abilities in actual combat was still fresh in his mind, even if it came with some physical tolls. He sat up slowly, the contemplative look on his face deepening. "I hope I know what I'm doing," he thought, his mind wandering back to Summer. The dynamic between them was shifting in ways he hadn't anticipated, and as much as he was enjoying it, there was an undeniable edge of risk to everything. Speaking of dangers, a broken bar, Don muttered to himself, pushing aside those thoughts as he grabbed his phone from his pocket. Quickly, he tapped out a message to Gary. "Had a run-in with some goons. Got a name, a Johnny Black. Can you dig for more info based on that? Let me know what you find." Satisfied with the message, Don tossed the phone onto his dresser with a small thud and lay back down on the bed. His body was still sore, the after-effects of pushing his telekinesis to its limits catching up to him. But despite the strain, there was a sense of accomplishment. He'd used his powers in a real fight, and for now, it had paid off. "Worth it," he thought as his eyes grew heavy. His body sank deeper into the mattress, the exhaustion pulling him into sleep. Hours later, the sound of loud knocking jolted Don awake. Bang bang bang. He groaned, grumbling under his breath. As he forced himself to sit up, his body still felt stiff from the earlier exertion, and it took a moment before he finally rolled out of bed and trudged toward the door. His hand gripped the handle, pulling it open to reveal Samantha standing on the other side. She was dressed casually in a short-sleeved button-up shirt tucked into dark blue jeans, her blonde hair loose over her shoulders. But even groggy as he was, Don couldn't help but notice the strain on her shirt's buttons, her large chest pressing against the fabric as if threatening to pop them off at any moment. "Oh, Donnie," she said, her big blue eyes full of concern. Before Don could react, Samantha reached out and cupped his face with both hands, her soft touch warm against his skin. "Are you okay?" Don blinked, still half asleep and caught off guard. For a split second, his mind raced with worry. Had she seen the bullet holes in the car? But then, as if reading his thoughts, Samantha's next words brought relief. "Claire told me what happened at the United Hero Management Agency HQ," she revealed, her voice full of worry. Don let out a small breath, realizing she wasn't talking about the car. "Oh, laugh at a broken bar, he murmured, offering her a small smile. It's all right. I'm not the one who got injured. Samantha frowned, her hand still gently holding his face. Still, she insisted, her voice firm. It's not okay for you to get bullied like that, Donnie. If it happens again, you let me know, all right? Her concern was genuine, and Don found himself smiling despite the situation. This mother of his so different from what he had expected when he first found himself in this world was undeniably caring. All right, he replied, unable to stop himself from grinning. Samantha's gaze softened, but she narrowed her eyes at him. Promise? She pressed, her voice still firm. Don chuckled softly and nodded. I promise, Mum. Later that evening, the whole family gathered in the living room for dinner. The smell of pizza filled the cozy space, blending with the sounds of laughter and light-hearted banter from the game show flickering on the TV screen. Don was settled on the sofa beside Samantha, sharing a pizza box with her, while Summer and Amanda sat cross-legged on the floor with their own box of pizza between them. The atmosphere was relaxed, with everyone enjoying a moment of calm after a long day. Amanda grabbed a slice of pizza with her eyes still fixed on the TV screen. I would have taken the money, she said between bites, gesturing at the contestants on the show. The mystery prize is almost never worth it. Samantha, lounging next to Don, wiped her fingers on a napkin before chiming in, not always. One time, someone won a trip to Bora Bora. That has be worth more than the money, right? Amanda shrugged, not convinced. Chances of that happening are low. I'd rather take the guaranteed cash. The show's host was building up the tension, his exaggerated enthusiasm filling the hall the show took place in. Ladies and gentlemen, the mystery prize ice a broken bar. He trailed off dramatically for the sake of build-up. But just before the reveal, the screen flickered, and the show was suddenly interrupted by a news broadcast. Click. The lively atmosphere of the game show was replaced by a serious-faced newswoman sitting at her desk. We interrupt this program to bring you a breaking news story, she announced, her tone professional. A major accident occurred earlier today on the Old Santos Road, involving a truck carrying logs and the notorious Hellriders gang. Don's body tensed ever so slightly, but he kept his expression neutral, his eyes still on the screen. Samantha absent-mindedly took another bite of pizza, her focus now on the news. The reporter continued, police confirmed that there were no survivors. Initial reports suggest the heavy mist in the area may have played a role, along with the reckless driving of the Hellriders. The living room fell quiet, but no one seemed shaken by the report. After all, in a superhuman world, breaking stories happened every week. Amanda, still chewing on her pizza, frowned but didn't comment, her attention also fixed on the news. Don kept watching. No survivors, good, he thought. That part didn't surprise him, he made sure of it. But as the reporter went on, something caught his attention. Despite reports from witnesses claiming to have heard gunfire, the reporter added, the police have dismissed this, stating there is no evidence to support such claims. Commissioner Bateman, when asked about road safety in the outer parts of the city earlier today, commented that he hopes to work on those issues with the next elected mayor. He added that it's a shame about the innocent truck driver who lost his life, but good riddance to the gang members involved. Don's brow furrowed slightly. Dismissed? He thought, his mind immediately analyzing the situation. Why are they hiding the fact that gunfire was involved? There was no way the police didn't know a hell. The scene practically had guns and bullets scattered across the road. The mist couldn't have hidden everything. As he pondered this, Don caught a glance from the corner of his eye. Summer, watching him, her expression unreadable. She quickly looked away, but it was enough to make Don's mind shift gears. She has to be a little suspicious, he realized, remembering the bullet holes in his car. He couldn't let his guard down. If Summer asked about it again, he'd have to stick to his original story and sell it hard, or, if it came to it, come clean. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The news program continued, but Don's thoughts were now elsewhere. Meanwhile, across town, in one of Santos City's most exclusive neighborhoods, Harold Barkley stood on a terrace overlooking the sprawling cityscape. The glow of the city lights stretched beneath him as he swirled the ice in his whiskey glass, his face set in a deep frown. In his other hand, a flip phone was pressed to his ear. A call connecting. Click. Victoria, Harold began once the call connected, his voice full of frustration. Care to explain to me why the people you sent out are dead and plastered all over the city news? He took a sip from his glass, his frown deepening as he awaited her response. A calm, sultry voice came through the receiver. Harold, Victoria purred, her tone as smooth as silk. Calm down. Either the boy got lucky, or the people we sent underestimated how capable he really is. There was a pause before she added, for caution's sake, let's assume it's the latter. Harold's grip tightened on the phone, his patience wearing thin. There's no underestimation here, he growled. The boy is a bug that needs squashing. I shouldn't even be wasting my time talking about this. Victoria remained calm, unbothered by his outburst. But before she could respond, Harold cut her off, his voice colder now. Do what I pay you to do, and stop trying to act smart with me. There are plenty of others who would be more than happy to take your place, Victoria. Remember that next time you consider failing me. Click. He hung up before she could reply, the soft clink of the phone closing barely audible as he took another drink of his whiskey. The cool evening air did little to soothe his irritation. Meanwhile, in a mid-sized, luxurious marble bathroom, Victoria lounged in a bathtub surrounded by scented candles and rose petals floating lazily on the water's surface. A glass of red wine rested in her hand, the steam from the bath rising gently around her. She let out a soft sigh, placing the flip phone down onto a nearby marble stool with a delicate clink. What an impatient man, she muttered, her voice carrying a note of exasperation. Does he really think my goal in life is to please a man-child like him? A quiet meow caught her attention. Victoria glanced over the edge of the tub to see a fluffy white cat padding gracefully across the bathroom floor. A smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she leaned over to stroke the cat's soft back. What do you think, Penelope? She asked, her voice light as her fingers trailed through the cat's fur. Penelope purred in response, arching her back slightly under Victoria's gentle touch. Victoria let out a soft chuckle, placing her glass of wine down next to her and picking up a book from the marble stool. The title, The Midnight Killer's Game, gleamed in silver letters on the dark cover. She opened it to the bookmarked page, her smile fading slightly as she sighed and muttered, impatient men are truly the worst. After the news report ended, the game show flickered back onto the screen, but the excitement had already passed. A woman stood there holding a couple of Go-Mart coupons, the apparent mystery prize. Amanda chuckled and leaned forward, grabbing another slice of pizza. See? I knew the mystery prize would suck, she said, shaking her head with amusement. Samantha, more sympathetic, frowned slightly. I feel bad for her, she said, wiping her hands on a napkin. She seems like a good person who really deserved to win something better. Amanda shrugged again, taking a bite of her pizza. Yeah, but that's the game, right? Samantha sighed, then brightened up as she glanced around the room. Anyway, it's Friday night. How about a movie? She suggested, her tone casual but hopeful. We haven't done that in a while as a family. Amanda immediately perked up. That's a great idea. I can't even remember the last time we all watched something together. Don leaned back on the sofa, considering the offer. Normally, he'd be up for a movie, but with everything that was going on, his mind was elsewhere. The threats to his life, the goons and the delicate balance he was trying to maintain with his new family, it all weighed heavily on him. He knew a movie could help bond them, but right now, he needed to focus on staying ahead of the dangers lurking around him. He stretched his arms above his head and let out a yawn. As fun as that sounds, I think I'm gonna call it a night, he said, faking another yawn for effect. I'll just do a little reading before bed. Samantha's face fell slightly, her disappointment evident. Oh, okay, a broken bar, she said, forcing a small smile. You've probably had a long day. She thought back to what Claire had told her about the fight Don had gotten into at the United Hero Management Agency HQ. She suspected he might even be hiding an injury from her. Maybe I'll check on him later if he's still awake, she thought, worry creeping into her mind. Don stood up and stretched again, this time for real. Yeah, in case I don't come back out. Good night, he said, offering a brief wave. Donnie's become such an old man, Amanda teased, pouting playfully as she looked up at him. What happened to staying up all night playing games? Don chuckled lightly, shaking his head. I guess I value a good night's sleep now, he replied. But you guys enjoy the movie. All right, good night, sweetie, Amanda said, smiling warmly before turning to Summer. What about you? You leaving too? Before Summer could answer, Don cut in with a grin. Oh, you should all watch that horror series Summer showed me. It's pretty good. Samantha and Amanda exchanged interested glances. A horror series, huh? Samantha said. That could be fun. With their attention now focused on the movie choice, Don seized the opportunity to slip away. He knew Summer might have followed him out to ask questions, but now he had a buffer. Once Don reached his room, he closed the door softly behind him, flicking on his phone as he walked toward the bed. The screen lit up with a message from Gary. I've uploaded all the information I could gather so far into the Gary Assist database and will upload more if any new information is gained. I hope it is of help, sir. Don sighed, tossing the phone onto the bed for a moment. Well, he muttered to himself, time to get reading. He didn't want to be disturbed, so he flicked off the light, letting the faint glow of his phone illuminate the room as he changed out of his clothes and got comfortable on the bed. Slipping his contact lenses in, he pulled up the database and began scrolling through the information Gary had compiled. Information profile, Johnny Black. Don's eyes narrowed as he read the details about Johnny Black, the middleman whose name had come up during his earlier confrontation. Role, middleman between local gangsters and the wealthy elite. Johnny Black connects those who need dirty work done with those willing to do it. He keeps a low profile but has enough influence in the underworld to be considered untouchable by most in Santos City. Personality, Johnny operates with a mixture of charm and intimidation. While he presents himself as a man of business, his alliances are fluid, and he is known for being ruthless if crossed. He's always aware of debts and favors owed to him, making him a dangerous player to deal with. Don leaned back against the headboard, rubbing his chin. A man of business, huh? He thought. I guess that could work to my advantage. Primary hangouts, Deadly Damsels. This is Johnny's base of operations, where he's often found schmoozing with high-profile gang members or meeting clients. He has a private room in the back where he handles business away from prying eyes. The Black Smoke Lounge, a high-end cigar bar on the Upper East Side, where he meets his wealthy clientele, often masked as simple business meetings. Key associates, Valerie Viper Cross, Johnny's right-hand woman and enforcer. She handles the physical side of things, ensuring debts are paid and people stay in line. Roderick Langston, a corrupt real estate mogul who frequently uses Johnny's services to take care of business competitors. Don paused. This Valerie sounds like trouble, but Roderick, a corrupt businessman, could be useful. Weaknesses, Johnny is highly secretive about his personal life, but rumors suggest he has a sister living under a false identity. If found, she could be used as leverage. His greed also makes him vulnerable to bribes or betrayals by higher-paying clients. Don raised his eyebrow in interest to that information. This sister route seems tricky. But greed, huh? Maybe I can use that. He scrolled down to the next section, now focusing on the key location. Information profile, Deadly Damsels. Location, 5th Street downtown, a notorious hotspot for criminal activity. The club operates as a strip club on the surface, but it's also a front for illicit deals and a place where connections between criminals are made. Reputation and operations. Invitations to Deadly Damsels are strictly limited to elite gang members and their close associates. Entry is a sign of status within the underworld, making it difficult for outsiders to access. The club is run by Madame Lily, a former gang leader herself. She maintains control through fear and blackmail, holding secrets about most of her clients. Don tapped his fingers lightly against the back of his phone, contemplating the idea of infiltrating such a place. Recruitment and blackmail. Most of the dancers are not there by choice. Deadly Damsels recruits its performers by exploiting women in debt or with criminal records. offering them a way out but keeping them under control through coercion and threats. Some women are blackmailed into working for the club after getting involved in illegal activities or being filmed in compromising situations, ensuring their loyalty to Madame Lily. Weaknesses. The strippers themselves could provide vital information if their loyalty to Lily is broken. Many of them have grievances but fear retribution. The bouncers are notoriously corrupt, and some have been known to be susceptible to bribes, making infiltration possible with the right offer. No surprise, it's more than just a strip club. Don made a mental note of Madame Lily's stranglehold on the club. Next, Don came across the details about the Hell Riders gang, the group he had tangled with earlier. Information profile, the Hell Riders gang. Background, the Hell Riders are a ruthless gang known for their violent methods and small-scale but large criminal empire. Their former leader, Grim, met a brutal end at your hands, creating a power vacuum in the gang. Don smirked slightly at the memory of Grim's final moments. That was satisfying, he thought before scrolling down. New leadership. In the aftermath of Grim's demise, there's a power struggle within the Hell Riders. The most likely successor is Victor Vicious Kane, Grim's former lieutenant. Vicious is known for his explosive temper and lack of strategic thinking, which could make him easier to manipulate. He's more about brute force than brains. Ashlyn Ash Pierce, another high-ranking member and daughter of Grim himself, also poses a threat. She's smarter than Vicious and has the support of the more cunning and loyal members of the gang. However, she's not interested in taking over the gang herself as she wants out. Don frowned. Ashlyn might be the key here, he thought. She was clearly a wildcard, and getting her out of the game could either stabilize or further fracture the gang. Both options were useful. Operations. The Hell Riders control several drug and gun running routes between Santos City and the outskirts. Their main hub is an old, run-down garage on the edge of the city, where they store contraband and hold meetings. They're notorious for running protection rackets as well, particularly in the industrial districts, and their influence stretches into some of the city's more corrupt law enforcement officers. Don's eyes lingered on the mention of their drug routes. Disrupting those could weaken them significantly, he thought, already considering ways to hit them where it hurt. Weaknesses. With the gang in disarray after Grim's death, internal loyalty is shaky at best. Their drug routes are a critical part of their operation. The gang's finances are managed by an accountant, Luke the Numbers Ross, who could be leveraged if he can be found. Don raised his brow again. Luke the Numbers Ross? I'll have to try and find him. Finally, Don scrolled down to the list of key locations associated with Johnny Black's movements. Buildings of interest. Johnny's visits. 5th Avenue Apartments. This luxury building is owned by one of Johnny's wealthiest clients, Nathaniel Cross, a shady politician with deep ties to the underworld. Johnny often visits here when brokering larger deals between the elite and gang leaders. Surveillance here could provide insight into his interactions with more high-profile individuals. The Red Velvet Casino. Johnny frequents this place, not for gambling, but to meet with out-of-town gang leaders and mercenaries. The casino has private rooms that are used for shady dealings, and Johnny uses these to negotiate terms for large-scale jobs. Don made a mental note of both places. They could be potential targets for surveillance or future infiltration if needed. Finally, after several hours of reading and processing all the data, Don tossed his phone onto the dresser with a heavy sigh. His brain was buzzing with information and plans forming in the back of his mind. He stared up at the ceiling, contemplating his next move. The following morning, Don woke up to the sound of his alarm, his body stiff from an awkward sleeping position. He rubbed his eyes and let out a long yawn, his mind still a little groggy. "Guess I overslept," he muttered to himself, stretching before getting to his feet. With a sigh, he started his usual morning routine, including his daily run. By the time he returned home, it was just after 6:30. But the house was still quiet. No one seemed to be awake yet. They must have stayed up late watching movies, Don thought as he recalled the faint sounds of the TV even after he had finished reading all the intel from Gary last night. Shrugging, he quickly made himself breakfast, eating alone at the kitchen counter before heading back up to his room. Once inside, Don grabbed his phone and immediately started typing out a message to Gary. I had time to think the information over, and I think I have a plan. He sat on the edge of his bed, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he detailed his thoughts and ideas. His message was long and thorough, outlining what he'd learned and the steps he wanted to take. After a few good minutes, he hit send, letting out a small sigh as he placed the phone down. He then stood up, showered, and got dressed. Just as he was pulling on a fresh shirt, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, expecting Gary, but was surprised to see Benjamin's name instead. Raising an eyebrow, Don answered the call. "Hello?" "Good morning, Don," Benjamin greeted. "Sorry to call so early, but I've got good news. You're in luck. Dr. Gadget had 2 androids ready for use, and Director Graham said they're yours to keep." Don's suspicion was immediate. "Mine to keep?" he thought, raising a brow. "That's a broken bar." "Great," he said, but his tone lacked excitement. Benjamin laughed awkwardly. "You don't sound too thrilled." Don yawned, feigning grogginess. "Sorry, hard to get excited this early in the morning. But yeah, thanks for letting me know." "No problem. Just call if you have any questions," Benjamin added cheerfully. "Will do," Don replied before ending the call. He frowned at the thought of getting 2 androids for free. "What's the catch?" he wondered, already skeptical of the offer. "I'll just have to wait and see." His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Don crossed the room and opened it, finding Samantha standing there, still half asleep and wearing a silk nightgown. One of the shoulder straps hung loosely, causing her cleavage to draw his immediate attention. He quickly averted his eyes, clearing his throat. "Good morning, Donnie," Samantha said through a yawn, rubbing her eyes groggily. "Did I wake you?" Don shook his head, glancing away from her chest. "No, I was already up." Samantha nodded, still rubbing her eyes. "I can't get used to the fact that you're now the earliest to wake up." Don chuckled, leaning against the doorframe. "I'm still getting used to it myself." Samantha smiled warmly. "Well, I was thinking a broken bar. "Do you want me to make you breakfast?" she offered, her voice soft and kind. Don was about to decline, but since he had nothing immediate to do while waiting for Gary's response, he changed his mind. "Yeah, that sounds good. Since it's Saturday, maybe we can lounge in the backyard after and enjoy some sun. You can tell me what you've been up to while I was away in Colombia." Samantha shook her head playfully. "My life's really boring, Donnie." "You don't want to hear about it." Don smiled. "Well, looks like I'll be spending the morning bored with you then. At least I can say I hung out with a beautiful woman." Samantha blushed slightly, genuinely flattered by the compliment. She was used to compliments from strangers, some sweet, some not so meek, but hearing it from Don, even as a son, made her smile. She gave him a playful tap on the shoulder. "Oh, you," she teased, before adding, "You're going to be a problem in college, aren't you?" Don grinned. "Maybe." Samantha chuckled. "All right, come down when you're ready. I'll just take a quick shower." "Take your time," Don said as she walked away, closing the door behind her. 30 minutes later, Don made his way downstairs and into the kitchen, where the smell of bacon and eggs filled the air. Samantha was now dressed in a red, long-sleeved button-up shirt, the buttons undone, revealing a white vest underneath. The same vest was tucked into a pair of jean shorts, and she was busy at the stove, flipping the bacon and stirring something in a pan. "Smells really good in here," Don said, walking in and grabbing a bottle of water from the fridge. "Thanks." Samantha smiled over her shoulder. "Take a seat by the counter." "I'm almost done." Don nodded, but as he was closing the fridge door, his eyes landed on a bottle of wine on one of the shelves. A mischievous smile crept onto his face as an idea sparked. Don casually picked up the bottle of wine from the fridge, turning it over in his hands and raising it towards Samantha. "Is this for a special occasion?" he asked, raising an eyebrow as he held the bottle up. Samantha glanced over her shoulder, noticing the wine for the first time. She sighed softly, her face showing mild embarrassment. "Oh, our broken bar. I don't even remember when I got that," she admitted, shaking her head. "Truth is, I'm not too proud of it, but I tend to overindulge in wine when I'm stressed. Which, well, has been most days." As she said this, Samantha's mind drifted. Come to think of it, she thought, stirring the eggs in the pan absently, since Donnie's come back, I haven't been drinking wine like I used to. A small smile crept onto her face as she reflected on how much lighter things felt in the house lately. Even Summer seemed to be enjoying herself more, especially during last night's movie marathon. Samantha was lost in thought, her mind filled with warmth over how much Don had changed the family dynamic. Meanwhile, Don, unaware of the impact he was already having on his family, watched her curiously. "Mum?" he said, snapping her out of her daze. "Huh?" Samantha blinked and turned to him, breaking free from her thoughts. Don smirked slightly. "I was asking if it's not too important. We could drink it while lounging in the backyard, you know." Samantha shook her head, clearing the lingering thoughts. "Oh, sorry," she said with a sheepish smile. "I just remembered something." Then, putting her hands on her hips, she narrowed her eyes at Don, feigning a stern look. "But isn't it a bit too early to be drinking, young man?" Don shrugged, flashing her a playful grin. "Well, it's a rest day, and the whole point is to relax and chill, right?" He then put on an exaggeratedly sad face, letting out a heavy sigh. "Oh well, a broken bar. I guess I'll just have to go hang out at some random bars or clubs and take drugs." "I've never heard of a broken bar." Samantha bit back a laugh, rolling her eyes. "Don't be so dramatic, Donnie," she said, holding back a smile as she flipped the bacon. "I didn't say number." She shook her head, letting out a light sigh. "I can't believe my son is being a bad influence on me." Her voice was teasing, but there was warmth behind her words, the fondness of a mother amused by her child. Don feigned shock, raising his hands in mock protest. "What? Me? A bad influence? I'm hurt, truly." Samantha then pointed the spatula in his direction, her blue eyes narrowing in a mock warning. "Just go grab the glasses and head out to the backyard before you suggest any more mischievous ideas, young man." Don grinned, raising his hands in surrender. "I have nothing but great ideas, Mum." "Ah," Samantha said sarcastically with a smirk on her lips. "Shoo, shoo." She waved him away with the spatula before turning back to finish the breakfast. Grabbing 2 glasses from the cupboard and clutching the bottle of wine under his arm, Don made his way out of the kitchen. As he stepped into the hallway, his thoughts shifted, and he started to wonder how best to use this opportunity. This could be a good chance to get closer to her again, he thought, walking toward the backyard. "But I'll have to be subtle since it's still date time, so I'll just see where it leads." After heading out to the backyard, Don made his way toward one of the seating arrangements near the pool. Once there, he placed the bottle of wine and the 2 glasses down onto the table before taking a seat in one of the 3 chairs present. As he sat back and leaned his head against the chair, the cool morning breeze and the warm glow of the early sun washed over him. He wished these peaceful moments could last, but he quickly shook off the thought, knowing he couldn't fully enjoy the quiet morning with everything weighing on his mind. For now, though, he set those thoughts aside, focusing on strengthening his bond with Samantha. While waiting for her, he began to think about how best to achieve this. Given the early hour and the fact that they were outside, Don figured that making progress in the physical intimacy department was out of the question. With limited options, he concluded that conversation was the best route. "The real question is, what should I talk about?" Don mused, tilting his head slightly and resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated the matter. It didn't take him long to reach a conclusion. "I'll stick to the original plan. Ask her what she's been up to while the old Don was away in Colombia. At the very least, it'll show I'm genuinely interested in her life. I just need to make sure I pay attention and take note of anything useful." Just as Don reached this conclusion, he heard the backyard door slide open. Turning his head, he saw Samantha stepping out with a large tray in hand. Not wanting to miss an opportunity to gain her favor, Don immediately stood up from his seat and walked over to her. "Let me help you with that," he offered. It seemed like a small, almost pointless gesture, but it was enough to make Samantha smile warmly at her son. She stopped in front of him, shaking her head with a smile. "Oh, you don't need to. Just take your seat, and we can start." Ignoring her words, Don reached out and took the tray from her hands. "I know, but since you cooked, the least I can do is help with this," he said warmly, then added with a joking tone, "Here I am, trying to be a gentleman, and my own mother is rejecting my advances. And you say I'm the bad influence?" Samantha laughed heartily, shaking her head at her stubborn son. "Fine, since you're so insistent on being a gentleman, go ahead and carry the tray," she said with a playful roll of her eyes. With a smile, Don walked ahead and placed the tray on the table, pulling out a chair for Samantha in an exaggerated manner. "Your seat, madame," he said in a fake professional tone, exaggerating his movements. Samantha giggled, stopping just a few inches away from him. She brought a hand to her face, as if at a loss for words. Don wasn't an expert when it came to women, but he knew how important it was to make them laugh. The more someone found joy in being around you, the more they'd associate that happiness with you and in turn, seek your company. That was one of the reasons some girls preferred the company of their male best friends over their boyfriends. Thankfully for Don, Samantha didn't seem to have any major male influences in her life. The sooner he established himself as the one who made her laugh and smile the most, the better. Unaware of Don's deeper planning, Samantha took her seat, her cheeks slightly rosy and a small smile playing on her lips. Once she sat down, she muttered, "You're too much, honestly." Don shrugged at her comment as he poured her a glass of wine. "There's nothing wrong with treating my mom the way she deserves to be treated." Samantha's smile grew, but it lacked the joy of her earlier ones. As Don spoke, she silently wondered, "Do I really deserve to be treated like this?" Though she was far from forgiving herself for what happened to Don during his time in Colombia. In her mind, she had failed as a mother. Don noticed the subtle change in her expression but decided against alleviating her worries. It worked to his advantage for her to feel guilt every now and then, so without saying anything further, he poured himself a glass and took a seat opposite her. "So," he began, "care to tell me a little about your work life while I was away? Any promotions, demotions, office drama, company getaways?" Samantha raised her head, masking her guilt with a fake smile. "You make it sound more interesting than it is," she replied. "But since you're so insistent on getting bored, let's see where I should start." She then proceeded to talk about her work life as they shared breakfast together. Don quickly realized she hadn't been lying when she said her work was boring. Most of the information she shared was either useless to him or revealed very little about her life. Still, Don persisted. He knew she was only telling him surface-level things. In any work environment, whether competitive or casual, there would always be drama or problems, and he wanted to know what those were. If possible, he could help Samantha overcome them, leaving a big impression on her, or, if it worked to his advantage, he could make things worse and be the one she turned to for support. Don hoped for the former but was prepared to take the tougher path if necessary. So, as Samantha continued to talk, Don listened attentively, occasionally commenting to show his interest. Don was sat back, casually sipping from his glass of wine as Samantha continued recounting a story about one of the tech seminars she'd attended. Her tone was light and relaxed, with just enough detail to paint a vivid picture. Don listened carefully, taking note of every little thing he thought might be useful or insightful. The wine seemed to be helping her loosen up a bit, though he knew better than to push her into drinking too much this early. If he really wanted to get to the more interesting stories, they'd need way more wine, but that wasn't a plan for the morning. As she spoke, Don suddenly heard the backyard door slide open again. He turned to see a groggy Amanda stepping out, her hair slightly tousled from sleep as she yawned. She spotted them lounging with their glasses of wine and waved with a playful smile. "The you guys are?" she called out, walking over. "Here I was, wondering where you'd snuck off to." Don leaned back, casually swirling his glass as Amanda approached. As she got closer, her eyes landed on the wine, and a teasing grin spread across her face. "Snuck out here to have a little date, huh?" "Scandalous." Samantha rolled her eyes with a smile, but before she could respond, Don played along, letting out an exaggerated sigh. "That was the plan," he said, feigning disappointment. "But Mom rejected my advances. Turns out she prefers bad boys over gentlemen like me." Amanda couldn't help but burst into laughter, nodding in mock understanding. "Makes sense. She's always had a thing for guys like that since high school." Samantha's face turned pink as she quickly waved off the comment. "That's not true." she exclaimed, clearly flustered. Don, seeing an opportunity, grinned mischievously at Amanda. "Oh? Sounds like you've got some interesting stories about Mum." Amanda grinned back. "You bet I do. You'd be shocked to hear what kind of mischief your mom used to get up to." Before Amanda could say more, Samantha nearly choked on her wine, coughing as she waved her hands in protest. "Don't you dare, Amanda," she warned, glaring at her sister. "If you tell him anything, I'll bring up that 1 year in middle school." Amanda's confident grin faltered for a second, her eyes narrowing in mock defeat. "Ugh, fine. Sorry, Donnie," she sighed dramatically, throwing her hands up in surrender. "Your mom's got me there." Don pretended to be disappointed, shaking his head. "Fine, keep your secrets. I guess I won't be sharing any of my stories either." "So much for mother-son trust." Amanda leaned in and gently stroked Don's hair, playing along with the charade. "Look at that, Sam. You've broken Donnie's heart." She gave him a mock pout. There, she cooed playfully. "Don't worry, I'm not shy about sharing my stories." Samantha, clearly enjoying the banter but not willing to be outdone, quickly reached over and pulled Don by the arm. Before he could react, she hugged him tightly, pressing his head against her chest. Don didn't resist at all, noting that they were, indeed, softer than his pillows. "If you really want to know, Donnie," Samantha teased while stroking his hair, "I'll tell you, though it's very embarrassing." Amanda clicked her tongue, smirking as she shook her head. "Even after all these years, she uses her assets to baby Don and stay his favorite." Don, playing the part, mumbled from within the hug, "In my defense, Mom's soft hugs are my weakness." Amanda laughed and reached over to join the hug, wrapping her arms around both of them. "Well, I want some love too," she teased, squeezing them tighter. Just as the playful moment reached its peak, the backyard door slid open once again. This time, Summer walked out, looking groggy and confused. She stopped in her tracks as she saw Don sandwiched between Samantha and Amanda, her face scrunching up in bewilderment. "What the heck is going on?" she asked in confusion. Don, still pressed against Samantha's chest, looked up at her with a grin. "Isn't it obvious? I'm starting my day by getting hugs from beautiful women. I'd ask you to join, but, well, a broken bar, you're still a little girl." Summer frowned, crossing her arms as she narrowed her eyes at him. "I don't want to hug you anyway," she snapped. Samantha, still holding Don, pinched his cheek. "Don't be mean to your sister so early in the morning, Donnie." She then turned to Summer and called out, "Your breakfast is in the fridge. Get it and come join us out here." "Whatever," Summer muttered, rolling her eyes before heading back inside. As she left, Amanda tilted her head toward the door and asked, "Think she'll be back?" Before Don could answer, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, glancing at the screen. "Sorry, I have to take this," he said, standing up and freeing himself from the embrace. He smiled at Samantha. "Thanks for breakfast, by the way." "Anytime, Donnie," she replied with a warm smile, watching him as he walked back inside. Don checked the caller ID. Gary. He sighed inwardly, knowing it was time to move forward with his plans. As he made his way upstairs, his path crossed Summer again, who was busy rummaging through the fridge. "Where are you going?" Summer asked, her tone curious but not pressing. "Somewhere," Don replied, keeping it vague. She narrowed her eyes at him, clearly suspicious, but after a moment, she just muttered, "Whatever," and turned her attention back to the fridge. Don walked upstairs and once he reached his room, he closed the door behind him and answered the call. "Morning, Gary." "Good morning, sir. I hope you're doing well." "I'm fine," Don replied, glancing out the window at the backyard where Samantha and Amanda were still laughing together. "How are Elle and yourself?" "We're both fine, thank you for asking," Gary responded before quickly getting to the point. "Now, on to why I called. I read through your message, and I showed it to the young madam. She and I both believe it to be brilliant, thorough, too, I must say." Don smiled, pleased. "When do we start?" he asked. Gary's response was immediate. "Right now, sir. I've already made arrangements. That is, if you're ready to proceed." Don took a deep breath. "I am," he said firmly. "Excellent," Gary replied smoothly. "I'll send you the details shortly." "Everything is in place." With that, Don ended the call with Gary and immediately changed into a plain workout outfit. He then grabbed a second set of clothes from his closet and stuffed them into a bag, zipping it up with quickly slinging the bag over his shoulder. He left his room and made his way downstairs. As he entered the hallway, he spotted Summer walking out of the kitchen with a plate of food in hand. "Hey," he called to her, casually. "Tell Mom I'm heading out and I'll be back in the evening." Summer paused, balancing her plate of food while giving him a suspicious look. She was tempted to ask where he was going, but she knew Don well enough by now he wasn't going to give her a straight answer. "Fine," she muttered, already knowing it was useless to pry. "Thanks," Don said with a smile, then quickly snatched a strip of bacon off her plate as he walked by. "Hey!" Summer shouted, her eyes narrowing as she glared at him. Don didn't stop. He just grinned, chewing the bacon as he stepped out the front door, closing it behind him. Summer stood there, fuming at the door. "Jerk," she muttered under her breath, then turned around and headed toward the backyard. Once outside, Don let out a sigh, running a hand through his hair. "It's a shame I can't take my car," he thought, glancing at the empty driveway. But at least Gary arranged something. He began jogging down the driveway, heading toward the exit of the Chanel Hills community. Just as he reached the main road, a white Mercedes G-Wagon drove by and came to a sudden stop. The tinted window slid down, revealing none other than Cassie in the driver's seat, wearing large, stylish sunglasses. A sultry smile spread across her face as she lowered her glasses slightly. "Morning, Don," she greeted in a friendly, teasing tone. Next to her, a woman Don didn't recognize also lowered her sunglasses. She had striking blue eyes, tanned skin, and platinum blonde hair that framed her sharp features. She glanced at Don with a playful smile. "Who's this cutie?" the woman asked, her tone sounding amused. Cassie laughed softly. "Careful, Sandra," she said, glancing at her friend. "That's Samantha's boy." Sandra arched a brow, still smiling. "That's no boy," she said with a small smirk. "But all right, I'll behave. For now." Don couldn't help but think, these two really don't try to hide the fact that they're cougars. He maintained his outward composure, offering them a polite smile. "I enjoy teasing too," he said lightly, "so at least we have that in common." Sandra chuckled, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. "Oh, I like him." Cassie leaned toward Sandra and whispered, just low enough that a normal person wouldn't hear, "I saw him first." Of course, Don heard it clearly with his superhuman hearing, but he just smiled to himself. "Cougars, for sure." Out loud, Cassie addressed Don again. "Don't mind her, she loves teasing young men." "Well, I'm in a bit of a hurry," Don said with a smile, deciding not to dwell on the moment. "But it was nice running into you both." "Wait," Cassie called out before he could leave. "How about a ride?" "We're heading out too, and it's no trouble." Don shook his head, politely declining. "Thanks, but a friend's picking me up." "I just wanted to jog to the exit as a warm-up." Sandra gave a mock pout. "Such a shame," she said, feigning disappointment. "I'll see you around then." Cassie, still smiling, added, "If you keep this up, Don, I'll have to hire you as my personal trainer." Don chuckled, already starting to step away. "If the offer's right, who am I to refuse?" He then glanced at his watch, pretending to be in a hurry. "Anyway, I better get going." "Bye." With a quick wave, he jogged off, leaving the two women behind. As he jogged, Don's thoughts shifted. "I'll have to figure out a way to deal with Cassie. Can't keep dodging her forever." He made a mental note to find time to ask Donald more about his mum, but he'd have to be subtle about it. The last thing he wanted was to give the wrong impression. After 5 minutes of jogging, Don reached the exit of the gated community. He waved at the guard in the booth, who waved back before opening the gate for him. Just beyond the gate, a sleek black sedan with tinted windows waited. Don jogged over to it, opening the door and sliding into the passenger seat. As soon as he settled in, Don glanced around. There was no driver, but he wasn't surprised. In this world, self-driving cars were the norm, especially for the general commuting population. Many people preferred them over traditional taxis. Inside, the car's modern interior greeted him with ambient lighting and soft, comfortable seats. A screen in the back of the seat in front of him flickered on, and Gary's face appeared, wearing a Thobana headdress. The image was slightly static, and behind Gary, Don could make out a windy desert scene, with several Toyota pickup trucks, SUVs, and even 2 helicopters in the background. Minions similar to the ones Don had seen at his base were scurrying around, carrying supplies. "Hello, sir," Gary greeted with a smile. "Hello, Gary," Don replied, leaning back in the seat. He wanted to ask where Gary was, but he hesitated. Probably better not to ask, he thought. Gary seemed to anticipate Don's curiosity. "I'm in the Arabian Peninsula," he explained, his voice calm and professional. "Acquiring weapons for the plan." Don raised a brow. That was fast. "We won't even need the weapons for some time," he thought, though he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he nodded. "Good." As the car started driving itself forward, Gary continued. "It's unfortunate I won't be able to meet with you today, but the young madam insisted on delivering the package herself." Don's expression remained neutral, but internally, he felt a bit of concern. He hadn't seen her since the last time she spiraled. "It'll be good to see her," Don said calmly, though inwardly he worried if she'd stay stable this time. He could only return to conversing about the plan. "You took precautions, right?" "Yes, sir," Gary assured him. "If anyone's watching you, there's no chance they'll follow you to the designated location without us knowing." As Don conversed with Gary, the car he was in drove into the center of the city, where traffic and activity were most concentrated. This was the first part of the misdirection. Ever since the Central Mall attack, Don had felt like someone was after his life here, or at the very least, something was brewing. As unlucky as he was, he felt that getting attacked once and experiencing a near-death experience was enough. But twice? Within a week? That couldn't be a coincidence. The attack by the Hell Riders gang had been the final straw, and Don knew he had to deal with the threat, even if he didn't yet know what it was. His first priority was figuring out if he was being watched or followed. The vehicle he was in had numerous cameras hidden on its exterior. Their job was to monitor any surrounding vehicles or individuals that seemed to be following or paying particular attention to the car. After all, on the surface, it looked like an ordinary self-driving sedan, but the misdirection didn't end there. That would have been far too simple. After about 30 minutes in traffic, the self-driving car pulled into a car wash, following a plain-looking SUV with tinted windows as well. There was a silhouette in the back of the SUV, making it appear as though someone was sitting inside. As Don's car drove into the car wash, the mechanisms briefly stopped at the center, and Don quickly got out and slipped into the SUV. What had appeared to be a person inside the SUV was merely a dummy in clothing. The switch took only a few seconds, and the cars continued as if nothing had happened. From there, the SUV pulled out of the car wash without issue and headed toward the outskirts of the city to the north. Meanwhile, the sedan, now also containing a dummy in the back seat, continued toward downtown. Inside the back of the SUV, Don was lounging with his attention on a blank screen. "Were there any signs of someone following us, Gary?" The screen flashed on, this time simply showing the words "call connected" rather than displaying a video feed. Gary's voice echoed through the car. "From the footage analyzed so far, it's hard to tell, given how many cars show odd patterns in traffic." Don nodded. "All right. Just make sure any outliers are taken note of so that we can compare them to any new information later." Gary hummed thoughtfully before responding. "Yes, that would narrow down the parameters we need to search by quite a good margin." But with how fast technology has advanced since the base supercomputer was built, we may need to look into acquiring an upgrader, or better yet, an engineer. Don resisted the urge to frown. "He makes it sound so easy. Just figuring out who's trying to kill me is a lot of work, and now I have to start looking into recruiting experts for my base. This is turning into a full-blown gacha game experience." Don sighed inwardly. "Movies always make being a villain look so easy." Gary's voice broke into his thoughts. "Sir, are you still there?" "Yeah, I'm here. I was just thinking about what you said." "You're right, but first, let's clear up the matter of any threats so we can grow without distractions." "Yes, I see your point, sir. To build our power, we need time to grow and establish firm roots in the city without obstacles. Thus, All enemies must be eliminated. Gary's voice showed a hint of excitement at the prospect, as though he was looking forward to it. Don didn't comment on that and ended the call, letting the rest of the ride continue in silence. Soon, the northern outskirts of Santos City came into view. The area was marked by a long, rugged coastline with a large highway built onto the cliffs above. The highway connected roads leading to farms and smaller towns further out. A few large commercial farms dominated the area, supplying much of the produce that went into Santos City. As a result, most of the traffic on these roads consisted of trucks and pickup trucks. It was alongside one of these large trucks that Don found himself now. Soon, both vehicles entered a tunnel, and another truck pulled up behind, blocking the view of Don's SUV from the cars following. This second truck was just wide enough to obscure the SUV from any rear view. With the timing perfect, Don opened the window of the self-driving car and climbed out, jumping onto the truck next to him and entering it. Inside, there was only a dummy in the driver's seat. The truck, like the car, was driving itself. However, larger vehicles like trucks, even when driven by AI, were required to have a human presence in case of emergencies. Once inside, Don quickly took off his shirt and changed into the clothes the dummy had been wearing. Then he opened the glove compartment and pulled out a trucker's hat and a realistic-looking mask of a balding man with puffy cheeks and a very impressive neck beard. Don slipped it on without a second thought, taking his position at the steering wheel. How does Gary manage to organize all this so quickly? Don wondered. Butlers are really essential to this supervillain thing. He couldn't imagine how hard it would have been to pull all of this off by himself, and for that, he was truly grateful to have Gary, although he still wasn't sure how far to extend his trust. A few seconds later, the truck exited the tunnel and switched lanes, entering a road that led toward a well-known commercial farm. Meanwhile, the SUV continued toward the smaller town of Ashfield. The road leading to the farm was far less congested, with only the occasional truck or branded vehicle passing by, likely belonging to workers. After about 15 minutes, Don's truck arrived at Richardson Farms Company. The truck stopped at the security checkpoint, and Don, feeling a bit anxious, reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a neat stack of papers with an ID card on top. When it was his turn to drive through the checkpoint, the truck automatically rolled down its window as Don handed over the papers. The guard sighed upon seeing them. "Damn it, Larry, why do you always make a habit of showing up late?" A display on the truck's dashboard lit up, showing a pre-recorded message. A raspy voice played through the speakers, "Oh, geez, Chuck, you know how it is, sir." Before the recording could finish, the guard waved his hand dismissively and handed back the papers. "I don't want to hear it. Just drive in already." Don simply rolled up the window and drove into the facility, letting out a sigh of relief. The truck proceeded to the back of the facility, where most of the surrounding area consisted of open fields. After parking, Don stepped out, now fully disguised as Larry, and walked toward a booth marking the entrance to a sizable building labeled Meat Processing and Packaging. At the booth, Don used a black obsidian card rather than a standard employee card. The machine flashed green, followed by a heavy thud as the door unlocked. Upon entering, Don removed the mask and was greeted by two minions who promptly saluted and said in unison, "Siu siu." As Don stood in front of the two minions, he couldn't help but think, "These guys creep me out a little, but they seem harmless enough." Unlike before, when they were at the base wearing masks with his face plastered on them, they now wore plain-looking black masks. It was an improvement, making them less unsettling to look at, but their stiff posture and strange, limited vocabulary still gave him an uneasy feeling. Still, they were technically his minions now, and he had to play the part. Keeping a firm expression, he asked, "Where's Lady Noir?" One of the minions lowered his salute and gestured toward a door at the far side of the room, leading deeper into the facility. Don nodded slightly, his voice steady as he said, "Lead me there." The two saluted once more, responding in unison with their usual, "Siu siu," before turning and walking toward the door. Their movements were almost robotic as they led him through the door. Beyond it, Don found himself in a meat processing facility, except all of the employees, working diligently at various stations, were minions. This place really gives me the creeps, Don thought as he followed the two in front. The air was thick with the scent of raw meat, with the low hum of machinery echoing around them. They finally stopped in front of what looked like the manager's office. The minions turned to face him and saluted again, saying, "Siu," as they stood by the door. Don figured this meant they had arrived. He gave them a subtle nod and turned the handle, pushing the door open. Inside, the office was surprisingly plain. The walls were a dull gray, a wooden desk sat in the center with a few papers scattered across its surface, and there were shelves lined with neatly stacked binders. Behind the desk, Elle sat, her familiar small frame hunched over as she studied the documents in front of her. The moment the door creaked open, her head snapped up, and her eyes locked onto Don. Her cheeks flushed immediately, and her eyes widened in surprise before they softened, almost sparkling as she took in the sight of him. Don paused in the doorway, his gaze meeting hers, though unlike Elle, his heart didn't race. Instead, he gave her a warm smile, leaning casually against the doorframe. "Hey," he greeted, his voice light. "Did you miss me?" The teasing words caught Elle off guard. She immediately looked down, her face now a bright shade of red. Her fingers began to twiddle nervously as she stammered, Well, you see, a broken bar here broken bar." She barely managed to get the word out, only glancing up occasionally to peek at Don. Cute, Don thought, but he kept that to himself. He maintained his smile and stepped into the room, ensuring his movements calm and confident. With each step he took closer to her, he could practically feel the nervous energy radiating off her. Her eyes flickered between him and the papers on her desk as if she didn't know where to focus. "What do I say? What do I say?" Elle wondered, her hands fidgeting in her lap. As Don reached the desk, he got a better look at her. She hadn't changed mucho aside from now wearing a black bodysuit that clung to her small but curvy frame, emphasizing her wide hips. Her hair, styled to cover one eye, added to her shy demeanor. But with a quick motion, she brushed the hair aside, revealing both of her wide, anxious eyes. Don wasn't about to start treating her like a girlfriend or wife, though. He wanted to build something real with her, something that wasn't based on the old Don she thought she knew. Rushing into things would be a mistake, especially since he had seen what happened when the thrill of the chase faded too quickly. He needed to play this smart, even if Elle had no idea who he really was. Her infatuation seemed genuine, but he couldn't take that for granted. Before Don could say anything else, a puff of pink smoke suddenly appeared beside the desk, and Trixie materialized with her arms crossed, looking as impatient as ever. "Can you two fuck already?" "Geez." Elle's face turned even redder, if that was possible. She shot up from her chair and grabbed Trixie by the collar of her loose black top, yanking her close and pinching her cheeks. "Why are you like this?" Elle scolded, her voice high-pitched as she tugged harder on Trixie's cheeks. Trixie, of course, didn't resist at all. "I'm a succubus," she replied nonchalantly, her lips pulling into a smirk despite the pinching. "Can't help it." Don sighed, watching the two bicker. He reached out and grabbed both of them by the cheeks, pinching them firmly. "Can you two behave and not fight?" he said, his tone halfway between amusement and exasperation. Elle's reaction was predictably her face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she muttered, Oh, a broken bar," while looking down shyly. Trixie, on the other hand, leaned into his grip with a smirk. "Why don't you spank me and make me?" she teased, wiggling her hips in an attempt to entice him. To her and Elle's surprise, Don pretended to ponder the suggestion for a moment. He said, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "that's actually not a bad idea." Elle's eyes widened in shock, and she blurted, "What?" Her face was as red as it could possibly get at this point. Any redder and she'd be a different race. Trixie, however, let out a gleeful cheer. "Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about." With a sigh, Don crossed his arms and said, "All right, both of you, bend over the table so I can spank you." He wasn't particularly interested in this, but he was trying to see how Elle would react to the idea and if she'd be willing. Elle's jaw dropped, and she squeaked, What?" Her entire body seemed to freeze as she processed what he just said, her once pale face practically glowing red. Trixie, on the other hand, eagerly bounced up to the desk, her hips swaying exaggeratedly as she leaned over the table, clearly enjoying herself. "Now we're getting somewhere," she commented, glancing over her shoulder with a grin. Elle, meanwhile, stood there with her hands nervously clenching the fabric of her bodysuit, her eyes wide as she struggled to form words. "Bend over a broken bar?" she stammered, her mind spinning. Don smirked at the sight of them both. It was moments like these that made the messiness of his new life a little more bearable. He shot Elle a slightly impatient look. "Come on, Elle. I don't have all day." Elle brought her hands to her chest, feeling her heart pounding rapidly beneath her fingers. She hadn't even considered denying Don's request. There wasn't a chance she would, but the confidence to pose herself like Trixie just wasn't there. Her mind was a mess as she muttered, "Oh, okay, a broken bar," before slowly stepping out from behind the desk. She hesitated for just a second, then leaned over the side of the desk, positioning herself awkwardly beside Trixie. Her face was flushed, her eyes tightly shut, and she couldn't bring herself to look at Don. "Elle, like this?" she stammered. Don approached, moving to stand directly behind them both. He reached out with a hand to each of their behinds, gliding his palms over them in a slow, teasing motion. He could feel the immediate reactions as Trixie bit her lip, clearly enjoying the attention, while Elle stiffened like a board, her entire body shaking slightly under his touch. "She's so tense," Don thought, almost amused by the contrast. He lingered for a moment longer before pulling his hands away, stepping back. "All right," he said with a smirk, "I guess I can let you off with a warning." Trixie's eyes shot open, turning back to Don with a frustrated expression. Hey," she protested, clearly feeling cheated. In her mind, she'd already been preparing for a good spanking. "Wasn't my ass supposed to be sore by now?" she thought, a pout forming on her lips. Elle, on the other hand, let out a quiet sigh of relief and quickly stood up, straightening her body. But there was something in her posture that seemed a broken bar conflicted. Her shoulders were still a bit tense, and despite her initial relief, she looked a little disappointed. She wasn't sure what to feel. These reactions may have seemed small, but for Don, they revealed plenty. From them, he could tell that despite Elle's deep infatuation, she wasn't someone who would immediately jump into physical intimacy without some hesitation. She had spent so much time longing for his company, and now that she finally had it, she seemed unsure of how to move forward. The man she had always envisioned by her side was here conquering the world with Hera, and yet she appeared lost. Her dream is already a reality, Don thought. Now I can either make it better or ruin it, depending on how I act toward her. Thanks to the thinker trait and his growing ability to read people, Don knew that rushing into anything physical wouldn't work with Elle. Unlike with other girls, where things naturally progressed in that direction, Elle needed guidance. She's someone I'll need to train, Don concluded, but not with Trixie around. Trixie would only push things further, maybe even too far. That wouldn't be productive. Unaware of Don's inner thoughts, Elle stood nervously. She bit her lip, thinking she had disappointed him. Gathering her courage, she finally muttered, "It's okay if you a broken bar want to spank me a broken bar." Don smiled at her timid response, shaking his head slightly. Trixie, ever the instigator, immediately supported Elle. "See, even Elle wants it. So come on, get to it." Ignoring Trixie's urging, Don looked at Elle with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll get around to it eventually," he said in a playful tone. "After all, you're both very spankable." Elle's cheeks burned bright red at his words, her eyes wide. I'm spankable?" she thought, her heart fluttering at the unexpected compliment. "A broken bar, if you could even call it that." Deciding it was time to shift topics, Don straightened up, his tone becoming more serious. "Anyway, do you have the package?" he asked, glancing at her with a calm expression. Still blushing, Elle nodded quickly. She hurried back behind the desk, crouching down to drag out a large metallic suitcase from underneath. "Here," she said quietly, sliding it across the floor before standing aside. Don stepped forward, placing his thumbs on two visible fingerprint sensors on top of the suitcase. A green scan passed over his hands, followed by another scan that targeted his face. Beep, her digital voice chimed, "Biometrics confirmed," and with a sharp snap, The suitcase clicked open. A thin black mist began to seep out from the edges, swirling lightly in the air as the lights in the room flickered. As the mist drifted, Don felt an uncomfortable sensation, like his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. He gritted his teeth and endured the uncomfortable feeling, pushing the suitcase open wider. Inside was a carefully sealed-in glass casing, and at the center, resting like a strange, otherworldly artifact, was a black, slimy blob. It wasn't much bigger than a walnut, but the energy it gave off was unmistakably powerful. "That's it?" Don thought, his eyes narrowing. But then, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Special item found. Item profile, Arcane Voidweaver suit. Item class, Mystical artifact, Cosmic origin. Power source, Arcane energy, fueled by the consumption of souls. Activation command, Enshroud. Appearance, dormant, a black blob-like substance that attaches to the user's skin, forming a sleeve tattoo of a strange skull on the right arm. Appearance, activated, upon command, the tattoo releases a black mist that engulfs the user, forming a black and gold bodysuit. The skull from the tattoo transforms into a fearsome gold and black skull face mask. Origin, the Arcane Voidweaver suit is an ancient artifact from the far reaches of space, believed to have been created by an unknown race of arcane entities. Legends say it was designed as both a weapon and a vessel of conquest, capable of adapting to and empowering its wearer with unmatched abilities. The suit feeds on souls, drawing its strength from the energy of those it consumes. Abilities: 1. Shadow manipulation. The wearer gains the ability to control and shape shadows, bending them to their will. These shadows can be used both offensively and defensively, forming constructs, weapons, or barriers. 2. Void step, teleportation. The suit grants the ability to teleport short to medium distances by stepping through the void, a dimension between dimensions. As Don read the contents of the prompt, he felt a sense of awe mixed with a cold realization. This suit wasn't just some regular suit like he hoped. It was something far more dangerous, something that could potentially shape his future plans. He could feel the power radiating from it, even though it was dormant for now. "I have to be careful with this," Don thought, his gaze lingering on the slimy blob. "This thing could either make me unstoppable or completely consume me." As Don stared at the black blob resting in the casing, Els softly spoke up. "This is the most powerful suit we have in our inventory," she explained meekly, glancing at him with a shy smile. "I thought it would suit you best as Predator." A broken bar. Don's eyebrows raised slightly, processing her words. She really got her hands on something like this just because she thought it would suit me? To say he was surprised would have been an understatement. As he was now, he couldn't imagine himself giving up such a valuable item so easily. Yet here Elle was, offering it to him without hesitation. It only reinforced what he already knew, while her devotion to him ran deep. He looked up at her, showing a warm smile. "Anything you gift me is automatically perfect," he said smoothly. Elle froze at his words, her face flushing red. "I broken bar Yuma broken bar Okaya broken bar why yeah," she stammered, her voice barely audible as she lowered her head, but the big, warm smile that spread across her face was unmistakable. Trixie, who had been watching the interaction, leaned against the desk with a bored expression. "Oh, get a room, you two," she muttered. Don shot her a glance, smirking. "Someone's just cranky because she didn't get spanked." Trixie didn't even deny it. "You bet I'm cranky," she yelled, throwing her arms up. Any other horny human guy would have jumped at the opportunity. Don shrugged, maintaining his casual demeanor. "Where's the fun in that?" He then turned his attention back to Elle, the playful tone fading as he asked, "So, how does this work?" Elle kept her head lowered, still trying to hide the smile she couldn't control. "The information a broken bar it's been uploaded into Gary Assist," she explained softly once more. "Butte a broken bar when you open the casing. It'll bind to the nearest person and form a tattoo. Then, if you say enshroud, the tattoo will form the suit around you." Don nodded, pretending to listen intently, though inwardly he was feeling a sense of anxious excitement. In his message to Gary, he had only requested a suit to help him move stealthily as a supervillain. Something useful, but not this extreme. But Gary and Elle had gone above and beyond. They really over-delivered, he thought, almost tempted to abandon his idea of building his own resources. Still, he knew better than to rely solely on others. He set aside his concerns for now. Steeling himself, Don carefully opened the glass casing. Almost immediately, the black blob shot out, latching onto his right hand with a sudden slap. The slimy texture sent a shiver up his arm, and he grimaced as a burning sensation began to spread from where it had attached. Gritting his teeth, he held his wrist, watching as the blob started to morph, its inky black mass spreading and swirling around his arm. A broken bar thin, black mist emanated from the edges of the blob as it twisted and solidified into a tattoo. The image that formed was an eerie, otherworldly skull, its dark outlines flickering with an unnatural glow. As the transformation finished, Don's eyes rolled back, turning pitch black for a moment before returning to normal. He was left gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead as the burning subsided. Elle's expression shifted to one of concern. She instinctively reached out toward him. Didonia, she started. But before she could move any closer, Drixie appeared in a puff of pink smoke beside her. "Hold on," Drixie said, grabbing Elle's arm. "He's fine." Still catching his breath, Don looked down at his right arm. The tattoo now fully covered his sleeve, and thin wisps of black mist continued to seep from it, curling upward like smoke. He could feel the dark power coursing through him, an unsettling, almost overwhelming force. His lips parted, and he muttered the command, "Enshroud." The room was immediately plunged into darkness. Whoosha! The lights flickered wildly before cutting out completely. The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by a faint, distorted whisper. When the lights flickered back on, Don was hovering at the center of the room, surrounded by thick, swirling mist. The dark fog coiled around him like living shadows, gathering above his head to form a massive, skull-like shape. The skull's hollow eyes glowed with an eerie light, and its mouth opened, releasing a chilling echo that reverberated through the room. "Tenebritarum surrexit." Broken bar. The skull's voice hissed in an unearthly Latin phrase, its words filled with distant, ghostly screams and screeches. The misty skull hovered for a moment longer before plunging downward, merging with Don's body and causing the room to go black once more. When the lights finally returned, Don was standing upright, his feet hovering just above the floor as the mist continued to swirl around him. The shadows that enveloped him began to take form, shaping themselves into a sleek, armored bodysuit. The material clung to him like a second skin, dark and textured, sculpted to accentuate his muscular build. Gold accents ran along the suit's edges, tracing intricate patterns that seemed both arcane and futuristic. On his chest, a golden skull emblem glowed faintly, its eyes piercing as it stared outward. Then a broken bar, a skull-like mask formed around Don's head, matching the emblem on his chest. The metallic design was fearsome, leaving only its glowing white eyes exposed, giving him an almost otherworldly presence. Finally, a flowing black cape materialized behind him. Ellen Drixie could only watch in stunned silence as the suit completed its transformation around Don's figure. The dark mist that once filled the room now condensed into the suit itself, creating an aura of shadow that radiated from him. He stood there, suspended in midair, with his eyes glowing through the mask. Elle's breath caught in her throat, her wide eyes locked on Don's new form. "Didonia." Broken bar, she whispered, her voice barely audible but full of concern. Drixie, on the other hand, crossed her arms and gave a low whistle. "Well, damn. Now that's what I'm talking about." Don slowly lowered to the ground, his feet touching the floor with a soft thud. He glanced down at his right arm, where the tattoo had once been. It was now part of the suit, the mist swirling subtly around it. He could feel a strange raw power coursing through him, and though he remained calm on the outside, inwardly, he was reeling. "There's a broken bar. This is incredible." With the transformation completed, Don took a moment to examine himself, his eyes trailing down to his hands. He opened and closed his fists slowly, the movements feeling familiar, yet there was an undeniable difference here, something subtle but powerful. It was hard to put into words, but it was as if he was both himself and something more. Without turning his head, Don could sense exactly where El and Trixie were standing. A new awareness had bloomed within him, tied to the shadows beneath their feet. He could feel their presence through those dark shapes as though the shadows themselves whispered their positions into his mind. Elle's voice cut through his thoughts, cautious but concerned. "Are you a broken bar okay?" she asked, her tone delicate. Don turned his head in her direction, a faint mist trailing after him as if it were tethered to his movement. His gaze fell on both Elle and Trixie, noting their reactions. Elle's eyes were wide, watching him carefully, waiting for his response. "I'm fine," Don replied, his voice now a deep, resonant baritone. The sound reverberated with an authoritative echo, so much so that it almost startled him. Trixie, on the other hand, laughed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "He sounds like an angry spirit," she teased, her lips curling into a grin as she eyed him up and down. "But I like how the suit showcases your body. Turn around, let me see the back view." She licked her lips as she spoke, clearly enjoying this more than she should. Don narrowed his eyes at her, though the metallic mask didn't change expression. Still, it was enough to make him look intimidating. He shifted his focus toward the shadow beneath Trixie, feeling an odd pull, like he was connected to it. As if acting on instinct, he concentrated on that feeling and moved. Instead of walking, his body dissolved into black mist whoosh and reappeared directly in front of Trixie in a split second. Trixie jumped back, startled by his sudden appearance. She quickly recovered, though, narrowing her eyes at him. "Only I get to do that," she muttered with a pout, crossing her arms. Don ignored her comment and turned toward Elle. "It's perfect." "Thank you," he said, though with his new voice and ominous appearance, the gratitude sounded more frightening than sincere. Elle, clearly flustered, quickly averted her gaze, trying to hide the smile creeping onto her face. "It's a broken bar. It's my job as your sidekick," she muttered, her voice shy and soft. "You don't need to thank me. A broken bar and a broken bar. You're welcome. A broken bar always." Don watched her through the glowing white eyes of his mask and he gave her a small nod. But before he could say anything more, he suddenly heard a cold, emotionless version of his own voice inside his mind, "Must feed." The words echoed in his skull, and with them came a surge of primal hunger. It wasn't like anything he'd felt before. It was a need, sharp and gnawing, like the hunger for food but far more sinister. He felt the urge to kill, to drain something, someone. And though he had never experienced it before, he knew exactly how to sate that need. What the hell, a broken bar? Don thought, his grip tightening as he suppressed the urge. For now, he managed to push it aside, and in an instant, black mist engulfed him once more. Whoosh, and when it faded, he was back to his normal self, the suit gone. His regular clothes returned. Elle watched him closely, concern flickering in her eyes. "How a broken bar? How does it feel?" she asked. "Strange," Don replied, running a hand through his hair. "But I'll get used to it." Elle fidgeted slightly. "A broken bar. Are you heading home now?" she asked, though her voice was carried a hint of disappointment. "No," Don said, his expression unreadable. "I need to feed first." Elle blinked, caught off guard by his words. "Feed?" she repeated, her eyes widening slightly. Don nodded. "I'll explain later," he said, his voice returning to its usual calmness. "For now, I need information on the routes the Hellriders gang uses." On a remote road, far in the southern outskirts of the city, a huge truck hauling a large container rumbled down the narrow stretch of asphalt. The road snaked its way through rugged mountains and hills, with jagged cliffs and rocky outcroppings flanking it on either side. The truck wasn't alone. A few old, rusted SUVs and several motorcycles escorted it, their engines roaring as they kept pace. As the convoy approached a toll booth in the distance, one of the SUVs broke formation and drove ahead, pulling to a stop at the barrier. The rest of the vehicles came to a halt behind it, their passengers coming out to men armed with old, battered rifles and shotguns, dressed in tattered, dirty clothes that looked as though they hadn't been washed in days. One of them, a burly guy with a scruffy beard and a red bandana tied around his neck, sighed as he leaned against the truck's trailer. He looked over at his companion, a wiry man with sunken eyes and a grim expression. "Ain't this a bit overkill?" he muttered, scratching the stubble on his chin. "Moving like this just makes us an easier target." The wiry man, already in a foul mood, spit to the side and grumbled, "Ask Ash about it, not me. That broad's making us work our asses off all day cause of what happened to Grim." The guy with the bandana nodded, folding his arms. "Yeah, no kiddin'. The guys under Victor are probably having an easier time. Bet they're at Deadly Damsel right now, drinking it off, while we're out here, miles away from the city, doing a run in the middle of the goddamn day." "Shut it," the wiry man hissed, glancing around nervously. "You gotta be careful what you say. Ash has got ears everywhere lately." The bandana guy waved him off, muttering, "Whatever." His then gaze drifted to the toll gate up ahead. "What the fuck stuck in so long?" At the front of the line, the driver of the lead SUV, a burly man with a grizzled beard and tired eyes, sat behind the wheel, frowning as he repeatedly slammed his fist on the horn. Honk, honk, honk. The sound echoed off the mountains around them. Annoyed, he turned to his passenger, a lanky man with a tattooed neck and a shotgun resting in his lap. "Didn't Ash say this would be a straight trip? That the booth guys were already paid off? We're gonna miss our window if this shit keeps up." The tattooed passenger shrugged, indifferent. "I dunno, man. Want me to check it out?" The driver grunted, nodding. "Yeah, Marcus, go see what's holding them up." With a sigh, the tattooed man grabbed his shotgun and swung the door open, stepping out onto the road. He walked toward the toll booth, squinting in the bright sunlight as he climbed the concrete steps. "Hey, lift the gate!" he shouted, pounding on the side of the booth. As he approached, through the dirty glass window, he could see a man in a security uniform slumped over the desk, his face pressed against his forearm, as if he had fallen asleep. The tattooed man turned back toward the SUV, cupping his hand around his mouth. "This fucker's sleeping," he yelled. The driver leaned out the windows, scowling. "Where the hell are the others?" "I don't see no one else," the tattooed man answered back. "Shit," the driver muttered under his breath, his stomach twisting with unease. "I don't like these a broken bar. I'm quitting Ash." He reached for the radio mounted on the dashboard, his fingers just brushing the receiver. That's when he heard a tight voice, deep and echoey, like it was coming from all around him. "That won't be necessary." Before the driver could even turn his head to see where the voice came from, a black hand, wreathed in thick, swirling mist, reached around from behind and clamped over his mouth. Whoosh! His eyes widened in horror, bulging as the cold mist began seeping into his body, snaking through his nostrils and down his throat. He gasped for air, but the mist filled his lungs, suffocating him from the inside. Crack! His lungs ruptured with a sickening pop, and the man's body twitched violently as the life drained out of him. His grip on the steering wheel slackened, his fingers slipping from the radio. The black hand released him, and his lifeless body slumped forward, his head hitting the dashboard with a dull thud. Behind the SUV, there was nothing, no sign of anyone there, only a faint, swirling mist that slowly dissipated into the shadows of the back seats, as though whatever had killed the driver had simply vanished. A few seconds after the man in the driver's seat was killed, the man at the booth, a Marcusa, turned back toward the SUV, wanting to call out, "Hey Earl." "I think something I saw." He stopped mid-sentence, squinting. Earl was slumped forward, just like the man in the booth. Marcus's heart immediately skipped a beat, the unease creeping up his spine. "Earl, are you all right?" he shouted, walking forward with his shotgun drawn, his knuckles white from how tightly he gripped it. Each step felt heavier as he approached the SUV. He turned his head and called out again, this time toward the guys further back, "Hey, I need some help here." The men by the trailer glanced over, exchanging confused looks. They weren't sure what was happening, but they immediately became more alert. A few of them moved to guard the truck, while 4 others, weapons in hand, made their way toward Marcus and the SUV. "What's the problem, Marcus?" one of them asked, his eyes darting between Marcus and the SUV. Marcus pointed his shotgun toward Earl's limp form inside the vehicle, his voice tight. "I think Earl's dead, a broken bar or something." The guard in the booth's the same way. His breath quickened. "Man, I don't like this." The others exchanged glances, gripping their weapons instinctively. "Think it's one of those freaky mystical creatures?" one of them asked, his voice low, like the ones they got up in Shantytown. In a world where superhumans and mystical creatures were common knowledge, the suggestion wasn't far-fetched. Even for those who were skeptical, the strange, eerie atmosphere hanging around them now was undeniable. Marcus swallowed hard. "I think we should just head back, Yandere." Before he could finish, the sound of the truck's engine roared behind them. The RRRRRRRMM. The truck lurched forward, its heavy wheels grinding against the gravel. Marcus whipped his head round, eyes wide. "What the question mark? Hey, Rory, what the fuck are you doing?" Someone near the truck shouted, panic rising in his voice as the truck moved. "Rory, stop the truck." The men scrambled out of the way as the truck rammed into the SUV parked at the toll gate. Crash. The impact was deafening, metal crumpling as the truck smashed the SUV forward, crushing two of the four men who had been standing closest to it. Their bodies disappeared beneath the heavy wheels with a sickening crunch, blood spraying across the road. Marcus and the man next to him barely dodged in time, diving to the side as the SUV was shoved toward them. They hit the ground hard, rolling onto their backs as they watched the truck plow through the toll gate, shattering the barrier and tearing down the road, heading for the mountains. Gasping for breath, Marcus pushed himself up onto his knees, his heart hammering in his chest. He glanced down and froze. The hand of one of the crushed men lay limp on the ground nearby, fingers twitching ever so slightly in their final moments. The other man, who had been smashed from the waist down, was barely conscious, gurgling blood. His eyes were wide with fear, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly as he weakly stretched out a hand toward Marcus, silently pleading for help. Marcus's stomach churned at the sight, the blood pooling around the man's body. The way his broken form twitched as life slipped a wire. It was too much. He felt like he was going to be sick. But he couldn't move. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the man's desperate, outstretched hand. "Marcus, come on." The man who also managed to dodge the truck shouted, grabbing him by the arm and yanking him to his feet. "Shit, we have to move." The sound of engines roared to life as the men behind the truck quickly jumped into their cars, tires screeching against the road. One of the SUVs pulled up near Marcus, the door flying open as he and his companion scrambled inside. Marcus, still in shock, climbed into the back seat. He thought they were about to head back, but his eyes widened in horror as he realized they were going after the truck. "What the fuck are you doing, Cole?" Marcus asked, grabbing the driver by the shoulder. "We need to be going the other way." Cole, a burly man with a scar down his left cheek, shrugged off Marcus's grip, his eyes focused on the road ahead. "Shut the fuck up. If we lose what's in that truck, we're as good as dead," he snapped, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the steering wheel. Shit, fuck." Marcus didn't back down. "How the hell are we supposed to deal with something we don't even know? What if it's one of those freaky things?" Cole clenched his jaw, his teeth grinding together. "Shut up and hold on to your gun," he barked. He glanced at the man who had climbed into the car with Marcus and added, "Whatever that was killed Arnie's friends. We don't let outsiders hurt our brothers and steal our shit. If they were invincible or whatever, they wouldn't be trying to run away, right? So shut your mouth, Marcus, and just keep it together." Marcus, unlike the others, was terrified. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to turn back, to get the hell out of there. He had always been fearful of the arcane, and everything about this felt wrong. But at the same time, many of the men he was with had been part of the gang since they were kids. They had survived fights with superhumans and mutants. They had faced death and laughed in its face. That sort of bravado gave them confidence, and Marcus could feel it pulling him along, even though he knew better. The convoy of SUVs sped down the road, chasing after the truck. Before long, they came upon the two SUVs and motorcycles that had been ahead of them. The vehicles were stopped near a dark tunnel, and it was immediately clear why. The truck they had been chasing was parked in the middle of the tunnel. Its headlights were off, and the trailer loomed like a shadow in the darkness. The men in the lead SUVs had already gotten out, standing by the tunnel's entrance, weapons in hand, staring into the blackness. Cole pulled their SUV to a stop, and the men quickly gathered around him. One of them glanced at the tunnel and then at Cole. "What now?" Even with his usual bravado, Cole hesitated. Something about the scene in front of him didn't sit right. His instincts told him to go slow, to be cautious. He wasn't about to rush into the darkness himself, so he turned to Marcus, his eyes hard. "Go check it out," he said coldly, his words more of an order than a suggestion. Marcus's heart dropped. What? Why me?" Cole narrowed his eyes. "'Cause you've been whining this whole time. Now go." Marcus swallowed hard, his legs trembling beneath him. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to turn back, but the eyes of the other men were on him. Slowly, he nodded as he began to walk toward the truck. Marcus took each step with great caution, his boots scraping lightly against the rough road of the tunnel. The dim glow from the distant light at the entrance cast long, distorted shadows ahead of him. Every few steps, he glanced back over his shoulder, hoping to catch a reassuring nod or gesture from his comrades. Instead, he was met with their anxious faces. It was clear they weren't coming to his aid if things went south. His grip tightened on the shotgun, finger resting nervously on the trigger as he gulped and kept walking. The further he walked, the more the darkness seemed to swallow him. Marcus soon came to a stop, his heart pounding in his chest as he turned his head back and shouted, "Can you guys turn on the car headlights?" The group exchanged uncertain glances before looking to Cole for direction. With a curt nod from him, two men scrambled to the nearest SUVs, and another pair rushed to the motorcycles. Engines rumbled to life and the cars moved a little closer, with additional headlights flared up, casting wider arcs of light into the tunnel. While it helped illuminate some of the space, large portions remained cloaked in shadows, the old vehicle's lights insufficient to reach the depths. Marcus swallowed hard. The oppressive darkness ahead seemed almost alive. "Can you drive the cars closer, guys?" he called out, his voice echoing faintly. Without missing a beat, Cole answered back, "No way." "The cars are close enough." His tone left no room for argument. "If you're so scared, you can just come back. But don't expect to ride back to base. The gang's no place for cowards." A mix of frustration and dread washed over Marcus. He knew Cole was exploiting the situation, but the harsh reality was that turning back would brand him a coward. In their world, reputation was everything. Being ostracized from the gang meant losing not just his livelihood but his family. The weight of that thought pressed heavily on him. He could only suck it up and press on. With each step Marcus took, the darkness grew thicker, the air colder. The faint sounds of his comrades also seemed to fade, replaced by the distant dripping of water and the soft scurrying of unseen creatures. Shadows dominated the edges of his vision, and he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Suddenly, a faint whisper echoed around him. Whoosh! He spun around, shotgun raised. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice full of panic. But there was no answer. From the shadows above, Don observed silently, the suit rendering him almost indistinguishable from the darkness. The glowing white eyes of his mask narrowed as he assessed the men gathered at the tunnel's entrance. Time to feed, he thought. Marcus took another hesitant step when a chilling breeze brushed past him. Whisper. He whipped his head to the side, heart racing. "Guys, this isn't funny," he shouted, hoping for some reassurance as he looked at the distant light at the entrance. But back there, Cole and the others were also becoming more uneasy. "What's he yelling about?" one muttered. "Probably spooked by his own shadow," another snickered, though his laugh was forced. Without warning, the shadows around the men began to move. Tendrils of darkness snaked along the ground, subtle and silent. One man felt a cold touch on his ankle. "What fear?" he began, looking down just as a shadowy appendage wrapped around his leg. Snap! He was yanked violently into the darkness, his scream cut short. The others barely had time to react. "Did you see that?" someone yelled, eyes wide with terror. "Stay together," Cole ordered, raising his rifle. From above, Don extended his hand, manipulating the shadows with ease, feeling like extended limbs. Another tendril shot out, this time grabbing two men at once. They were lifted off their feet, struggling and flailing. "Help us!" they screamed. Bullets flew as the gang members fired wildly into the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots echoed deafeningly, flashes briefly illuminating the tunnel's interior. But their bullets met only shadows. One man backed up against an SUV, began reloading frantically. "We got to get out of here," he shouted. But before he could move, a shadow loomed over him, forming into a spear-like shape. It struck swiftly. Thud. The man's eyes went wide, a dark mist seeping from his mouth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Panic ensued from here. "Run!" Another yelled, turning toward the vehicles. But the shadows were faster. They formed small walls and barriers that cut off the men's escape routes. Cole gritted his teeth, fury overtaking fear. "Show yourself!" he roared into the abyss. "Coward!" From the depths, Don's voice emerged. "What?" Cole immediately fired in the direction of the voice. Bang! But the bullet only whizzed into the darkness, hitting nothing. Suddenly, Don materialized behind him, emerging from the shadow cast by the SUV. Before Cole could react, Don grasped his shoulder. Cole spun around, coming face to face with the skull-like mask. What the hell are you?" he gasped. "The last thing you'll ever see," Don replied coldly. He then placed a hand over Cole's chest and shadows seeped into his body, invading every fiber of his being. Cole's eyes widened in sheer terror as he felt his very essence being pulled from him. SSSSHHHHH. A misty vapor or the manifestation of his soul flowed from his mouth and eyes, absorbed into Don's suit. The gang members still alive watched in horror as their Cole's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. "It's a demon!" one screamed. Desperation took over from here as some dropped their weapons and tried to flee on foot, while others continued to fire aimlessly. But Don moved like a phantom, darting between shadows. To them, he was everywhere and nowhere. In the next moment, he raised his hand, and multiple shadowy spikes erupted from the ground. Shunk! They impaled several men at once, lifting them off their feet before dissipating, letting their bodies fall. A motorcycle roared to life as one of the gang members attempted to escape. But before he could even move it, Don merely extended a finger and a shadow stretched across the ground, forming a barrier. A tendril then grabbed the rider and tossed him upward. He landed hard a second later, bones snapping on impact. Crack! Amidst all this, Marcus stood frozen, watching his comrades being slaughtered one by one. His legs felt like lead, refusing to move. Don soon turned his attention to the remaining few, who all met the same fate as Cole. Their screams were muffled as the shadows consumed them, souls extracted and absorbed. Silence settled over the tunnel. The only sound was Marcus's ragged breathing. Realizing he was the last one left, he stumbled backward until he felt the cold metal of the truck's trailer against his back. His hands shook violently, the shotgun slipping from his grip and clattering to the ground. Clank! From the shadows, Don emerged slowly, his imposing figure framed by the faint light behind him. The glowing eyes of his mask settled onto Marcus, who slumped to the ground, his knees giving way. Please," Marcus stammered, tears welling up in his eyes. He could feel warmth spreading down his leg as fear overtook him completely, causing Hai to lose control of even his bladder. Don appeared behind him in an instant and reached down to pick up the discarded shotgun, examining it briefly before letting it dissolve into shadows. Marcus squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself for the inevitable. Leaning in close, Don's voice came as a chilling whisper in his ear. "Tell your people what happened here today." Marcus dared to open his eyes, glancing up cautiously. What?" "Go," Don commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. Without needing further prompting, Marcus scrambled to his feet, nearly tripping over himself as he bolted toward the tunnel's entrance. Don watched until Marcus was out of sight. The hunger within the suit subsided, sated by the souls it had consumed. He glanced around at the lifeless bodies scattered about, their faces frozen in terror. "Looks like I won't need to worry about mobs again. But more importantly, with these a broken bar, the plan is off to a great start." As Don stood in the middle of the tunnel, the shadows around him whispered softly, almost as if they were alive and responding to his presence. He closed his eyes briefly, sensing the lifeless bodies scattered throughout the area. Some twisted and broken, while others appeared drained, their faces hollow and eyes vacant, empty husks robbed of their very essence. Opening his eyes, Don raised his hands slightly. The shadows obeyed his unspoken command, extending like dark tendrils. They wrapped around the fallen men, gently lifting them from where they lay. One by one, The bodies floated toward a central point, forming a grim pile at the heart of the tunnel. With a subtle gesture, Don directed his attention to the abandoned vehicles. The SUVs and motorcycles. Shadowy extensions coiled around them, pulling each vehicle toward the growing mound of bodies. Metal groaned and tires scraped against the pavement as they were dragged into place. One of the SUVs was particularly battered, its frame dented and windows shattered. A dark puddle was spread beneath it, gasoline mingling with oil, dripping steadily onto the cold ground. Don noticed the trail leading back toward the pile. Without a word, he approached one of the fallen gang members. Kneeling beside him, he searched the man's pockets until his fingers closed around a metal lighter. Standing upright, Don flicked the lighter open. A small flame appeared, casting flickering light across his masked face. He glanced once more at the scene and without hesitation, he thrust the lighter onto the trail of gasoline. Whoosh! The fire ignited instantly, flames moving along the path of fuel. Within moments, the pile was engulfed, smoke beginning to billow and fill the tunnel. Don stepped back, allowing the shadows to envelop him completely. His form dissolved into the darkness, leaving no trace of his presence. This impromptu decision to burn the evidence wasn't part of his original plan, but it felt necessary. He couldn't risk the investigators in this world discovering the peculiar state of the bodies so drained of their souls. Despite the immense power the suit granted him, he wasn't arrogant enough to underestimate the capabilities of those who might come looking. This method of combat, striking from the darkness, instilling fear before his enemies even knew he was there, also felt oddly fitting. It was an entirely different experience when compared to the physical battles he was getting accustomed to, but there was a certain satisfaction in watching his foes crumble under the weight of their own terror. Several hours later, Don sat quietly in the back seat of a plane, self-driving car as it moved through the city's streets. The interior was minimalistic, offering little distraction from his thoughts. Above him, a screen played the evening news. The anchor, a mature woman with a tight-fitting suit, delivered the headlines. Breaking news: a gas tanker explosion occurred earlier today within the southern tunnel on Route 9. Authorities report no fatalities, thanks to the quick response of emergency services. The area has been secured, and cleanup efforts are underway. Motorists are advised to seek alternative routes as the tunnel will remain closed for the foreseeable future. Don's gaze remained fixed on the screen, but his mind was elsewhere. No fatalities? He wondered silently. This was the second time the media had downplayed or outright concealed the truth about his actions. Are the police covering for the Hell Riders, or are they simply trying to mask their own failures? The possibilities turned over in his mind, but without concrete evidence, all he could do was speculate. After a few moments, the screen flickered, static briefly obscuring the image. Then, the feed switched to a live video of Gary seated comfortably in a luxurious helicopter, the cityscape visible through the windows behind him. He wore a tailored suit, his blading gray hair neatly combed back. "Evening, sir," Gary greeted with a polite nod. "The young madam just informed me that you're pleased with the suit." Don offered a slight smile. "Good evening, Gary." "Yes, the suit is impressive." Gary chuckled lightly. "Given what I'm hearing on the news, I take it you're getting accustomed to its capabilities quite well." Don inclined his head modestly. "Thank you. Initially, I planned to just unsettle them a bit or perhaps sabotage the truck they were transporting. But the circumstances were favorable for a more decisive action." "Well, I would expect nothing less from the man the young madam holds in such high regard," Gary replied, his eyes glinting with a hint of admiration. Despite the compliment, Don chose to remain humble. "I couldn't have achieved this without the invaluable information and resources you both have provided. Truly, I expect nothing less from a capable duo like yourselves." Gary laughed softly. "You flatter me, sir. But it's a pleasure to assist." Don leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. "Now that we've disrupted one of the gang's key routes and eliminated some of their members, they should be scrambling." "Indeed," Gary agreed, adjusting his cufflinks. "Their ranks should be in chaos at this very moment, but that can only work to our advantage." "How would you like to proceed with the plan?" "The overall strategy remains the same," Don stated firmly. "We can't allow them time to regroup. With the initial strike done, we need to maintain the pressure." Gary nodded thoughtfully. "Understood." "And when do you intend to make your next move?" "I'll need to coordinate a few arrangements." Don glanced out the window, watching the city lights blur past as he answered. "Tonight." "Very well," Gary replied with a satisfied smile. "I'll ensure everything is in place. Best of luck, sir." Meanwhile, in the heart of downtown Santos City, Marcus sprinted through the dimly lit streets, his face still that of sheer terror. Sweat dripped from his brow, and his breaths came in ragged gasps. To anyone watching, he looked like a madman fleeing invisible demons. He ran past run-down stores with flickering signs and cheap bars that spilled drunkards onto the sidewalks. A woman leaned against a lamppost, the glow of her cigarette illuminating her tired eyes as she watched him rush by without a glance. His destination loomed ahead. At the corner of 5th Street to a notorious spot known to all who dared to tread these parts. Deadly damsels. Even before he reached it, revving engines and blaring music filled the air. Motorcycles lined the curbs, alongside muscle cars and hot rods gleaming under neon lights. The only proper establishment in this area was this infamous strip club. A colossal neon sign dominated the front, depicting the sexy silhouette of a woman entwined around a pole, the club's name flashing boldly beside it. The building itself covered 3 adjacent structures, each one filled with its own set of debauchery. Nearby buildings bore the marks of the same ownership: grimy windows and faded paint, yet bustling with activity. The scene outside was nothing short of chaos. Gang members clad in leather jackets and adorned with tattoos loitered around, bottles in hand. Women, some dressed in provocative attire, others in the gang's colors, mingled freely. A girl with fiery red hair laughed as she danced atop the hood of a car, while a group of men cheered her on. While nearby, 2 men grappled, their fight drawing a small crowd that placed bets and shouted encouragement. "Get him, Ricky." "Go for the knees, Randy." "Loser takes it up the ass." A broken bar. Smoke from cigarettes and other substances hung heavy in the air. A couple leaned against a wall, lost in their own world as they aggressively locked lips and dry-humped each other, while another man slumped on the sidewalk, an empty bottle rolling away from his outstretched hand. And on the hood of a nearby black car, a trio huddled together, passing around a small packet and taking turns snorting its contents. Amidst all this, Marcus's frantic dash went largely unnoticed. He dodged a group of women who barely gave him a second glance and sidestepped a man who stumbled into his path. His eyes darted around wildly, and he kept glancing over his shoulder, half expecting the shadows themselves to give chase. As he neared the club's entrance, a towering figure stepped into his path. The bouncer was nearly 7 feet tall, his skin a gleaming silver metal that reflected the neon lights. He wore a fitted black shirt stretched over his muscular frame and dark sunglasses that hid his eyes. "Hold up there," the bouncer said casually, raising a massive hand to halt Marcus's progress. Marcus practically skidded to a stop, nearly colliding with the metallic giant. The bouncer removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes that mirrored his steel-like exterior. A look of confusion crossed his face as he recognized the man before him. "Marcus? What the hell's got into you?" he asked, his deep voice showing concern. Gasping for air, Marcus struggled to form words. "T-back. You gotta help me," he managed between breaths. It might still be following me." T-back raised a metallic eyebrow. "What are you on about? Did you take something?" He leaned in slightly, sniffing the air around Marcus. "Look, I respect your crew, but you know the rules. Can't let you in if you're tripped out on drugs. If the bosses see you like this, it'll stir up trouble for your guys." Marcus shook his head vehemently, eyes wide with fear. "No. You don't understand. They're all dead. It killed them all." T-back crossed his arms, the metal of his skin catching the light. "Wait a minute," he said slowly. "Shouldn't you be out on a run? I remember Cole mentioning something about it earlier." He squinted at Marcus, suspicion creeping into his voice. "Don't tell me they ditched you because you were high on some crap." "I'm not high," Marcus shouted, his voice cracking. "Something attacked us. It was like a shadow, a demon. It killed everyone." People nearby began to take notice, casting curious glances in their direction. A few snickered, assuming Marcus was just another junkie losing his mind. T-Back sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "All right, let's get you somewhere to cool off. Maybe get you some water or Before he could finish, Marcus lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around T-Back's legs. "Please, you have to believe me," he pleaded, his voice desperate. He clung to the bouncer like a drowning man. "Hey!" T-Back barked, trying to shake him off. "Get off me, man!" Marcus's eyes darted around wildly, fixating on the shadows cast by the club's garish lights. As a group of gang members approached the entrance, their shadows stretched ominously along the ground. Marcus recoiled from seeing this, pressing his face against T-Back's knees. "It's here." "The shadows are there moving." T-Back's patience wore thin. He placed a firm hand on Marcus's shoulder, his grip unyielding. "Listen, man, you're making a scene. Stand up and get a grip." "They're all dead," Marcus whispered hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. "It told me to warn everyone." "You have to let me tell Ash and Victoria, they need to know." At the mention of some gang leaders' names, T-Back's expression shifted. He glanced around, noticing the growing attention from the crowd. "Fine," he said gruffly. "But you need to calm down first." He pried Marcus off his legs and steadied him upright. Marcus swayed slightly, his legs barely supporting him. T-Back then eyed him critically. "Can you walk?" Marcus nodded weakly, though his eyes were unfocused. "I think so." "Good. Let's get inside and sort this out." "For your sake, I hope what you're saying is true." As the clock approached 5 p.m., Don stepped out of the self-driving car at the entrance of the Chanel Hills community. He hefted a gym bag over his shoulder, the same one he'd left with that morning, creating the illusion he'd spent the day working out. The security at the gate recognized him immediately, waving him through after a quick confirmation of his identity. He walked along the manicured sidewalks, relieved to have avoided any encounters with Cassie or her flirtatious friend. He still wasn't sure if the woman lived in the community or was just a frequent visitor, but it didn't matter. His thoughts were elsewhere, and right now, all he wanted was a hot shower before preparing for the night's plan. As he approached the driveway, Samantha's car began backing out of the driveway. He paused, waiting as the vehicle eased onto the street. Samantha glanced over her shoulder, checking for oncoming traffic, and her eyes widened slightly when she spotted him. "Oh, Donnie, you're back," she called out, rolling down her window. From the passenger seat, Amanda leaned forward, a playful smile on her face. She gave a little wave. "We missed you today." "Been out with a secret girlfriend all day?" Don chuckled at the teasing. "The day I get a girlfriend, the whole community will hear about it." Amanda laughed, and Samantha smiled warmly. She looked him over, her maternal instincts kicking in as she checked for any signs of trouble. Noting only a hint of fatigue, she asked, "How was your day?" "Out training?" He nodded. "It was good." "Didn't spend the whole day training, though." "Took some time to explore, get reacquainted with the city." "Feels like it's been ages." Samantha gave an understanding nod. "I understand, sweetie." "Oh, by the way, Benjamin stopped by this afternoon with some folks from the UMA to drop off your androids." "I went ahead and signed the paperwork." "They're in the garage now." "I even had to move my car to make space since Summer insisted on not touching. Ze said you mentioned it had a problem." "Is that why you walked?" Don silently thanked Summer's quick thinking, resisting the urge to sigh in relief. The last thing he needed was for Samantha to discover the bullet holes in the back of his car. He nodded. "Yeah, just an alignment issue. I'll get it checked out soon. Didn't want to risk driving it." Samantha nodded approvingly. "You did the right thing." She then glanced at her watch, remembering they were in a hurry. "Anyway, we'll talk more later." "Your Aunt Amanda and I are heading to the hospital to see Fabio. He's supposed to be discharged today, so we're going to help him out." "Do you need anything while we're out?" Don pretended to think for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I'm all set." "Tell Fabio I said hello and send my regards." "Will do," Samantha replied. "Oh, and you might want to head to the garage right away." Summer's been super excited about the androids. "You know how she gets with gadgets," Amanda also added with a grin. "Try not to start an AI revolution in the garage." He waved them off as Samantha pulled onto the street and drove away. As the car disappeared around the corner, Don thought briefly about Fabio. He'd nearly forgotten about the guy but shrugged it off, heading toward the garage. Inside, his car sat at the back, just where he'd left it, safely covered. But in front of it stood two large rectangular structures made of dark metal, their edges emitting a soft blue glow. Beside them was Summer, wearing a mini skirt and a loose shirt, her attention fully on the crates. She tapped and swiped on a sizable tablet he hadn't seen her use before, occasionally touching the containers with evident excitement. She didn't notice his approach until he spoke. "What are you doing?" Summer jumped, nearly dropping her tablet. She then spun around, shooting him a glare. "Don't sneak up on me like that." Don simply raised an eyebrow. "Didn't think I was being that stealthy," she huffed, but instead of berating him further, she demanded, "Where the hell have you been?" "I've been waiting forever." Don looked at her in confusion, one eyebrow still raised. "I know I mean the world to you, but missing me this much can't be good for your health." She made a disgusted face. "Gross." "You wish." Then, regaining her excitement, she pointed at the containers. "I wanted you here to activate the androids. I've been trying to figure out what models they are, but they've got dual lead containment casing." Her voice rose in pitch as she practically squealed. "These could mean they are likely a broken bar Omega Gen androids are the latest by Dr. Gadget." "How could you not tell me we were getting these?" Don narrowed his eyes slightly. "We?" "Yes, we," she exclaimed, as if it were obvious. "I mean, come on. This is cutting-edge tech. We need to activate them right now." Don crossed his arms, eyes still narrowed. "Hold on. Since when did this become a team effort?" She rolled her eyes. "Oh, don't be selfish. Besides, without me, you'd probably activate some self-destruct sequence by accident." Don raised both brows as if intrigued while saying sarcastically, "Is that so?" "Absolutely," she retorted confidently. "These aren't your run-of-the-mill models which people use to make those gross sex bots. If they're really Omega Gen, they might have adaptive AI, advanced combat protocols, maybe even experimental tech. You can't just flip a switch and hope for the best." He studied her for a moment. Her enthusiasm was undeniable, and she did seem to know what she was talking about. But he wasn't about to let her have her way. "All right," he feigned conceding. "Suppose I let you help." "What's in it for me?" Summer just blinked, taken aback. "In it for you? You get the benefit of my brilliance. That's what." Don just shook his head, but his sarcasm remained. "Hard to argue with that." Summer grinned triumphantly and ignored the lack of seriousness in his voice. "Exactly. Now, can we please get started?" "Do you even know how to open these?" Don asked while looking at the containers. She scoffed. "Do I know how to? Of course I do." "Well, theoretically. The first casing at the very least requires a biometric key, which I'm guessing you have." "Of course. They are mine after all," Don answered with a grin, rubbing it in. But Summer ignored his tone still and just gestured him eagerly. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's unlock them." Before Don could ask how to proceed, Summer eagerly pointed at a tiny hole on the front of the container, glowing softly with a blue light. "There. That's the biometric scanner," she exclaimed, her eyes full of excitement. Don stepped in front of it without a word. A beam of blue light emanated from the hole, scanning him from head to toe. After a brief moment, it blinked green. Beep. The container began to shift with mechanical sounds. Whir. Clank. Cold mist seeped out from the seams as panels moved and rearranged themselves. The front split open, revealing yet another container inside. This inner container was sleeker, with a large screen dominating its facade. The screen flickered to life, displaying a blue digital interface against a backdrop of moving binary code. At its center was a silhouette of a human figure, alternating smoothly between male and female forms. Beside the silhouette, streams of data flashed rapidly across the screen. Summer couldn't contain her excitement. She squeezed next to Don, her shoulder brushing against his as she peered intently at the display. "Look at that!" she gasped. A brief set of information appeared. Name: OMEGA. Operational machine with enhanced general adaptability. Model: Omega Gen concept model. Her eyes widened. "Holy shit, it's really Omega Gen!" she exclaimed, practically bouncing on her toes. Don glanced sideways at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Didn't think she could get this excited about anything, he thought. She's like a kid in a candy store. Summer studied the screen closely, but when no new information appeared, She looked up at him. Well, open the main container. He sighed. Why does it need 2 containers? She rolled her eyes. Obviously, it's because of the fusion reactor that likely powers the android. They need extra shielding for transport. Sure, he replied nonchalantly. Stepping in front of the inner container, Don allowed the scanner to read him once more. The beam swept over him, and with a confirming beep, the container began to morph again. This time, an even colder mist billowed out, like opening a freezer on a hot day. Hiss. Summer stepped back, wrapping her arms around herself. Brah, that's chilly, she murmured. Don remained where he was, his enhanced senses piercing through the foggy air. As the mist cleared, the form inside became visible. Standing upright was the android, but it wasn't what he had anticipated. Or rather, she looked like a strikingly beautiful woman. Clad in a classically styled maid outfit, she had piercing blue eyes and short, deep black hair that framed her face elegantly. Her sleek, jointed hands were made of a pale white material, with metallic gray accents at the joints. The android stood tall, easily over 190 centimeters. While the attire concealed much of her form, it was evident she had a well-proportioned figure. Well, that's unexpected, Don thought, raising an eyebrow. Summer's excitement faded into disbelief once the mist faded. Wait a second, she said, narrowing her eyes at the android. Turning sharply to Don, she demanded, did you order a sex bot and disguise it as an Omega Gen model to fool Mum? He looked at her, taking offense at the accusation. Seriously? Do you really think the Yuma would help me smuggle a sex bot into the house? She hesitated. Well, no, but why does it look like that? She gestured toward the android. Did you customize it? He shook his head. They didn't tell me anything about its appearance. He glanced back at the android, a slight smile appearing on his lips. But I have to admit, I don't mind how it looks. Ugh, gross. Summer made a face. Don't even think about doing weird stuff with that android. He shrugged innocently. What's weird about appreciating good design, like admiring a car? She glared at him, hands on her hips. You know damn well that's not what I mean. Before she could finish, the android's eyes lit up with an intense blue glow. Beep. The illumination cast a soft light around them. The android turned her head smoothly, first looking at Summer, then settling her gaze on Don. Her movements were fluid, almost lifelike. Biometric data confirmed. Owner identified, Don Bright, she stated in a clear, emotionless voice. Initiating system diagnostics. Neural networks operational. Sensory inputs active. All parameters within optimal ranges. Summer blinked in surprise. Whoa, she whispered. The android continued, awaiting further instructions. Please specify primary operational directives. Don crossed his arms, studying the android thoughtfully. Impressive. Summer leaned in, her skepticism giving way to curiosity. Can you access its settings? I wanna know what it's capable of. He glanced at her. Why should I? She huffed. I just want to make sure it's functioning properly. Don wasn't buying that reason and instead asked the android, give me a rough introduction about yourself and what kind of android you are. The android nodded with a fluid motion. Affirmative, it replied in a clear, synthesized voice. Commencing self-introduction. Summer leaned in, her curiosity apparent. Don noticed the subtle shift in her posture where she was genuinely intrigued. Android profile. OMEGA, the android began. Originally engineered as the ultimate home security solution, the OMEGA line of android was meant to represent the pinnacle in robotic technology and artificial intelligence. Development, however, was halted due to exorbitant production costs and unforeseen issues with adaptive AI. Don crossed his arms, absorbing the information. So it's a top-tier model that never hit the market, but what does mean by issues? He thought. Summer tapped a few notes into her tablet. This explains the dual lead containment casing, she whispered excitedly. My key features are, 1. The android announced neural network learning. This allows me to utilize advanced deep learning algorithms, enabling real-time learning from my environment and experiences. 2. Reinforcement learning protocols. This enables me to adapt my behavior based on feedback, optimizing performance in dynamic situations. 3. Predictive analytics. I am capable of forecasting potential security threats through pattern recognition and predictive modeling. Summer's fingers flew over her tablet screen. This is incredible, she muttered. True adaptive intelligence. Don glanced at her. Impressed, huh? She nodded vigorously. You have no idea, the android went on after a brief pause. 4. Integrated combat systems. I am equipped with a comprehensive database of martial arts and tactical combat techniques for proficient self-defense and protective actions. 5. Sensor array. I also feature high-resolution cameras, LiDAR, and thermal imaging to detect and track multiple targets simultaneously. 6. Precision actuators. My high-torque actuators provide enhanced strength and agility, surpassing human capabilities. Don raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you're more than just a security system. The android inclined its head slightly. Affirmative. I am designed to ensure optimal protection. Summer looked up. Wait, does that mean you could take on superhumans? The android responded, my capabilities are designed to counter a wide range of threats, so yes. Don exchanged a glance with Summer after hearing the android's answer. Well, that's reassuring. I am glad you are pleased. Moving on, the android replied as it continued with its introduction. 7. Quantum computing core. I house a quantum processor that performs complex calculations at unprecedented speeds, enhancing decision-making processes. 8. I am powered by a micro-scale fusion reactor, providing a virtually limitless power supply with minimal waste heat. 9. Nanite repair systems. I incorporating nanotechnology for self-repair, allowing me to heal minor damages autonomously. Summer nearly dropped her tablet. A fusion reactor and nanite repair? This is beyond state-of-the-art. Don didn't understand everything he was hearing, but given Summer's reactions, he couldn't help but be impressed. This could be a real game changer, he considered. 10. My exoskeleton material is constructed with neutronium, thus characterized by extraordinary density and resilience, providing unmatched durability and effective absorption of kinetic energy. The neutronium plating covers critical structural areas such as arms, joints, and neck, offering protection without compromising flexibility. Summer's mouth fell open slightly. Neutronium is. How did they Avena? Apparently, they didn't spare any expense, Don remarked, his smile growing wider. 11. My dermal layer, the chest, face, abdomen, thighs, and pelvis are covered with synthi skin, an advanced synthetic material mimicking human skin. The features of synthi skin include realistic texture and elasticity. This provides a lifelike appearance and movement, enhancing my social interactions. Sensory feedback. Embedded sensors relay tactile information, enabling me to gauge pressure, temperature, and texture. And finally, adaptive camouflage. This makes me capable of altering pigmentation to blend with surroundings or mimic human skin tones. Don observed the android's features more closely. The synthi skin did give it an uncanny resemblance to a human. So that's why you look so realistic. The android looked at him. Affirmative. My design facilitates better integration in social environments. Summer folded her arms, her earlier annoyance resurfacing. Still doesn't explain the maid outfit. Don chuckled softly. Maybe it's part of the home aspect of the security system. She rolled her eyes. Right. Despite my key features, I do possess some negatives. The android suddenly revealed. For one, production costs. The use of rare and complex materials like neutronium and quantum processors significantly increases manufacturing expenses. Hence there are few models like myself, as we are classified as incomplete prototypes. Summer nodded. Makes sense why they didn't mass-produce these. 2. A.I. operational faults. Early models exhibited unpredictable behavior due to the complexities of the adaptive A.I, leading to potential safety risks. Don frowned slightly at this. Unpredictable behavior? The android replied. My A.I has since been stabilized for operational safety. Let's hope so, Don muttered under his breath. 3. Hardware constraints. The incorporation of neutronium consumed space that could have been allocated for additional nano-GPUs, limiting computational expansion capabilities. 4. ethical considerations, though not a true negative. My capabilities do raise questions about autonomy and the ethical treatment of sentient machines like myself. Summer looked at Don. That's a pretty heavy topic. He nodded. Yay, now I see why Aunt Amanda said not to start the A.I revolution in here. 5. As a non-production model, maintenance and software updates are not supported, potentially leading to obsolescence or malfunctions over time. Great, Summer said sarcastically. So if something goes wrong, we're on our own. Don raised his eyebrows again and showed a confused expression. We? Summer frowned at Don's smug expression. You probably didn't even read the terms of use they gave you, she said, folding her arms. They're likely just leasing the android to you. It's not technically yours. Don paused, considering her words. She might have a point. Trusting Benjamin's word alone wasn't wise. But before he could respond, the android interjected. I believe I do belong to Don Bright, she stated in a monotone voice. He holds administrator permissions to all my systems. While it's possible there is an emergency override known only to my creator, I detect no such functions at this time. Don turned to Summer with a sly grin, his eyes practically gleaming with triumph. Summer's mouth fell open in disbelief. How could they give you an Omega Gen android to keep? That doesn't make any sense. She looked him up and down. What are you hiding? Truth be told, Don was just as puzzled. If the android was as valuable as Summer claimed, why had they entrusted it to him? It seemed excessive merely to avoid legal issues with his family. As if reading their thoughts, the android spoke again. Reviewing past entry data, she began, I have been assigned 3 administrators. Initially, Dr. Gadget's credentials were in my systems during the 5 years it took to build me. Earlier this year, his details were removed and replaced with those of Andrew Barkley. And less than 48 hours ago, they were changed to Don Bright. It could be a mistake, but the likelihood is minimal. Upon hearing this, Don couldn't help but wonder, was this Claire's doing, or perhaps Director Graham's? It seemed unlikely that such a significant change happened by accident. Summer's eyes narrowed even more, feeling outmaneuvered. Suddenly, a sly smile spread across her face. She sidled up to Don, pressing herself against him. With fluttering eyelashes, she said in flirty voice, Oh, Donnie, won't you please give me admin privileges? I'll do anything for you. Before she could finish, the android moved for the first time. In one swift motion, she gently but firmly pulled Summer away from Don, positioning herself between them. I strongly advise against that, sir, she said to Don. Unless it is someone you fully trust, granting administrator access is ill-advised, especially when your hormones may be influencing your decisions. Might I suggest reconsidering after masturbation for a clearer perspective on the matter? Hey, Summer protested, her cheeks flushing. Don struggled to suppress a laugh. Don't worry, he told the android, holding up a hand. I won't be giving Summer any privileges at all. The android nodded. I am relieved to hear that, she replied in the same flat tone. I am fully capable of attending to any complex needs you may have, so you may assign administrator privileges to her with the other android. Summer's eyes widened. Other? She exclaimed. You mean he gets to have 2 Omega Gen androids? Don's smile grew. This just keeps getting better, he thought, imagining how much easier his life as Don might become. However, the android corrected them. No, she stated. The other unit is a Delta Gen 4. Summer's excitement deflated instantly. She sighed. Oh, just a standard model. Don shrugged, still pleased. Having 1 Omega Gen android was more than he could have hoped for. Yet, he still couldn't shake the question of how this all came to be. Glancing at his watch, Don remembered his plans for the evening and decided it was time to wrap things up. He looked at the android. I've heard enough for now. Do you have a name? The android tilted her head slightly. My designation is Omega. Don shook his head. No, I mean a real name. I do not understand, she replied, her expression unchanging. He narrowed his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be super smart? Summer smacked him lightly on the shoulder. She's adaptive, you dummy. She learns over time. Right now, she's operating on basic processes while she studies her environment. The android nodded. Your assessment is mostly accurate. Don rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In that case, I'll give you a name. That is acceptable, she replied. He snapped his fingers. From now on, your name is Winter. Understood. The android now Winter acknowledged. May I inquire about the reasoning behind this name? Don smirked. Because it's the opposite of Summer here, who doesn't listen to me. Hey, Summer protested, glaring at him. Winter nodded. I see. A clever use of naming conventions. Don't encourage his dumb ideas, Summer exclaimed at the android. Winter looked at her. But that is part of my function. Don chuckled. I think this is the start of a beautiful relationship. He gestured towards the house. Come on, Winter, follow me. Affirmative, she replied, stepping forward with mechanical grace. Wait, Summer called out, jogging after them. I'm not done asking questions. And what about the other android? Don waved a hand dismissively without turning around. I'll activate it later. Footsteps echoed in the spacious garage as they made their way towards the connecting door to the house. Summer hurried to catch up, her shoes tapping rapidly against the concrete floor. Hey, wait up, she insisted, falling into step beside Don. You can't just walk off like that. Don glanced at her, an amused glint in his eye. Sure I can. Watch me, she huffed, crossing her arms. You're impossible, you know that? They soon entered the hallway, the warm lighting contrasting with the cool ambience of the garage. Winter followed closely behind, her movements smooth and silent despite her size. Don paused by the staircase, turning to face Summer. Look, I have things to do. We'll talk more about this later, okay? She raised an eyebrow, unwilling to let Don leave until her curiosity was satisfied. Like what? He smirked. Wouldn't you like to know? Winter stood beside him, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Do you require any assistance with your tasks, sir? Not at the moment, he replied. But thanks for asking. Summer eyed Winter suspiciously. Does she have to be so formal? Winter looked at her. My programming dictates a respectful demeanor towards my administrator. Don shrugged. I think it's refreshing. It's about time I got some respect around here. Summer rolled her eyes. Of course you do. He shrugged and started making his way up the stairs. Anyway, I'm off to get some things done. What things? She pressed, following a few steps behind. Don sighed and stopped midway, turning to look at her with a slightly tilted head. Summer, don't you have something else to do? Summer frowned and placed her hands on her hips. Not until you tell me what you're up to. He sighed. Fine. I'm going to take a shower and then handle some personal matters. Satisfied? Hardly, she muttered. Winter observed the exchange quietly. If privacy is required, I can ensure that no interruptions occur. Don gave her a thumbs up. Appreciated, Winter. Summer threw her hands up in frustration. This is ridiculous. Don ignored her and continued up the stairs, only saying, see you later, Summer. She stood at the bottom, watching them ascend with a small frown. Don't think this conversation is over. Don waved casually as he disappeared around the corner, Winter following closely. Entering his room, Don closed the door behind them. He leaned against it for a moment, exhaling deeply. What a day, he thought. Winter stood in the center of the room, hands at her sides as she looked around. Do you have any specific instructions for me, sir? Don raised his. He looked at her, considering. Can you? I don't know. Familiarize yourself with the house or something? Affirmative. I will map the premises and note any security vulnerabilities. Don nodded in agreement while walking toward his closet. Actually, that could be useful. Would you like a report upon completion? Sure, he said, tossing a shirt onto the bed. Why not? Winter turned smoothly and exited the room. Click. The door closed softly behind her. After Winter left the room, Don let out a deep sigh and sat on the edge of his bed. He rubbed his temples, contemplating the day's events. She could be a significant asset, he thought, considering Winter's potential, not just for his persona as Don Bright, but possibly even as Predator if he could confirm her loyalty. His current plan revolved around establishing a dual identity: Don Bright, the aspiring young hero with a promising future, and Predator, his shadowy supervillain alter ego. As Don, he aimed to be capable but not draw excessive attention. As Predator, he needed to remain unseen, gradually taking control of the city's underworld without anyone connecting the dots. A challenging endeavor, but not impossible. Using certain powers exclusively as Don and others solely as Predator would help maintain the separation. After all, suddenly developing new abilities would raise unwanted suspicions. As Don, he could only begin shaping his public image once he started at the Superhuman University on Monday. He needed to assess the environment and see what moves to make. But as Predator, his work began tonight. His target, the Hellriders gang. He planned to either take them over as a puppet organization or dismantle them entirely to set an example. The former would provide him with expendable assets, the latter would boost his reputation in the shadows. Either outcome would serve his goals. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit back room cluttered with old beer crates and dusty equipment, Marcus sat slumped on a metal folding chair. His hands were bound tightly behind him, the ropes digging into his wrists. His face was a gruesome sight, swollen and bloodied from a relentless beating. One eye was nearly swollen shut, his lip split and oozing blood. Bruises marked where metal knuckles had met flesh repeatedly. He tilted to one side, his breaths shallow and ragged. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, and black spots were present at the edges of his vision. In front of him stood Victoro, a tall, chubby man with an intimidating presence. He wore a leather jacket with ripped sleeves, revealing tattooed forearms, and his blue jeans were stained with grease. His face was harsh, with a crooked nose that looked like it had been broken more than once, and cold, piercing brown eyes that showed no mercy. Marcus tried to speak, his voice barely above a whisper. "Victor. Please." Victor glared at him. "You got some nerve," he growled, clenching his fist and cracking his knuckles menacingly. From the corner of the room, T-Back stood silently by the door, his metallic arms crossed over his chest as he spoke up. "You won't get any answers if you kill him, Vic." Victor shot him a fierce look. "Shut it, T-Back. This is Hellrider's business, not the club's." Before T-Back could respond, the door swung open with a creak. A woman strode in. She had tanned brown skin and short black hair that framed her sharp features. Her green eyes were intense, accentuated by the piercing on her nose and the small hoops lining her ears. A choker wrapped around her neck, and her black leather vest left her midriff exposed, revealing a belly button ring. Tight black leather pants hugged her legs, and heavy boots completed the look. She stopped a few feet from Victor, her expression stern. "What the hell, Victor?" she demanded. Victor glanced back at her and spat on the ground. "This idiot lost our shipment and had the audacity to come back claiming it was ghosts. He's lucky I haven't killed him yet, Ash." Ash maintained her frown, her eyes flicking to Marcus's battered form. "He's barely alive," she pointed out. "How are we supposed to get answers if he's dead?" She crossed her arms. "Whatever attacked our transport killed everyone else without leaving a trace. Our contact in the police says even they have no idea what happened." Victor gritted his teeth, but Ash's words seemed to penetrate his anger. He turned back to Marcus, grabbing him by the chin and forcing him to look up. A cruel smile spread across his face. "All right, Marcus," he said in a low voice. "Tell me everything about this ghost that attacked you." It was just past 7 p.m. when Don laid in bed, going over some files through Gary Assist. Various prompts and data floated in his augmented reality view. Suddenly, the interface shifted, displaying a caller ID prompt. "Gary." He tapped to answer, the earbuds in his ears connecting the call seamlessly. Gary's clear, polite voice greeted him. "Evening, sir." "Evening," Don responded casually. "I wanted to inform you that everything is ready, sir," Gary continued. "The young madam and I have shortlisted the most suitable places for tonight's Broken Bar activities. May I ask, what hour would you like to begin?" Don rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Midnight felt right to enough time to prepare, and it would allow him to move under the cover of darkness. "Midnight should be good." "Understood," Gary replied. "I will send you the pickup location a few minutes beforehand. Have a pleasant evening until then." "Thanks, you too," Don said, ending the call. He let out a sigh and rolled off the bed, standing and stretching his arms. There was still time to kill before midnight. He removed the contact lenses and earbuds, placing them carefully on the dresser next to the bed. His mind then turned to Winter, his newly acquired Omega Gen android. Might as well spend some time figuring out more about her and what she can do, he thought. As he made his way to the door, a faint fluttering noise reached his ears. His superhuman hearing picked it up instantly, and he frowned. Opening the door quickly, he found Winter standing directly outside, facing the door, her expression blank. He paused for a moment. He hadn't heard any footsteps at all, only the sound of her maid dress fluttering in the air. She's practically silent, he noted, impressed despite himself. Winter spoke, her voice as monotone as ever. I have completed my exploration of the house and am ready to report my findings. Don raised an eyebrow. Before that, did you hear anything just now? If you are referring to the phone conversation you just had, then yes. My audio receptors picked it up. Don crossed his arms. You can delete what you heard, right? And from now on, don't listen in on my phone calls unless I allow you to. That goes for anyone else in the house, too. Winter nodded. Understood. I will delete the data from my systems and reduce the range of my audio receptors during future phone calls unless permission is granted. I will remember this directive. Don studied her for a moment. He knew the advantage of having her spy on his family was tempting, but until he was sure that no external access existed to her systems, he couldn't risk it. Good, he replied. I'm just being cautious. Before I trust you with sensitive information, I need to make sure your systems aren't vulnerable to external control. Winter blinked, her head tilting slightly. It is commendable that you take your security seriously. I hope to prove myself reliable and trustworthy in the coming days. Don smiled faintly. I've got no doubt you will. Before they could continue, Winter's head turned slightly toward the stairs. I detect a vehicle pulling into the driveway. Don focused his own senses, hearing the familiar hum of an engine. He nodded. It's my mother's car. No need to worry. Understood, Winter replied, stepping back. He gestured for her to follow. Come on. It's time I introduced you to the rest of the household. Your primary role here is to protect them. Got it? Winter followed closely behind. Understood. Does that mean I should prioritize their safety over your own? Don paused at the question. Well, he trailed off, unsure how to answer. He hadn't considered that detail yet. They reached the garage, where they found Summer standing beside the other android container, tapping rapidly on her tablet. She glanced up as Don and Winter entered, frowning in her usual sarcastic manner. Oh, look who's finally done being busy. Ready to open the other container now? Don gave her a perplexed look. What are you talking about? We're just here to meet Mom and Aunt Amanda. Summer raised an eyebrow. Mom and Aunt Amanda? Before she could say anything else, the garage door began to rise, remotely activated with a whir. As the door opened, Samantha's Range Rover came into view, pulling into the driveway. Don glanced at Winter. Can you move your container to the back so Mom can park? Without a word, Winter approached the heavy container and, with ease, lifted it. Her movements were smooth and effortless as she relocated it to the back of the garage. Inside the car, both Samantha and Amanda exchanged confused glances. From their perspective, the sight of a tall, busty maid lifting an enormous container as if it weighed nothing was unusual, to say the least. Samantha stepped out of the car first, looking at Winter as she walked back after moving the container. What in the world? Amanda followed, hands on her hips, a bemused expression on her face. All right, Don. What kind of kinky stuff are you up to? Before Don could respond, Summer rushed past him, her voice full of irritation. Mom, Don got an Omega Gen android, and he won't even let me study it. He even customized it to look like a maid. Don raised his hands in mock surprise, not even getting the chance to defend himself before Winter spoke up. That is incorrect. I was designed this way. No modifications have been made to my appearance as of yet. Samantha looked between Don and Winter, her eyebrows raised. Wait. This android is? Don nodded. Yeah, Mom. This is Winter. She's here to help with security around the house. Amanda's eyes narrowed. And no modifications, huh? So this wasn't your doing? Don sighed, exasperated. No, Aunt Amanda, I didn't pick the maid outfit, all right? Amanda chuckled, clearly entertained by the situation. Well, I guess as long as she's keeping the place safe, I don't mind. Still, got to admit, she's quite the sight. Samantha folded her arms, examining Winter more closely. I don't know how I feel about an android looking after us, Donnie. Don shrugged. She's top of the line. Trust me, you'll get used to her. Summer, still pouting, crossed her arms. I still think it's unfair that I don't get to study her systems. Come on, Don. What's the harm? Winter remained expressionless but spoke up once more. The harm would be unauthorized access to my systems, which is against the directives given by my administrator, Don Bright. Summer rolled her eyes. I know that. But it's still not fairer. Don cut her off. Look, Summer, I'm not handing out admin privileges, alright? You'll just have to deal with it. Amanda kept her hands on her hips, a wide grin spreading across her face as she commented, I have to say, the guy who designed her must have had some special kinks, she teased. Without missing a beat, Winter corrected her in her usual monotone voice. I was, in fact, designed by a woman. The majority of my assembly was conducted by other androids, and my primary components were manufactured by Dr. Gadget. Don couldn't resist teasing Amanda as well. Sounds like the designer had a lot in common with you, Aunt Amanda. Amanda gasped in mock offense. Hey! She exclaimed, laughing, though clearly not taking the jab to heart. Samantha, standing nearby, gave Winter a once-over, her brow furrowing in thought. You know, Winter, you remind me of those adult bots they advertise late at night on TV. Winter responded with the same detached, factual tone. I'm not an adult entertainment bot. I am closer to a warbot than anything else. However, I do possess mechanisms for sexual functions. Samantha's eyes widened, and her hand flew to her mouth. Oh my! Amanda burst into laughter, slapping her knee. Well, looks like we won't be seeing Don coming out of his room too often, she joked, glancing at Don with a wicked grin. Summer, not one to miss an opportunity, pointed an accusatory finger at Don. See? Don's just going to end up abusing a high-tech android for perverted stuff. Winter, as emotionless as ever, turned towards Summer. I am incredibly durable. I would not mind. Samantha's face flushed at the android's matter-of-fact response, and she quickly turned away, her mind likely imagining something far too inappropriate. Summer, on the other hand, opened her mouth in disbelief, momentarily lost for words. A soft cough. Samantha cleared her throat, clearly trying to steer the conversation back on track. All right, I think this discussion is getting a little out of hand. She glanced at Summer with a more serious look. It's Don's android, so he's free to do whatever he wants with it. Summer huffed, crossing her arms in defeat. Fine, she muttered, her frustration evident in her tone. Don, pleased with how the situation was going, shifted the topic. How's Fabio doing? He asked, turning his attention to Samantha. Her expression softened immediately, a warm smile spreading across her face. Oh, he's fine. He told me to congratulate you on getting into the elite hero program. She beamed with pride. As Samantha continued to speak, Amanda, unable to resist her curiosity, wandered over to Winter. Her eyes lit up with mischief as she inspected the android up close, circling her slowly. Finally, her curiosity got the better of her, and she crouched slightly, attempting to peek under Winter's dress. Before Amanda could succeed in her endeavor, Samantha snapped her name. Amanda! She scolded, eyes narrowing. Can you not harass the android? Amanda shrugged, standing back up with a sheepish grin. What? I was just curious. Samantha sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Can we please go inside and settle down for dinner? She asked, exasperation creeping into her voice. Fine, fine, Amanda relented, holding up her hands in surrender before casting one more glance at Winter. I'll behave. The soft clatter of takeout containers being opened filled the dining room as Samantha and Aunt Amanda set the bags on the table. Dinner tonight was a casual affair and no elaborate meals, just some Chinese takeout they'd picked up on the way back. The aromatic smells of stir-fried noodles, sesame chicken, and dumplings mixed with the scent of soy sauce, tempting even the less than hungry members of the household. Don sat at the far end of the table, picking at his food more than actually eating. His mind wasn't entirely present. With everything going on, between Winter's introduction and his upcoming plans, it was hard to focus on trivial small talk. He appreciated that the others were more interested in the android than him. It provided some relief. So, Winter, Summer leaned in, balancing her chin on her hands, curiosity bubbling. "How fast can you run?" Winter looked up from the plate of food she hadn't touched, an unnecessary gesture but one Don had decided was a good idea for appearances. "I am capable of reaching speeds of up to 75 miles per hour on foot. However, this may vary depending on terrain and environmental conditions." Summer's eyes widened. 75? That's insane. "That's not even a car, that's a freaking race car," Amanda chimed in between sips of wine, clearly impressed. Don watched quietly, observing how Winter handled the barrage of questions. She answered each one without fuss. For once, it was kind of nice to fade into the background, letting the spotlight stay on Sumionia or something else. Samantha, smiling faintly, leaned back in her chair. "I guess having someone like Winter around could make us feel a lot safer, huh?" "Absolutely," Don responded, more out of reflex than anything. His mind was still elsewhere, already calculating the next moves he had to make as Predator. Take out the Hell Riders or establish control. In a broken bar his thoughts trailed as Amanda interrupted the quiet moment. She swirled the remaining wine in her glass with a smirk. "So, who's up for another movie night?" Clink. Summer's fork hit her plate as she immediately shot Don a look, clearly recalling what had happened the last time a movie night was suggested. Before she could say a word, Samantha spoke up. "Actually, I think we should all get to bed early tonight. We're going to church tomorrow." Summer grimaced like she'd just bitten into a lemon. "Church?" she muttered, slumping back in her chair. Amanda blinked in disbelief, pausing mid-sip. "Church? Seriously? Even me?" Don raised a brow, surprised himself. The family didn't exactly give off a religious vibe, but this presented an opportunity for him to slip away earlier than planned without arousing suspicion. He quickly adjusted his expression and nodded in support. "Great idea, Mum. We should all get some rest for that." Samantha gave him a puzzled look, clearly caught off guard by his sudden show of enthusiasm. "Your broken bar, thanks, Donnie." Summer wasn't buying it. She leaned forward, eyes narrowing at Don. "Since when did you like church?" "You used to fake having diarrhea every Sunday just to get out of it." Amanda snorted, barely containing her laughter. "Oh yeah, I remember that." "You hated church more than anything, and Summer couldn't stand Sunday school." "Ugh, don't remind me," Summer grumbled, rolling her eyes at the memory. Don stood up, stretching his arms in an exaggerated yawn. Yeah, laugh it off." "Anyway, I'm heading to bed early, so I have enough time for my morning routine." He shot a lazy wave toward the group. "Good night, everyone." "Morning routine?" Summer raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Since when do you even have one of those?" Don ignored her, adding as he walked toward the stairs, "Oh, and don't come wake me up unless it's an emergency." "I'll be up in time, I promise." He could feel Summer's suspicious gaze burning into the back of his head, but he didn't look back. Before leaving the room entirely, Don turned to Winter. "Stay downstairs and keep familiarizing yourself with the place. And don't answer any more questions from Summer until I say so, just in case she tries sneaking out at night to play 20 questions." "Hey," Summer protested, crossing her arms defensively. "I wouldn't do that." Don shot her a cheeky smile. "Then you won't mind the order?" He winked. "Good night." Winter nodded, her expression unchanged. "Affirmative." "Orders received." Satisfied, Don turned and headed up the stairs. And he made his way to his room. Once inside, he shut the door with a click and leaned against it, exhaling deeply. Glancing at his watch, he saw the time, 10:47 p.m. Still early, he thought, his fingers brushing over the watch's face. Might as well do a final review of everything before heading out. Don immersed himself in the data, scanning through reports, maps, and profiles as Gary Assist displayed them in his augmented view. Time slipped by unnoticed until a soft notification chimed at 11:44 p.m., drawing his attention to a message from Gary. "Everything is in place, sir," the message read. "You'll find a car waiting at the marked location." Don sighed, glancing at the time. Less than 20 minutes until midnight. Despite all his meticulous planning, a flicker of anxiety tugged at him. His mind wandered back to the last time he wore the Predator suit, to the intoxicating rush of power, the detached, almost truthless precision with which he'd taken out the Hell Riders. No hesitation, No remorse, just cold efficiency. He pushed the lingering unease aside, muttering quietly to himself, "In shroud." The strange tattoo on his wrist seemed to pulse, then expand, stretching over his skin like liquid shadow. The tendrils crawled up his arm, enveloping his body entirely until the predator suit formed around him. With a flick of his wrist, Don raised his hand toward the door. Click. A shadow tendril materialized from the darkness near the door and twisted into the lock, securing it. His figure then blurred for a moment before vanishing entirely into the dark corner of the room. Whoosh! He reappeared beneath the faint glow of a street lamp, the light barely casting a circle on the pavement beneath. The cold air of the night brushed against the fabric of his suit as he stood at the edge of the Chanel Hills community. The familiar darkness welcomed him like an old friend. This is about the limit, he thought, glancing around at his surroundings. Moving between shadows had its distance constraints, and this was as far as he could push it in one jump. He remained still for only a few seconds before vanishing again, disappearing into the shadows with barely a sound. When he reappeared, it was in a quiet, dark street lined with parked cars. Don scanned the rows of vehicles, his sharp eyes quickly zeroing in on a black car with the number plate Gary had indicated. His suit retreated into its tattoo form as he approached the car casually, opening the door and slipping inside. The interior was familiar and clean and driverless. As soon as he settled into the seat, the screen in front of him flickered to life. Gary's face appeared, standing in what looked like an unfamiliar office, papers strewn across the desk behind him. He glanced at his watch, then smiled at Don. "That was quick," Gary said, adjusting his tie. "Looks like we're ahead of schedule." Don leaned back, resting one hand on his chin. "I'd rather be early than unprepared." Gary nodded, pleased. "That's the spirit. This gives us some time to finalize your plan. From the intel I sent over, have you decided which Hellrider's storage spot to hit?" "The warehouse by the Santos City docks," Don answered immediately, causing a commotion. "There will draw more attention. The police will have a harder time covering it up, and it'll affect operations for other gangs and organizations that depend on it. It'll put the Hellriders in a tough spot." Gary raised an eyebrow, nodding in approval. "A brilliant objective, but understandably tricky to pull off." "I know," Don replied. "But it'll leave them weak enough to either crush or take over quietly." "That's the goal." "Ambitious," Gary said, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "But if anyone can pull it off, it's you." "I'll be on standby to provide support if needed." "The vehicle will drop you off at a nearby location, close enough for infiltration." "Good luck, sir." The screen went dark as the car began to move smoothly through the streets. Don sat in silence, watching the city lights blur past the windows. Less than 20 minutes later, the car slowed to a halt in a dimly lit area not far from the docks. But Don wasn't planning to walk out the front door. He muttered, "In shroud, and shoom." The predator suit formed around him once more before he vanished right there and then in the car. The faint hum of dock machinery filled the air as Don reappeared in the shadows between two large shipping containers. His glowing white eyes scanned the area, his vision adjusting to the low light. The docks were vast, a maze of crates, warehouses, and parked trucks, all dimly lit by flickering overhead lights. He moved quietly, his footsteps absorbed by the darkness as he moved from shadow to shadow. He paused behind a stack of crates, listening to the faint murmur of voices nearby. "I'm tellin' ya, something's off tonight," one of the guards muttered, lighting a cigarette. His voice was low but audible. "You're paranoid, man," his partner replied, leaning against a truck. "Just another quiet night at the docks. Nothing ever happens here." Don stayed still, blending perfectly with the shadows. He didn't need to take them out or just avoid them. He waited, patient, watching as they finished their conversation and then moved on, walking further down the dock. Once they were out of earshot, Don slipped through the narrow space between the crates, continuing his silent approach. He had memorized the rough layout of the docks from the files Gary provided, and he knew the Hellrider's warehouse was nearby. He just needed to confirm which one. As he moved, he spotted another pair of guards standing outside one of the larger warehouses. They were armed, but not heavily. It was a subtle teller. This had to be the place. This has to be it, Don thought, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the exterior. The guards didn't seem particularly alert, just standing there talking casually. He remained hidden in the shadows, inching closer until he was within earshot of their conversation. "Boss says we got to move the shipment tomorrow," one guard was saying. "Some big deal went down, and now they're pushing up the timeline." "Great," the other guard groaned. "More overtime." Don's suspicions were confirmed. This was the Hell Rider's main stash at the docks. It was time to move. As Don crouched on the roof, he focused his attention on the surrounding area. He used the presence of shadows to detect how many people were inside the warehouse. Some were stationary, while others moved. He also noticed something peculiar. After certain individuals walked a bit, he could no longer sense their presence clearly or at all. He quickly deduced they must have stepped into a well-lit area. "I detect about 15 unique presences here," Don muttered to himself. "5 outside, and the rest inside. But I should assume there might be more in well-lit areas." Having reached this conclusion, Don's figure faded into the shadows of the very roof he was on. Below, outside the warehouse, the two guards Don had eavesdropped on earlier were still chatting casually, strangely relaxed. Now observing them from the corner of a dark crate, Don thought, they probably don't know what happened to their friends. That's clever on their leader's part too. It keeps them from panicking. But, he thought, it also means they'll be as complacent as ever, making them easy targets. "Hey Jim, can I have $5 to go grab a pack of cigarettes or something?" one of the guards asked, scratching the back of his head with a wide grin. The other guard frowned and pulled some money from his pocket. "Yeah, grab me a root beer while you're at it," he said, handing over the cash. Don watched with faint amusement at how casual these guards were. He began to wonder if what they were protecting was even worth anything. As soon as the first guard left, Don knew it was time to act. He waited until the other was completely out of sight before making his move. The remaining guard, now alone at the front, sighed and pulled out his phone, idly scrolling through social media profiles of busty women. One of Don's shadow tendrils began to creep up behind him, rising from the dark shadows on the wall. The guard remained completely oblivious until it was too late. Whoosh! Without warning, the tendril snapped forward, coiling tightly around the man's neck. His eyes widened in shock as he dropped his phone in panic, his hands clawing at his throat, desperately trying to grasp what was strangling him. But there was nothing for him to hold onto. It was a shadow, after all. Gasping for air, the man struggled, confusion and terror washing over his face as the tendril squeezed tighter with every passing second. The guard's eyes bulged, face turning purple as he gasped for air that would never come. His hands clawed weakly at his neck, but there was no escape from the tightening tendril of shadow. Thud. His lifeless body soon crumpled to the ground, the phone he'd been holding clattering uselessly beside him. Don didn't spare the corpse a second glance. His eyes were already tracking the next target of the guard who had left moments earlier to grab cigarettes. Slipping into the nearby shadows, Don followed him, his movements silent and fluid, using the darkness to cloak his presence. The guard walked casually, unaware of the fate that had just befallen his friend. He whistled a jaunty tune, his footsteps echoing faintly in the cool night air of the docks. He stopped at a corner near a stack of crates, pulling out his lighter and a cigarette, oblivious to the predator stalking him from the shadows. Don moved fast, his form barely noticeable in the dim light. Swish! In one quick motion, Don lunged from behind, grabbing the man by the head, clamping a hand tightly over his mouth. The guard's eyes widened in shock, but he couldn't scream. His muffled cries died in his throat as Don slammed him against the grate. There was a brief struggle, futile. Don twisted the man's head sharply, and crack how the sound of snapping vertebrae could be heard. Blood splattered onto the crate as the guard's body slumped lifelessly in Don's grip. He let the body drop with a dull thump and wiped his hands on the man's shirt before standing up. 2 down, Don thought, scanning the area again. 3 more left. He moved back toward the warehouse, his superhuman senses on full alert. In the span of 2 seconds, he located the remaining guards lingering outside Tier 2 stationed at the far back of the building, and another off to the side, alone. Disappearing into the shadows once more, Don reappeared near the lone guard, who sat comfortably on a crate, smoking a cigarette with one hand and scrolling through his phone with the other. His face lit up with frustration as he muttered to himself, "Damn it, another 3-star pool. This thing is rigged." Amused, Don stepped forward, blending into the shadows cast by the warehouse wall. From behind the guard, Don's voice resonated, low and almost mocking. "I think you're worried about the wrong thing." The guard's eyes widened in panic. He turned his head sharply, looking over his shoulder, but there was nothing behind him, only darkness and the dull glow of the nearby warehouse lights. Confused, he scratched his head and glanced down at the cigarette between his fingers. "What the hell? I'm starting to hear shit," he thought, taking a final drag before turning back to his phone. As soon as his eyes focused forward, he froze. Don stood directly in front of him, inches away. Before the guard could scream or call for help, Don's hand shot out, clamping down over his mouth. Wham! With brutal force, Don slammed the man against the wall, muffling his cries as his other hand grabbed the guard's neck and twisted sharply. Crack! The guard's body went limp, falling heavily to the ground as well. Don wiped his hands on his suit, his expression cold and indifferent as he stepped over the corpse. 3 down, 2 to go. He slipped into the shadows once more, reappearing on the roof of the warehouse. From this vantage point, he could see the last 2 guards standing near each other at the far end of the building. They were more alert than the others, guns drawn and glancing around occasionally, but Don knew it wouldn't make a difference. Not for what he had planned. Crouching low, Don extended a shadow tendril toward a stack of metal containers nearby, using it to create a faint clang. The guards stiffened at the noise, exchanging annoyed glances. "Did you hear that?" one asked, irritation clear in his voice. "Yeah, I heard it," the other replied, his grip tightening on his weapon. "Go check it out." "Why me?" the first guard protested. "It's probably nothing." "Because I'm staying here," the second guard shot back, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Grumbling under his breath, the first guard reluctantly started walking toward the containers, flashlight in hand. He swept the beam of light over the area, squinting as he searched for the source of the noise. His heart rate quickened, but he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. As the guard took a step closer, Don acted. A shadow tendril snaked out from the darkness, wrapping around the guard's ankle and yanking him backward. He lost his balance and fell with a startled thud, his gun clattering to the ground. Before he could recover, another tendril, this time tipped with sharp spikes, shot out from the ground beneath him. SHK! The spike impaled him through the head, the eerie sound of it piercing flesh followed by the dull crack of bone. The guard's body twitched once, then lay still. His flashlight rolled awkwardly away, the beam of light bouncing as it spun across the pavement. The remaining guard's eyes narrowed when he noticed the strangely moving beam of light. "Hey!" he shouted, starting to move toward the spot. But as he turned around to glance over his shoulder, he found himself face to face with Don. Wham! Don's fist slammed into the guard's face with brutal force from his use of the forceful strike, bronze, skill, sending the man sprawling onto the ground. He tried to scramble to his feet, dazed and disoriented, but before he could even make sense of what had happened, Don flicked his wrist. Spikes of shadow erupted from the ground, piercing through the guard's head, neck, and chest. SHK! The guard's body collapsed, blood pooling on the ground beneath him. Don exhaled slowly as he stood there for a moment, surveying the area, making sure no one else was nearby. "That's all of them," he thought, turning his gaze toward the entrance of the warehouse. The dim light from inside flickered faintly as he narrowed his eyes. Time to deal with those inside. Inside the warehouse, dim lighting bathed the scene in shadows, casting long, distorted silhouettes over the floor. Stacked crates and large shipping containers were scattered throughout, creating a maze-like interior. Many of the containers were branded with the logo HR Goodwill Foundation, a mockery of whatever charitable front the Hell Riders had created to move their illegal goods. The scent of musty wood, oil, and something faintly metallic hung in the air, mixing with the lingering stench of alcohol. From his vantage point, Don crouched on a large metallic support frame high above the ground, his dark, mist-like form blending seamlessly into the surrounding shadows. The frame creaked faintly beneath his weight, but the noise was lost beneath the general hum of the warehouse lights mounted on similar beams. Even if one of the guards bothered to look up, they wouldn't see him, not with how the lights cast harsh glare below while keeping the heights cloaked in relative darkness. His glowing white eyes scanned the scene below. There were 10 individuals, all armed. 5 of them were patrolling the area, their movements half-hearted and lazy, while the other 5 sat in a dimly lit corner, playing poker on a crate. A large bottle of alcohol passed around between them. Don watched the patrolling guards first. They moved in erratic patterns, clearly just going through the motions without any real care or discipline. 2 of them showed signs of intoxication, as sluggish steps, exaggerated sways as they walked. It was almost laughable. No wonder this gang is falling apart, Don thought, eyes narrowing in disdain. This level of negligence was beyond pathetic. To be intoxicated while guarding what was likely an important shipment. It spoke volumes about the lack of respect the members had for their leaders, and the even greater lack of oversight those leaders had on their men. He observed their movements for a moment longer, searching for any kind of pattern. But there wasn't one. These were men patrolling just for the sake of patrolling, their lack of coordination almost embarrassing. They weren't going to last long, even if Don didn't intervene. Silently, Don slipped off the beam, his form disappearing into the shadows below. Whoosh! He reappeared behind the first guard, a large man with a rifle slung lazily over his shoulder, his eyes half closed as if he were on the verge of falling asleep while walking. Don's shadow tendril materialized behind the man, rising silently before coiling around his throat like a noose. The guard didn't have time to react. Crack! With a quick twist, Don snapped his neck and the man's body crumpling to the floor with a dull thud. Don moved quickly, slipping back into the shadows before anyone could notice. The next guard was only a few feet away, his steps slow and heavy as he muttered to himself about needing another drink. Don materialized behind him, his movements quick and silent. SHK. A spiked tendril shot up from the ground, impaling the guard through the chest. The man gasped, eyes widening as blood sprayed from his mouth, but before he could scream, Don covered his mouth with his hand, silencing him as his body slumped lifelessly against Don's chest. 2 down. He let the body fall to the ground and vanished once more. Whoosh! He appeared behind the third guard, one of the 2 intoxicated ones. This guard was humming to himself, his steps uneven. Don didn't even bother with the tendrils this time. He grabbed the guard by the back of the head and slammed it against the edge of a nearby crate. Crack! Blood splattered across the wooden surface as the man's skull fractured, his body twitching violently before going still. 3 down. Don continued, methodical and relentless. The fourth guard, though slightly more alert, was no match. A shadow tendril wrapped around his neck too, pulling him back into the darkness before he even realized what was happening. He struggled for a brief moment, hands clawing at the tendril. But it was futile. Snap! Another neck broken. Another body crumpled to the ground. By the time Don took out the fifth guard, who barely had time to react before Don slit his throat with a jagged spike of shadow, the remaining men still hadn't noticed anything amiss. They were too engrossed in their crude conversation and poker game, their laughter echoing through the warehouse as one of them posed a strange question. "Fellas, if you had to sleep with 2 women with a combined age of 30, what ages would you pick?" The man grinned, clearly amused by his own question. The 4 others paused, actually pondering it. One of them, looking particularly pleased with himself, snapped his fingers and declared, 25 and 5, except the 5 was born on February 29th, so she's really 20. "What the hell are you talking about?" another man asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. The original speaker rolled his eyes, explaining as if it were obvious. "It's a leap year, you dumb fuck." "Doesn't change the fact that the girl's technically 5, though." The man shrugged, completely unfazed. "Legally, she's 20. Another man at the table chimed in, nodding approvingly. "That's actually pretty smart. In that case, I'll choose a 30-year-old pregnant woman." Problem solved. Before the original speaker could respond, the 5th man, who had been silent up until this point, finally offered his opinion. "You guys are thinking too hard. I'd go with 9 and 9, or you can keep the rest." The crude banter was interrupted when one of the men glanced toward the crates at the back of the warehouse. "Hey McCarthy, wanna switch shifts?" There was no response. The man called out again, a bit louder this time. "McCarthy, are you there?" Silence. This time, all 5 men turned their heads, looking around the warehouse. There was no sign of any of their patrolling guards. The poker table fell quiet, the atmosphere growing uneasy as they exchanged nervous glances. "Something's wrong," one of them muttered, reaching for his gun. Unbeknownst to them, Don was already watching, perched high above once more, his glowing white eyes locked on his next targets. The men soon stood abruptly, their chairs scraping loudly against the concrete floor. The man who seemed to be in charge, a burly figure with a scar running down the side of his face, barked an order to one of the other men. "Go check it out. We'll cover you." Don smirked from his perch high above, watching as one of the lackeys nervously adjusted his grip on his gun. It was clear they were using the poor fool as bait, sacrificing him to test if there was any real danger. "But who will cover you?" Don thought, his eyes narrowing. Their attention was completely focused forward, leaving their backs wide open or exposed. He could eliminate them all in one quick attack, but he decided against it. Just like the last time, he needed one survivor, someone to spread fear, to unravel the gang from the inside. Don's gaze shifted from the group of men to the far wall of the warehouse. He recalled the floor plans he had studied before the mission. There should be a fuse box nearby, he thought, and sure enough, his eyes soon landed on it. A small gray box mounted on the wall near a stack of crates. Perfect. With a simple thought, a shadow tendril slithered silently from the darkness, coiling toward the fuse box. Click. The lights suddenly went out, plunging the warehouse into pitch-black darkness. Don closed his eyes, disappearing entirely into the shadows as the men began to panic. "Shit, what the fuck?" one of them yelled. "I can't see a damn thing." Another cursed, fumbling with his gun. Don could see perfectly fine. His shadow sense allowed him to feel every presence, every movement. He watched as they stumbled around blindly, trying to orient themselves. Moving swiftly, his figure blended into the inky blackness as a shadow tendril reached out and snaked around one of the men's necks. Without a sound, the tendril hoisted the man into the air, pulling him up to the metal beams high above. The man's legs kicked wildly in the air, his fingers clawing at the tendril constricting his throat. But it was no use. Don's strength, amplified by the suit, was far beyond anything the man could fight against. Several more tendrils shot out, wrapping around his torso and head. SHK. In one quick, brutal motion, Don pulled. The man's head was torn clean off, the sound of tearing flesh and cracking bone lost beneath the men's panicked shouts below. The lights flickered back on, bathing the warehouse in a harsh, sterile glow. What they saw next made their blood run cold. The man who had been taken was now lying on the floor, his body a twisted mess, his head detached from his torso. Blood pooled around him, spreading like an oil slick across the ground. His neck stump looked as though it had been ripped apart by something inhuman, jagged and gory. "What the fuck?" one of the men screamed, his face turning pale with horror. He backed away from the grisly sight, his gun shaking in his hands. "McCarthy, no." "What the fuck is going on?" Another man, eyes wide with fear, stammered, "I'm out of here, man. I'm fucking out." But before any of them could react further, click, how the lights went out again, throwing them back into suffocating darkness. This time, the fear in the room was clear. Every man left alive felt it deep in their gut, an overwhelming sense of dread that clawed at their insides. The thing stalking them wasn't just Kingo, it was playing with them, and they couldn't even see it. Don, watching from the shadows, felt their panic as if it were a physical presence. Their hearts raced and their breath came in ragged gasps. They were paralyzed by fear. He soon chose his next target, one of the 3 men still huddled close together, their eyes darting around frantically. Another tendril shot out from the darkness, this time not bothering with subtlety. It wrapped around the man's arm, yanking him upward with such force that he barely had time to scream, "Something's got me, help, help." His friends reacted, backing away from the spot where he had been standing just moments before. One of them pointed upward, his voice trembling. "It's up there. Shoot it." The man beside him hesitated, then joined in, both of them firing wildly into the rafters, their guns blazing. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed through the warehouse as bullets tore through the air, ricocheting off metal beams and containers. But amidst the chaos, two of the bullets hit their mark, and not the monster they were aiming for, but their own friend. His body jerked violently as one bullet punctured his lung, and another lodged in his heart. As the two remaining men continued firing blindly into the rafters, Don turned his attention to the one who had broken off from the group, frantically scrambling toward the exit, which he now couldn't even see. He didn't know it yet, but there was no escape. Don didn't need to chase him. With a thought, a wall of spiked shadow formed directly in the runner's path, the razor-sharp tendrils lacing together in the blackness, waiting. The man's desperate dash came to a gruesome end as he collided with the wall at full speed. SHK! A choked, gurgling scream escaped his lips as the spikes punctured his body in a dozen places at Don's ear, his eye, cheek, mouth, chest, stomach, leg, and hand. Each spike pierced through him with brutal accuracy, skewering flesh and bone. The agony was immediate and overwhelming, his limbs jerking involuntarily as the realization of what had just happened hit him. For a brief, horrific moment, he was suspended in place, impaled by the wall of spikes, his body twitching violently as blood poured from his wounds. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, the spikes vanished, leaving the man to collapse heavily onto the ground, his life draining away in a rapidly spreading pool of crimson. Don melted back into the shadows, his eyes glowing faintly as he observed from a safe distance. He flicked his wrist, and click, the lights in the warehouse came back on. The two men who had been shooting up at the ceiling were momentarily blinded, their eyes struggling to adjust to the sudden brightness. Blinking rapidly, they began to see once more, only for their horror to be renewed when whoosh, something heavy fell from above. Thud. Their friend's body slammed into the concrete floor between them with a sickening, fleshy pop. The impact shattered bones and burst internal organs, leaving the body a broken, twisted mess. Blood pooled around the mangled corpse, and his limbs were splayed out at unnatural angles, his face smashed beyond recognition from the fall. One of the men, unable to handle the sight, doubled over and vomited, the sound of his retching echoing in the now eerily silent warehouse. The other man, still gripping his gun, backed away in shock, his weapon shaking in his hands as he continued aiming upward, searching for something or anything that could explain what was happening. As the man who had vomited lifted his head, his eyes widened further in horror. Just a few feet away, the body of their other friend, the one who had run, lay twitching in a massive pool of blood, his body riddled with puncture wounds from head to toe. "Oh! Oh God!" the man whispered, his voice trembling as he backed away from the grisly scene. His vision blurred and his breaths coming in short, rapid bursts. The second man, still alert but terrified, finally tore his gaze away from the ceiling and glanced down at the body near his feet. His face drained of color as he realized what had happened to their friend. He took a shaky step back, his eyes wide, unable to comprehend the sheer brutality of the killings. He turned to his remaining companion, who was still frozen in fear, hunched over from vomiting. Their eyes met, one pair filled with terror, the other with sheer disbelief. For a brief second, it felt like time had stopped, both men paralyzed by the horror unfolding around them. And then, click, the lights went out again. The man who had just been looking down at the body felt his heart seize in his chest. His gun trembled uncontrollably in his grip as he stood frozen, his mind racing with the thought that he could be next. He could barely move, barely breathe, waiting for death to come from the shadows. But Don had already chosen his next victim. In the split second of darkness, a massive shadow spike shot out from the ground and pierced cleanly through the chest of one of the two men. SHK. The sharp, wet sound of flesh being torn apart echoed as the spike punched through bone, leaving a gaping, bloody hole in the man's chest. Click. The lights flickered back on, revealing the man who had been spiked. He stared down at his chest in disbelief, his mouth opening as if to speak, but all that came out was a wet gurgle. Blood dribbled from his lips as he coughed, his legs buckling beneath him. He sank to his knees, one trembling hand reaching up to touch the bloody hole in his chest before he collapsed fully onto the concrete floor, his eyes wide and lifeless. The remaining man, the one who had vomited earlier, could only stare in abject horror. He couldn't speak, couldn't move. His body was locked in place, as if even the thought of moving would invite the same fate. His heart pounded in his ears, and he felt like he was drowning in his own fear. Click. The lights went out once more. This time, the man's pupils darted wildly in the darkness, expecting to be torn apart at any moment. Every nerve in his body screamed at him to run, to flee, but he was paralyzed. Sweat poured down his face, his breaths shallow and desperate. He was alone in the dark, surrounded by death. But then, just as suddenly as they had gone out, the lights flickered back on. His heart still racing, the man realized he was unharmed. He was alive. But why? He mustered the strength to turn his head, and as he looked down at the ground in front of him, his breath caught in his throat. Written in blood, smeared across the concrete, was a single message: "Run and let them know. Predator is coming." As the man sprinted out of the warehouse, his footsteps fading into the distance, Don's figure emerged where the bloodied message had been left on the floor. He glanced down at the letters smeared in crimson. It was a perfect warning, a seed of fear he was sure would be firmly planted in the gang, but he didn't want it spreading too quickly, at least not to the police or the public. Not yet. With a wave of his hand, shadow tendrils slithered across the floor, smearing the blood and erasing the message completely. The warning would stay among the Hell Riders for now, building panic and disorder in their ranks. Satisfied, Don vanished from the warehouse, reappearing in a quiet, empty street. The street was dimly lit, with only a few vehicles parked along the curb. The occasional flicker of a streetlight cast long shadows across the cracked pavement. Don surveyed the area briefly before vanishing once more, reappearing inside a dark brown, old-looking vehicle. The car's interior smelled of worn leather, and the dashboard was scratched and faded, and yet it also had self-driving capabilities. Almost immediately, the dashboard screen flickered to life, revealing an image of Gary seated in a dimly lit office. Papers were scattered around him, but his expression was calm as ever. He smiled. That was quick. Don, still in his predator suit, nodded. It went perfectly. We can move on to the next phase. Brilliant, Gary said, adjusting his tie. I'll get right on it. Everything's in place on my end. Goodbye for now, sir. Good night. Good night to you too, Don replied. The car's engine hummed softly as it began to drive, leaving the warehouse district behind. After about 15 minutes, the car passed by the familiar road near the Chanel Hills community. Without stopping, Don vanished from the seat, reappearing in his bedroom just like that. The room was still, quiet, and dimly lit by the soft glow of the digital clock on his nightstand. He immediately activated his shadow sense, feeling the presence of everyone in the house. Amanda, Summer, and Samantha were all in their rooms, lying in bed. Winter, on the other hand, was moving around the living room, seemingly studying various objects with silent curiosity. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, if you could this itself ordinary. Satisfied, Don allowed his predator suit to dissolve back into its tattoo form, the strange skull on his wrist returning to its dormant state. He stretched slightly, feeling the weight of the night's work settle into his muscles. SHK. The soft sound of fabric brushing against skin filled the room as he removed his clothing and got ready for bed. The next morning, Don woke up at his usual time. He went through his routine stretching, breathing exercises, meditation, and letting the calmness wash over him. Afterward, he got dressed for his morning jog, pulling on a simple t-shirt and shorts. His mind was clear and focused, though part of him was already thinking about the next move as predator. As he headed downstairs, his footsteps light against the polished wood, he found Winter waiting at the bottom of the steps. She stood perfectly still, her gaze meeting his as he descended. "Good morning," Winter greeted him, her voice as emotionless as ever. "Morning," Don replied, reaching the bottom of the stairs. He paused, tilting his head slightly. "What were you up to last night?" Winter straightened, her hands clasped neatly in front of her. "I explored the house more critically, noting all present details. I also simulated several home invasion scenarios and devised how they could be prevented or neutralized with certain security measures. Don raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He hadn't expected Winter to be so thorough. Home invasion scenarios? Huh? Interesting. How costly would it be to implement these measures? Winter responded without hesitation. The cost would vary depending on whether materials are sourced and how they are transported. However, the estimated price range would be between 50 million and 120 million credits. Don resisted the urge to sigh. Right. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. He continued toward the front door, pulling his hair back into a loose knot as he spoke. I'm heading out for a jog. I won't be long. Winter tilted her head slightly. Would you like me to prepare breakfast for you upon your return? I can also cook for the entire household if needed. I am capable of replicating the dishes of some of the most well-known chefs to have ever lived. The offer was tempting. Don paused with his hand on the doorknob, considering it for a moment. But he quickly dismissed the idea, shaking his head. It's fine. Just help Mum when she comes down to start cooking. Don't offer to take over, just assist with whatever she asks. Winter's head tilted again, her expression unreadable. Understood. May I ask why you don't wish for me to cook? Is it because I have yet to earn your trust? Don chuckled softly and shook his head. No, it's not that. You'll cook for me another time. It's just, cooking is Mom's thing. It'd be weird if you took over. I see, Winter replied, nodding. Then I will assist her to the best of my abilities. Don offered her a small smile before stepping outside, the cool morning air hitting his skin as he closed the door behind him. As he jogged down the driveway, his thoughts drifted back to his reasoning. Truthfully, he didn't want Winter to cook because it would risk taking away something that Samantha felt was her role. His goal was to make himself seem more dependent on her, to strengthen that bond. If he started letting Winter handle tasks like cooking and cleaning, it could backfire and make Samantha feel pushed aside or worse, unnecessary. As he rounded the corner of the street, his thoughts shifted again. I should plan something to do with Samantha, he thought. But what? As Don jogged back toward the house, his mind wandered to the idea he had been mulling over. I wonder if she'll like that, he thought, but then added, I won't be able to set it up alone. He soon reached the front door, his thoughts still drifting, and stepped inside. Click. The door closed behind him, and immediately, he was hit with a wave of aromas. He raised an eyebrow, confusion washing over him as he tried to place the various scents. It smelled like a broken bar feast. Walking toward the kitchen, he was met with a surprising sight. Winter was moving at inhuman speeds, gracefully flitting between pans and cutting boards, preparing several dishes at once. Her movements were precise, mechanical, yet efficient, as though she was operating on fast forward. The sheer number of plates she was working on was baffling. Leaning against the counter, book in hand, was Samantha, smiling as she watched Winter work. Don blinked, momentarily puzzled by the scene. Before he could say anything, Samantha spotted him at the doorway and greeted him warmly. Oh, hey Donnie. Can you believe how amazing Winter is at cooking? She gestured toward the android, who continued preparing multiple dishes with ease. She can follow instructions to the T and cook the food nearly perfectly. Don hadn't expected this at all. If anything, he thought Samantha would be upset at someone taking over her role as the family's de facto cook. But she looked genuinely pleased, even excited. Before he could ask about it, Samantha picked up a nearby bowl and walked over to him. You need to try these samosas, she said, holding one up to him. I could never get the crispy outer layer right, but just try this. She brought the samosa to Don's mouth, offering him a bite. Don didn't resist, taking a bite and chewing thoughtfully. His eyebrows rose in mild surprise as he nodded. These are great, actually, he said genuinely, his tone light. Samantha beamed. I know, right? She said, clearly delighted. Don glanced over at Winter, still busy at work. Winter, make sure you take note of all the recipes Mom is teaching you. Samantha looked at him curiously. Interested in learning to cook, huh? She asked, raising an eyebrow with a playful grin. Don narrowed his eyes in confusion for a second before correcting her. Learn? I'm keeping a cheat code for free mom food for life. Samantha laughed, playfully hitting his chest. "Oh, you," she teased. Just then, the soft thud of footsteps echoed down the stairs. A groggy Summer shuffled into view, wearing a hoodie and booty shorts, one hand lazily scratching her stomach underneath her hoodie while the other covered a wide yawn. Her eyes were half open as she sniffed the air. "Why does it smell like we're having lunch for breakfast in here?" she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. Don and Samantha popped their heads out from the kitchen, spotting Summer as she looked around in confusion. Don couldn't help but smirk. "Wow, I can't believe the smell of food actually woke her up. She really is a fridge assassin." Summer shot him a frown, clearly not amused. She then raised a hand, tempted to flip him off, but with Samantha standing there, she settled for holding out her fist instead. Don shrugged casually at this, his smirk growing. "Not a morning person, huh?" he asked sarcastically. Before Summer could fire back, Amanda's voice called down from upstairs. "What smells so good?" "Oh, it's..." Don turned to answer, then paused, his brow furrowing. "Wait. Are you topless?" he asked, sounding more confused than anything. Before Amanda could reply, Summer's eyes narrowed at Don with suspicion, her arms crossing over her chest. "Wait, a broken bar? Why do you sound excited by that?" Don blinked innocently. "That's not excitement. It's concern." He shrugged, as if the whole conversation was perfectly reasonable. Samantha sighed, clearly used to this dynamic. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Winters spoke up. "The food is ready." Samantha turned in surprise, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of the fully prepared table, neatly arranged with a variety of dishes. It was an impressive spread, with everything from breakfast classics to more intricate meals, all laid out perfectly. "Wow, a broken bar," Samantha muttered in amazement, then turned back to the others. "All right, hurry up and wash up so we're not late for church." Amanda, still upstairs, let out an exaggerated sigh. "Now I remember why I stopped staying over on weekends," she said in a dramatic, sad tone. Don blinked, momentarily thrown off. He had actually forgotten about the church plans. He sighed as well, scratching the back of his neck. "Oh, I forgot." Summer on the other hand crossed her arms, clearly displeased. "I thought that it was just a bad dream." Don raised an eyebrow, glancing at her with a smirk. "Wow, you really hate church, huh?" Summer shot him a glare, her voice low. "Shut up." Elsewhere, the dim glow of red lighting bathed the narrow corridor as T-Back, one of the main bouncers for Deadly Damsels, made his way down the velvet-lined hallway. The walls were covered in a mix of black and red, the kind of DA copyright core that screamed illicit activity. The lighting, mature and sultry, cast long shadows as T-Back's heavy metallic hands swung by his side, clinking softly against the seam of his jeans. He stopped in front of a door labeled VIP Room 6, knocking hard. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was far louder than it would have been with a regular hand, the metal reverberating down the hall. "Who is it?" came an irritated male voice from inside, the tone heavy with annoyance. "It's me, Vic." "You might want to come see this," T-Back answered, his tone as casual as ever. There was some scrambling behind the door, a thump, shuffle, the sound of jeans being pulled down, and soon the door swung open to reveal Victor, still fumbling with his belt buckle, his frown deepening. Behind him, T-Back could see the outline of two girls under the covers, their legs barely hidden by the sheets. It wasn't unusual around here, scenes like this were the norm. Victor finished adjusting his belt, irritation clear in his expression. "What the hell are you waking me up for so early?" "The whole reason I pay for this overpriced room is so I don't get disturbed." T-Back, unfazed by Victor's anger, merely shrugged. "Trust me, you'll thank me for waking you." "Now follow me." Victor frowned, annoyed at the lack of deference from someone he saw as a lowly bouncer. But despite his frustration, he didn't speak up. Instead, he gave a sharp nod and followed T-Back out of the red-lit corridor and into a much more plain, worn-looking hallway. The vibrant luxury of the VIP area gave way to cracked concrete floors, damaged metal panels, and peeling paint to a clear downgrade. They stopped in front of a door labeled Rest Area. Victor raised an eyebrow, looking disgusted. "This is where the Deadly Damsels let staff catch a break?" "This place sucks." T-Back, walking ahead, didn't bother to turn around. "We can't all be sexy women," he said dryly, pushing the door open. The room inside was as lackluster as the hallway. A cheap, old wooden table sat in the center, surrounded by mismatched chairs, its surface littered with cigarette butts, empty beer bottles, and a few scattered playing cards. A single worn-out sofa faced a small flat-screen TV mounted crookedly on the wall. But it wasn't the sad state of the room that caught Victor's attention. It was the man trembling under a dim light bulb in the middle of the room, right under a light bulb near the table. Victor's eyes widened in recognition. "Frederico? What the hell are you doing here?" He stopped mid-sentence, his mind immediately flashing back to the last time with Marcus. The resemblance between the two was chilling, and Victor's gut twisted with dread. He didn't need anyone to spell it out for him. This was bad. Really bad. Before Victor could question Frederico, a woman's voice called out from behind. "Vic, it's Ash. She wants to talk to you now." Victor turned, his irritation spiking as he saw a woman wrapped in a bedsheet standing in the doorway, holding out a phone. He clicked his tongue and stormed over, snatching the phone from her hand. "Hey, Ash," Victor demanded, his voice tight. "We've got a problem." Ash's voice came through the phone, seething with anger. "You don't fucking say. Why am I only finding out about this now, Vic?" Victor frowned, confusion creasing his forehead. "What the hell do you mean?" "I just found out too." "It's not too late to save the stash. Let's just send out a couple of the guys and oh my god, can you just turn on the fucking news?" Ash interrupted, her voice full of frustration and fury. Victor's face tightened with barely concealed rage. Being yelled at by a girl young enough to be his daughter stung, but he held his tongue. Instead, he shot a sharp look at T-Back, who had been standing silently by the door, listening to the entire exchange. Without a word, T-Back walked forward, grabbed the remote off the table, and flicked on the small TV. The screen crackled to life, and with a few clicks, he switched to a local news channel. The broadcast immediately displayed a live helicopter view of the warehouse Don had attacked the night before. The headline read in bold letters, "Warehouse of Horrors." The news anchor's voice echoed through the dingy room. It came as a shock to the first responding officers when they discovered the bodies of multiple gang members, all believed to be part of the notorious Hellriders gang. Authorities say the violence may signal a brutal shift in the ongoing gang wars that have plagued Santos City. Bam! Victor's fist slammed into the TV screen, sending it flying off its mount. The screen shattered on impact, pieces of glass scattering across the room. Frederico, standing under the light, flinched violently, his entire body trembling in fear at the sound. His eyes darted between the broken TV and Victor, too terrified to speak. T-Back sighed heavily, running crossing his arms. "You're paying for that," he said, shaking his head. Victor ignored him, too consumed by his own rage. He then turned on Frederico, grabbing him roughly by the collar and yanking him forward. "You better tell me what the fuck happened now." Frederico's voice shook as he tried to speak, but no words came out at first. He was barely holding himself together. He knew what had happened. He'd witnessed it all firsthand, but how could he possibly explain it to Victor? How could he make sense of the nightmare that had unfolded in that warehouse? It was, Frederico stammered, his eyes wide and glassy. He felt Victor's grip tighten on his collar, the man's breath hot with anger, and he knew he couldn't stall any longer. It wasn't human, he finally whispered. Victor's frown deepened, lines of anger etched across his face. His grip on Frederico's collar tightened as he yanked the trembling man upright again. "You think this is a fucking joke, huh?" Bam! Victor slammed Frederico into the wall with a furious shove, the impact knocking the breath out of him. Frederico slumped to the ground, coughing and clutching his ribs. He tried to speak, his voice shaking. "Please, I'm telling the truth." Before he could finish, bam! Victor's boot connected with Frederico's face, sending him sprawling to the floor. Blood sprayed from his nose, and his lips split on impact. "I'm going to need more than it's not human," Victor growled. Bam! Another kick to the stomach. Frederico curled in on himself, wheezing, his hands weakly trying to shield his head. "Tell a kick. Me a kick. Something a kick. Fucking a kick. Useful." Victor raised his foot to deliver another blow, but before he could bring it down, T-Bac's large hand gripped his shoulder firmly, pulling him back with ease. "Calm down," T-Bac said, his voice low and steady. "Don't forget where you are." Victor jerked away, glaring at T-Bac as he shook his hand off. "Do you have any fucking idea what we've just lost?" he shouted, his voice raw with frustration. "And all this idiot can say is shadows and fucking inhumans? What the hell am I supposed to do with that?" "It's fuck all information." Frederico, lying on the floor with his face bloodied and swollen, stared up at Victor, fear written all over his features. His body trembled, and he could barely form the words as he hesitated. But he knew that if he didn't say something, Victor might just kill him right here. It said to tell them, "Predator is coming," Frederico stammered. Victor paused, his rage giving way to a sudden, unsettling quiet. He turned back to Frederico, eyes narrowing. "So you saw it, and you heard it speak?" Frederico shook his head, his swollen cheek throbbing painfully. "No, I didn't hear or see it." Victor's eyes darkened, the veins in his neck pulsing. "Then how did it give you a fucking message? Did it airdrop it into your empty skull?" Frederico flinched at the sharpness of Victor's words. He looked down, his bloodied hands trembling as he recalled the moment in the warehouse. It was written in the blood and guts of one of the guys it killed, he muttered, his voice shaky, barely able to keep his words steady. "Every time the lights went off and came back on, someone died." Victor's anger simmered, but now something darker flickered behind. His eyes saw something close to fear. He glanced at T-Bac, then back at Frederico. As much as he didn't want to believe this nonsense, there was a nagging truth to it. The Hell Riders had been targeted 3 times now, and every time it had been something inexplicable. They couldn't afford to dismiss it anymore. Maybe it wasn't a ghost, but someone or something was after them. Victor's gaze shifted to the flickering light overhead, a knot forming in his gut. Whoever or whatever this predator was, they were deadly, efficient, and left no trace. Victor felt the growing sense of dread settling in his chest. His daze was interrupted by Ash's voice still crackling over the phone. "Vic!" she shouted, snapping him out of his thoughts. "What?" Victor barked back, his mind still half on the chilling details Frederico had just revealed. Ash's voice was tense, still full of anger. "Who the fuck is Predator?" Before Victor could respond, T-Bac chimed in, crossing his arms as he leaned against the doorframe. "You mean what the fuck is Predator?" Victor shot T-Bac a hateful glance, but didn't waste any more breath arguing with him. He put the phone back to his ear. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I'll dig for information. And I'll find out why the cops we paid didn't warn us about this shit." Ash scoffed on the other end. "Maybe it got them too." Victor clenched his jaw but didn't argue. Ash had a point. If whoever this predator was could slip through unnoticed and leave a massacre behind without any of their paid-off contacts giving them a heads up, it was possible that their network was compromised. "Fine," Ash agreed. "Anything else?" Victor lifted his gaze again to the flickering light bulb above him, the fear of the unknown creeping further into his thoughts. "Yeah," he muttered slowly. "Tell everyone to carry a fucking torch." After about 30 minutes, everyone in the house was ready and gathered downstairs. Samantha, dressed in a navy blue dress that fell just below her knees, displayed a quiet elegance. Her blonde hair was neatly styled, and she wore simple pearl earrings, her outfit fitting for church. Amanda, in contrast, had opted for a more casual look: ripped jeans, a loose-fitting blouse, and sandals. Summer, as usual, looked like she had thrown on whatever was closest to an oversized sweatshirt and leggings, paired with sneakers. Don, who put in some effort, wore a white button-down shirt and dark slacks, which settled somewhere between smart and casual, comfortable but still presentable. Samantha smiled as she looked around at everyone. "It's so nice to be going to church as a family again. I can't remember the last time we did this." Summer crossed her arms and sighed. "Let's not make it a habit." Don grinned, leaning toward her. "I bet you'd go if the church had free buffets afterward." Summer furrowed her brow and swung her fist at Don's shoulder, but he sidestepped her easily, causing her to miss. "No fighting, you two," Samantha warned with a gentle shake of her head. As Samantha turned toward the kitchen, her gaze landed on Winter, who had remained downstairs cleaning. The food from breakfast couldn't be finished, so Samantha had decided to take the rest to church to give out. She thought it would be a nice gesture, though Summer had other opinions. "What a waste," Summer muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes. Dawn smirked. "I think it's a good idea. In fact, if we stopped feeding Summer, we'd be one step closer to stopping world hunger." Summer narrowed her eyes at him, glaring. "Laugh it off now, but Mum won't always be around." Feigning a gasp, Dawn placed a hand over his heart. "You're plotting to kill Mum? For food, no less." Samantha sighed, clearly used to their bickering by now. "Dawn, stop teasing your sister." She shook her head slightly. "We have to go now, or we'll be late." As they headed for the door, Winter saw them out. "Have a safe journey." Samantha paused, looking at her curiously. "You're not coming with us?" Winter's reply was matter-of-fact. "It is not my decision to make." Everyone turned to look at Don, who quickly shook his head. "Probably not the best idea to show up to church with a busty maid. Maybe when we get you some different clothes." Winter nodded in understanding. "That does sound like the more appropriate option." Samantha thought for a moment before nodding as well. "You're right." Winter then added, "I will ensure the house is clean and free of intruders. Not even an ant will enter without my knowledge." Samantha, slightly taken aback by Winter's serious tone, smiled awkwardly. "Oh, that's really fine. You can rest." Winter tilted her head, clearly confused. "Rest?" Don stepped in, cutting off the conversation before it got too strange. "Just do whatever you feel is necessary, Winter." "Within reason, of course." "Affirmative," Winter replied, her tone unchanged. As they walked toward the front door, Samantha shook her head with a small smile. "I just can't seem to understand technology like you kids." Don grinned. "Don't worry, I'll teach you." Samantha's smile widened as they approached her Range Rover parked in the driveway. Don jogged ahead, opening the driver's side door for her with a gentlemanly flourish. Samantha laughed softly, clearly pleased by the gesture, and slid into the driver's seat. Amanda, standing by the passenger side, chuckled as Don opened the door for her next. "You raise quite the gentleman, Sam," Amanda said with amusement. "He's setting the bar high for what I expect from a man." Samantha beamed, laughing lightly. "He sure is." After Don closed the door for Amanda, he turned to find Summer standing right behind him, arms crossed and tapping one foot impatiently on the ground. She raised an eyebrow expectantly, clearly waiting for him to open the door for her as well. Don sighed but complied, pulling the door open with a smirk. As Summer climbed into the back seat, he reached out and pinched her ass, causing her to yelp and spin around. "Hey!" she yelled, glaring at him. But Don closed the door before she could retaliate, walking around to the other side and sliding into the seat beside her. Samantha, unaware of the sibling shenanigans, smiled as she started the car. They were just about to pull out of the driveway when Samantha's expression shifted. She frowned, spotting someone in the rearview mirror. It was Cassie, jogging down the street toward them, waving with far too much enthusiasm for someone who had just finished the workout. "Hiya, Sam." "Good morning," Cassie called out, her breathless voice still full of energy. Samantha sighed, rolling down the window and forcing a polite smile. "Good morning, Cassie." Cassie leaned against the windowsill, her smile widening when her gaze landed on Don. "Good morning, Don," she said sweetly, only then adding, "Good morning, Amanda." And Summer, clearly unimpressed, crossed her arms. "It's Summer," she said flatly. Cassie laughed, waving a hand dismissively. "Silly me. I have a terrible memory." She tilted her head, before asking, "Where are you all off to so early?" Samantha's smile tightened. "Church. And we're running late, so if you'll excuse us." Cassie nodded, still smiling. "I see. I might join you one of these days." She then turned her gaze back to Don. "Oh, and Don, make sure to stop by soon. Donald's been wanting to see you." Don nodded, offering a polite smile. "Yeah, I'll swing by. He and I need to chat about starting school together tomorrow." Cassie's smile brightened even more. "Lovely. Donald will be looking forward to having you over." "Toodles." She gave a little wave before jogging off toward her house. As the car finally pulled away from the curb, Samantha's forced smile melted into a frown. "That woman can be so inappropriate sometimes." Summer, ever blunt, added, She just seems like a cougar who's set her eyes on Don. Amanda laughed, shaking her head. True. Samantha shot them both a disapproving look. Don't say that. But it's true, Summer insisted. That's enough, Samantha said firmly, glancing at Don through the rearview mirror. Donnie, just be careful around her, all right? And don't do anything I wouldn't want you doing. Don flashed a quick grin. No problem. Sum rolled her eyes, clearly not buying his innocent tact, but remained silent as the car sped down the road. After about 15 minutes, Don and his family arrived at the church. It was an old building, its stone walls weathered by time but still standing tall and dignified. The stained glass windows caught the morning sunlight, casting colorful reflections on the ground, while the towering bell tower loomed above, its cross visible from nearly every angle. The large wooden doors stood open, welcoming the congregation inside. They parked in the sizable lot, where numerous other cars had already gathered. As Don, Samantha, Amanda, and Summer stepped out, they noticed families like theirs lining up to enter the church. Most paused at the entrance to greet a gentle-looking pastor and a nun who stood beside him. The pastor, an older man with silver-gray hair and kind, wrinkled eyes, shook hands with each visitor, offering them warm smiles and words of blessing. The nun, however, was far from ordinary. She had bright, almost unnaturally green eyes, her gaze captivating anyone who looked her way. Her hair was the same striking shade of green, pulled back under her habit, and her skin was pale, almost porcelain-like, giving her a sort of ethereal beauty. Every man who passed by couldn't help but stare at her, their expressions turning dazed and foolish, as if spellbound. Some of the men even had their wives and families with them, yet they still looked at her as if drawn by an invisible force. As Don's family drew closer to the entrance, he noticed this odd behavior. At first, he didn't pay much attention, his eyes wandering around the church grounds. But as they neared the doors, he caught sight of one man with a gorgeous wife on his arm, practically drooling as he greeted the nun. Don frowned. I get that she's attractive, but aren't these guys overdoing it? He could understand if it was just single fathers or unhappy husbands, but even men with beautiful women by their sides seemed starstruck. The nun didn't shake hands like the pastor. Instead, she stood with a serene smile, nodding and saying softly, "The Lord welcomes you into his home." Her voice had a melodic quality to it, almost too perfect, too alluring, as if it was carefully practiced. When it was finally Don's family's turn to greet them, the nun's expression shifted the moment her eyes met his. For a brief second, her green eyes widened in surprise, and something dark and angry flashed across her face. It was subtle, but Don didn't miss it. Before he could react, Samantha stepped forward, smiling warmly. "Good morning, Father John," Samantha greeted the pastor. "How are you this morning?" The pastor, his face lighting up with recognition, smiled back. "I'm blessed as always, my dear." His gaze shifted to Don and the others, his smile widening with surprise. "So, my eyes don't deceive me. Is that Amanda, little Summer, and Donnie too? Ha! You've really grown. I must be getting old." He laughed heartily. Samantha smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry we haven't been able to come as a family in so long, but I'm glad we can now." Father John nodded, still smiling. "The Lord works in mysterious ways. I'm just happy to see you united once more in the house of God." His gaze shifted to the nun beside him. "Oh, where are my manners?" "This is Sister Rose," he introduced. "She recently transferred here from Europe and has been a godsend. Our church has seen more donations and prosperous projects under her care." Samantha nodded toward Sister Rose. "Nice to meet you." Sister Rose smiled back, her expression seemingly serene once again. "Nice to meet you all," she said softly, though her gaze was locked onto Don. As her eyes bore into him, Don felt something strange stir inside him. It was like an odd, almost primal urge, a need to possess her, to make her his. The sensation was unsettling, and for a moment, he nearly frowned, but he quickly hid it behind a bright smile, playing along with whatever game this was. "Nice to meet you," Don said in an excited tone, mirroring the starstruck men he had noticed earlier. Summer, catching his expression, rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. "She's not all that," Summer muttered under her breath. Samantha, oblivious to the strange tension, pulled a set of car keys from her pocket. "I brought some food for the church," she said, handing the keys to Don. "Could you get the packages from the car before they go cold?" Father John clapped his hands together. "Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much. May the Lord provide you with many blessings for your generosity." Before Don could move, Sister Rose stepped forward. "I shall help him with that endeavor and show him where to put the food, if that's all right," she offered. Father John beamed. Yes, please do." Samantha smiled. "You'll find us inside, Donnie." Don nodded, and as Sister Rose moved closer, he felt that strange stirring again. Her presence was magnetic, and her voice, when she spoke, stirred something deep inside him, something he didn't like. It triggered his unfazed trait, which helped him remain calm under pressure. But this was different. "Lead the way," Sister Rose said, her voice soft yet compelling. Don smiled like an idiot on the outside, replying hurriedly, "Sure thing." But as they walked toward the car park, he wondered, what the hell is she? The short walk to the car was interrupted constantly by men stopping to greet Sister Rose, their eyes glazed over with admiration. They smiled, asked her how she was, or what she was doing, while giving Don the occasional hateful glance. By the time they reached the car, Don's thoughts were buzzing. Is she a succubus? He thought. But at a church? He had no idea what Sister Rose truly was, but one thing was certain: she was dangerous. And for whatever reason, he had caught her eye. When they reached the car, Don opened the trunk and began removing the food packages. As he did, Sister Rose stood close, her green eyes never leaving him. "Are you the boy from the Central Mall attack?" she asked suddenly, her voice both terrifying and enticing. "The one who helped stop that villain. What was his name?" "Ah yes, Nightshade." "Was that you?" Her words sent a chill down Don's spine. There was something off about the way she asked. Why that, of all things? He wasn't sure, but he remained calm, his unfazed trait keeping his emotions in check. "No," Don said smoothly, stacking the food packages in his arms. "I didn't help stop Nightshade. I just protected my mum from some green thorns." Sister Rose smiled, though there was something calculating behind her eyes. "I see. That is commendable. You are a very brave young man." "Follow me." Don hesitated, glancing at the small, visible part of the tattoo on his wrist. "If she's dangerous," he thought, "I might have no choice but to use this." With a silent resolve, he picked up the last of the packages and followed her as she led him to a side door on the church. Don followed Sister Rose as she led him through the church's narrow stone corridor. The air cool and damp, like the walls themselves were absorbing the morning chill. The path was lined with old wooden doors, each one simple and unadorned, adding to the ancient feel of the place. But Don barely noticed the details. His focus was entirely on Sister Rose, her figure moving gracefully ahead of him. They soon came to a stop in front of a door, and Sister Rose turned to him, her green eyes catching the dim light as she spoke softly. "In here." She opened the door, revealing a pantry of sorts. Despite the old stone walls and wooden shelves, there were modern appliances scattered throughout, like a large but outdated refrigerator humming quietly in the corner. The room was much colder than the hallway, likely to keep the stored food from spoiling. Sister Rose stepped inside first, placing the packages of food on one of the many shelves. Don followed suit, his breath visible in the cold air as he set the food down next to hers. After doing so, he turned to leave, ready to get out of the unsettling cold and her presence, and said, "If that's all, I'll be going." But just as he moved, Sister Rose suddenly shifted to stand in front of him, blocking his exit. Her voice, soft and almost musical, filled the room. "So soon? You haven't even given me the chance to say thank you." Her hand lifted toward his face, as if to caress his cheek, her fingers inches away from his skin. But something in Don's instincts screamed at him to avoid any physical contact. He backed away slightly, his back bumping against the counter behind him. "It's fine, really," he said, trying to sound casual. "But I should get going before my mother starts looking for me." Sister Rose didn't press further. She merely stepped aside, her eerie smile never faltering. "Of course, that is probably for the best." "Thank you again, and may the Lord watch over you." Don gave a brief nod, not wanting to linger. "You too." He moved around her and left the cold room. As the door closed behind him, He heard her mutter something under her breath, though her voice seemed to echo oddly in the hallway. "It seems fortune truly is on my side. I'll be seeing you soon, child. An example shall still be made." Don frowned deeply as he continued walking, his superhuman hearing picking up every word clearly. He didn't like the sound of that, not one bit. What the hell does she mean by that? He thought, his pace quickening toward the exit. Once back outside, instead of heading straight into the church, Don veered off toward the car park. He slipped into the car, taking a moment to breathe in the stillness before pulling out his phone. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers flew across the screen as he sent Gary a quick message. "I need you to look into Sister Rose from St. Michael's Church and her background." He sighed heavily after sending the text, his eyes drifting back to the church entrance. "I better stay close to the others, just in case." Something about Sister Rose didn't sit right with him, and he wasn't about to take any chances, especially with his family involved. With a deep breath, he exited the car and made his way back to the church. The service passed uneventfully, a long, drawn-out affair that Don barely paid attention to. His mind kept wandering back to Sister Rose and her cryptic words. But for now, there was nothing he could do but sit through it. He kept his expression neutral, not wanting to raise suspicion, but the nagging sense of unease never left him. As the service came to a close, Don and his family joined the crowd of people filing out of the church. At the entrance, the pastor and Sister Rose stood side by side, shaking hands and wishing the congregation well. The pastor's kind, wrinkled face lit up with each departing family, while Sister Rose stood there, smiling, her captivating green eyes following everyone as they passed. When it was Don and his family's turn, the pastor greeted them warmly. "Did you all enjoy the service?" Samantha smiled and nodded. "Yes, we did. We'll be sure to come more as a family." The pastor beamed. "I'm happy to hear that, and thank you again for the food." "May the Lord bless you many times over." Just as they were about to leave, Sister Rose spoke up, stopping them in their tracks. "A moment, please," she said, her eyes locking onto Don. "Would you happen to be free this evening? I could use a bit of help arranging the pantry." Don felt a surge of irritation at her persistence, but he masked it quickly. "I can't," he replied, rubbing the back of his head as though embarrassed. "I have to prepare for school tomorrow." Sister Rose tilted her head slightly, her smile never wavering. "A shame," she said softly, her eyes flicking to Samantha. "Perhaps you could help me instead?" Samantha, caught off guard, smiled awkwardly but nodded. "Oh, no problem. I'd be happy to help." "Wonderful," Sister Rose replied, her gaze lingering on Don for just a second longer before she added, "Have a good day." As they walked away, Don's face darkened into a frown. "She's after something," he thought, his mind working quickly. "For whatever reason, she wants me for something. And now she's trying to use my family to get to it. Big mistake." After returning home, Don immediately headed to his room, shutting the door behind him with a soft click. He pulled out his phone, quickly checking for any messages from Gary. Sure enough, there was a reply waiting for him. "It's strange, but I can't seem to find anything on that woman. Either she's really good at covering her tracks or she's a ghost in every sense of the word." "May I ask how you came to meet her?" Don frowned at the message, feeling a knot form in his stomach. He quickly typed out a reply, explaining the odd behavior Sister Rose had displayed at the church and how she stirred a strange, unnatural desire within him. The moment he hit send, he leaned back against his bed, staring at the ceiling. "How do I stop Samantha from going to the church this evening?" The thought swirled in his head as he mulled over possible excuses. After a few moments, an idea clicked into place. Summer. Without wasting time, Don stood up and changed out of his church clothes into something more casual. He headed to Summer's room, knocking at her door. Thud, thud. From inside, Summer's muffled voice called out, "Who's there?" "It's me," Don answered, listening to the faint sound of shuffling on the other side of the door. A few seconds later, the door opened, revealing Summer. She was still wearing the same top from earlier but had swapped her jeans for a pair of her usual booty shorts. She raised an eyebrow, leaning against the doorframe. "What is it?" she asked. Without answering, Dawn stepped inside. Summer's eyes widened slightly, and she threw up her hands. "Hey, I never said you could come in." "I don't have time to argue with you," Dawn said, his voice serious. Summer picked up on his tone immediately, her expression shifting from annoyance to concern. "Is something wrong?" she asked, taking a step closer to him. Dawn sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I don't know yet." "Remember the nun from church? Didn't she seem a bit off to you?" Summer's brow furrowed as she thought back on it. She shrugged. "I guess." "Why?" Dawn explained quickly. "I think might be dangerous, and I need your help to stop Mom from going back to the church in the evening." Summer crossed her arms, her skepticism clear. "And why should I help you?" she asked, her voice teasing. Dawn narrowed his eyes, feigning annoyance. "It's fine," he muttered, turning to leave. "I just thought you'd care enough to help." Summer's eyes widened, guilt washing over her face. Before Dawn could reach the door, she grabbed his hand. "Wait, I was just kidding." "Geez." Seeing Dawn's seriousness made Summer feel selfish. She could see that this wasn't some joke here. Dawn was genuinely worried, and it had to do with their mum. Sure, Dawn could have easily sent Winter to handle things, but him coming to her for help was his way of showing trust. He needed to know if she'd be willing to help him, even if for only a small part. If she couldn't even handle this, then he would know early that it's pointless to consider her help in graver matters. Dawn turned back to her, his expression firm. "This isn't something to joke about. Mom could really be in danger. I'm coming to you because I trust you with this. If I'm wrong, no harm done, but if I'm right, we save her from a potentially dangerous situation." This was the first time Dawn had come to Summer with something this serious. It wasn't just teasing or light banter. This was real, and the stakes were high. Summer bit her lip slightly, her arms still crossed as she tried to process everything. "Don't you think you're being a bit paranoid?" "I mean, I know the nun is weird, Buta. Either you believe me or you don't." "Summer," Dawn interrupted, his gaze unwavering. Summer hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line before she sighed. "I believe you." "Geez," she huffed, unfolding her arms. "So, what do you want me to do exactly? Pretend to be sick?" Dawn thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No, you're too old for her to take care of you just because you're sick. Tell her you want to talk to her about something that's been bothering you. Have a deep talk, or just keep her busy. In case that doesn't work, I'll make sure her car doesn't start." Summer's eyes widened, her eyebrows raising in surprise. "Wow, you're really being serious? Is the nun, like, an undercover supervillain or something?" Dawn wanted to sigh, but instead, he nodded and just went with it. "Now you're starting to use your head. I'm leaving this to you. I'll tell Mum that I've gone to Donald's place and we went out somewhere if she asks." Summer nodded but hesitated, avoiding Dawn's gaze as a hint of worry flickered across her face. "But what if it's too dangerous for you?" Dawn placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his voice calm but confident. "I only want to confirm my suspicions. If she's really dangerous, I'll report her to the agency. Besides, I'll take Winter with me, just to be safe." Summer still seemed unsure, her concern evident, but she finally nodded. "All right. Just be careful." Dawn gave her a soft smile. "Trust me, Summer. If things do go south, I won't be on the losing end." Summer's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked away, crossing her arms again. "Don't say stuff like that, dummy. It's bad luck." She paused for a moment, then added quietly, "But be safe, yeah?" Dawn's smile softened, and he gave her a quick nod before turning to leave her room. "I will." After leaving Summer's room, Dawn headed downstairs, where the faint sounds of TV from the living room indicated that Amanda was lounging, while in the kitchen, Samantha was still in her church clothes, eagerly trying out new recipes with Winter's help. She hadn't even taken off her shoes yet, clearly too absorbed in her culinary project. Dawn stepped into the kitchen, glancing at his mom who was leafing through a cookbook, and Winter, who moved with efficient precision as she prepared ingredients. "Hey, Mum." "Hey, Winter," Dawn greeted. Samantha looked up, her face lighting up with a warm smile. "Oh, hi, Donnie. Lunch will be ready in about 20 minutes or so." "I'm not here for that," Dawn replied, stepping farther into the kitchen. Just wanted to say I'm heading over to Donald's for a bit. Maybe stopping by the mall after to get a few things. Samantha didn't seem to mind, though she raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's no problem, but remember what I said in the car earlier? Don gave a quick nod, smiling. I remember. He then turned to Winter, who was still dutifully chopping vegetables. Winter, you're coming with me. We could stop by the mall and get you some clothes. Winter responded with a quick affirmative, and moved to join Don without hesitation. Samantha, while a little disappointed to see her personal kitchen assistant leaving, didn't argue. Be safe, you two, she said as they left. I will, Don replied, waving before heading out the front door with Winter following closely. As Don made his way next door to Donald's house, this time, he chose to casually open the small gate and let himself in, not particularly worried about Donald's overly aggressive dog, Rex. As soon as the gate squeaked open, Rex came barreling toward him, barking frantically, teeth bared. Don was about to use his telekinesis to stop the dog in its tracks when Winter moved with blinding speed, positioning herself between him and Rex in an instant. The dog lunged, but Winter effortlessly caught him by the collar mid-leap, lifting him off the ground with one hand. Rex's aggression vanished immediately, his bark turning into pitiful whimpers as he wriggled, trying to escape Winter's iron grip. The front door soon opened, and Cassie came rushing out, her form-fitting navy blue yoga pants and matching sports bra emphasizing her athletic figure as she did. She wore sunglasses that perched on her head, and as soon as she spotted Rex dangling helplessly, she yelled, "Rex, down boy, down." Don spoke calmly to Winter, "You can put him down." Winter obeyed instantly, placing Rex gently on the ground. The dog fled into the distance, tail between his legs, but still managed to bark a few more times from a safer distance. Cassie waved him off with an annoyed look. Shoo, shoo, bad boy. Once Rex was gone, Cassie's attention shifted entirely to Winter, her eyes scanning the imposing android. "Sorry about Rex," she said with a strained smile before her gaze turned more curious. "So, who's your friend?" Don had expected this question. He figured there was no harm in revealing that Winter was an android. He'd just need to leave out certain details. "This is Winter. She's an android I recently got, like a personal maid and bodyguard." Hearing that Winter was an android seemed to make Cassie relax. Her usual mischievous smile returned as she glanced Winter up and down, her hand on her hip. "I imagine she's got a few more uses than that," she said with a wink. Winter, ever precise, replied, "Quite a lot, actually." Don cleared his throat, looking pointedly at Winter. She turned to him with a slightly concerned expression. "Are you coming down with something?" "I recommend lemon herbal tea," Don faced, sighing deeply. Cassie burst out laughing, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "There's nothing to be ashamed of, Don. It's perfectly normal for a guy your age to have toys, even if they're a little advanced." She winked again. Don resisted the urge to groan. Why does everyone think Winter is some kind of sex bot? He thought, but decided not to argue the point. Instead, he just sighed and asked, "Is Donald in?" Cassie, still smiling mischievously, nodded. "Yeah, he's inside." "Come on in." She led him into the house, closing the door behind them. As they entered, Cassie casually mentioned, "He's a bit busy right now with his projects, but he should be out soon. In the meantime, I can keep you company." Why do I feel like she purposely waited to say that after I walked in? Don wondered, but he shrugged. He didn't plan on heading out to deal with Sister Rose until later in the evening, so killing time here wasn't a big deal. "Want something to drink?" Cassie asked, already making her way to the kitchen. "Sure," Don replied, following her. Cassie glanced over her shoulder, then pointed toward the living room. "Winter can wait in there." Winter turned to Don for confirmation. He nodded, though he couldn't help but think, she's really not subtle, is she? Still, he gave Winter the signal, and she moved to sit in the living room, perfectly composed. Cassie continued to lead Don into the kitchen, swaying her hips in an exaggerated fashion that Don couldn't help but notice. When they reached the kitchen, she opened the fridge and asked, "Orange juice okay?" "Yeah, that's fine," Don replied, watching her pour 2 glasses. For a moment, He wondered if he was overthinking everything. Maybe Cassie was just being friendly, albeit a little flirty. Nothing out of the ordinary. She handed him a glass and then raised her own. "Cheers," she said, tapping her glass against his. Don took a sip, but as he lowered his glass, he noticed Cassie's expression change. She made a small gasp, and before he could react, she accidentally spilled her juice all over her chest. "Oh no, clumsy me!" Cassie exclaimed, feigning shock as the liquid dripped down her cleavage. Don closed his eyes for a second, thinking, "I spoke too soon." Cassie didn't miss a beat and suddenly decided to remove her top entirely, revealing the tight bra that held her firm, well-shaped breasts while saying, "Oh no, this is my favorite top." She then turns to Don and looks down at his pants before adding, "Oh no, I got a little on you too." Before Don could say a word, Cassie suddenly crouched down in front of him and began to rub her hand over his crotch. "Allow me to clean this up." Don stood frozen as Cassie's hand rubbed against his crotch, a sly smile on her perfectly painted lips. He didn't know whether to push her away or just go with it, but before he could make a decision, she undid his belt and then zipper, playfully biting her lip as she said, "Better yet, allow me to make it up to you." Don was in partial disbelief as Cassie slowly unzipped his pants, though he didn't stop her. Her delicate fingers traced along his thigh, then, with practiced ease, she freed him from his boxers, her eyes widening slightly as she took in the sight. My, Cassie purred, wrapping her hand around his rising cock. "Aren't you full of surprises?" She began to stroke him gently, her grip firm but not too tight. Don's breath caught in his throat as sudden pleasure coursed through him. Cassie's movements were slow and sensual, building tension with each pass of her soft hand. After a few minutes of this exquisite torture, Cassie stood up and pressed her body against Don's. She guided his hands to her breasts, encouraging him to caress them as she continued to stroke him. Don's mind began to lean into desire as he followed Cassie's lead, his hands cupping her breasts and teasing her nipples through the fabric of her bra. He couldn't believe how easily she had seduced him, but in his defense, he didn't care. Cassie smiled up at him, her eyes filled with lust and mischief. She guided Don's hand to the clasp of her bra and he casually unhooked it, allowing her to discard the garment as he continued to explore her body with his hands. She moaned softly as his fingers brushed against her sensitive skin, her own hand still stroking his cock with expert precision. Don was surprised by how good she was at this and could feel himself getting closer and closer to climax if this continued, but he was curious of just how far she would let him go. So, he suddenly lifted Cassie onto the kitchen counter and pulled down her yoga pants, revealing lacy black panties that matched her bra. Then, without hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers in a passionate kiss while his hand slipped inside those panties. "Oh yes," Cassie gasped into the kiss as Don's fingers found their way between her pussy lips. She was already wet and seemingly ready for him, and Don couldn't resist slipping 2 fingers inside of her. Their kiss became more heated as Don began to slowly slide his finger in and out, feeling the right warmth of her cunt. Cassie then wrapped her hands around Don's neck, pulling him closer as she grinded against his hand. But suddenly, Donald's voice sounded from upstairs. "Hey Mum, I thought I heard Rex barking. Is everything okay?" They both froze, caught off guard by Donald's sudden arrival. "Oh, our broken Bayum, everything is fine darling, just a moment," Cassie answered breathlessly as she pulled away from Don. So much for a quick nut before the mission. Don inwardly sighed, cursing Donald's timing. They quickly composed themselves as Cassie peeked out of the kitchen and said, "Your friend Don is here, quickly get changed and come down." "What? Why didn't you say so?" "I'll be down in a minute," Donald replied, his voice growing distant as he left to get changed. Cassie sighed and looked back into the kitchen where Don just finished dressing himself. She then said with a smirk, "You and I will be finishing what we started later." Don didn't linger in the kitchen. After zipping up his pants, he turned to walk out, leaving Cassie behind with a sly smile playing on her lips. As he reached the door, she called after him, her voice soft and suggestive. "If you have time after hanging out with Dudu, you should come help me with my yoga." Don paused for a moment, glancing back at her. Cassie bit her lip, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she adjusted her sports bra, causing her modestly sized breasts to bounce exaggeratedly. Don's mind wandered briefly. I might actually have to take her up on that offer. Who knows, maybe getting some release in advance will help reduce whatever desire Sister Rose stirs in me. Yay, all part of the plan. Out loud, he just shrugged and said, I'll think about it, before walking toward the living room where Winter was waiting patiently. Behind him, Cassie brought a finger to her lips, watching him leave with a smirk. I like when they play hard to get. In the living room, Winter turned her head to acknowledge Don as he took a seat beside her. Done so soon? She asked in her usual emotionless tone. Don froze for a moment, his memory jolting. Her hearing. Of course. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Forget what you heard, Winter. As you wish, Winter responded, her face blank as always. But then she tilted her head slightly and added, would you like me to research remedies for treating premature ejaculation? Don's eyes narrowed as he shot her a sharp look. I didn't come back fast because I was done. Winter, still unfazed, nodded. My apologies. If you would like assistance in finishing, I'm more than capably. Before Don could react, he heard hurried footsteps descending the stairs. A moment later, Donald entered the room, his usual tucked-in polo shirt and chino pants giving him that neat, slightly nerdy look he always carried. His face lit up with excitement for a split second, but the moment his eyes landed on Winter and his expression froze. His mouth hung open for a bit too long, his eyes fixed on her in utter disbelief. Hi, Donald stammered, raising a hand awkwardly to wave. His face flushed red as he struggled to form coherent words, his gaze never leaving Winter. I didn't know you had. Winter, unfazed, gave a polite nod. Greetings. Donald stood there like a statue, his eyes glued to Winter, his mind clearly trying to process what he was seeing. He blinked, gulped nervously, and tried to compose himself, though his sweaty hands and red face gave away his nervousness. Hey, man, Don greeted casually, pretending not to notice Donald's obvious struggle. Am I interrupting? Oh, no, not at all, Donald said quickly, his voice a bit too high-pitched. I wasn't busy. I mean, not to say I was just cooped up in my room, but His eyes kept darting between Don and Winter, clearly hoping Winter would react in some way to his rambling. Don raised an eyebrow, watching as Donald stood awkwardly, still in a daze. Is he even listening? He thought, a bit amused. Don said, choosing to step in. This is Winter, my android. He then gestured toward Winter. Winter, this is Donald, a friend. Donald's eyes widened even more, his brain finally catching up. An android? His voice cracked as he took a closer look at Winter, his gaze zeroing in on her arms where the synthetic skin blended seamlessly into mechanical joints. His mouth opened in disbelief. What model and spec is she? I've never seen a sexbot that looks so real. She's not a sexbot, Don sighed, half expecting the comment but still annoyed. It's a long story, and actually, it's part of why I came to see you. Donald blinked, still visibly confused. Oh okay. He glanced again at Winter, who stood perfectly still, not reacting to his gawking. His mind was clearly racing, but he wasn't sure what to say or ask next. Don, sensing the need to move things along, smiled lightly and said, can we talk in your room or something? Donald, still a little flustered, nodded. Yeah. Sure. Upstairs. Right. Don stood up, and as he did, he couldn't help but think, I might have just found another person to help me with this Sister Rose mess. Inside Donald's rather neat room, the walls were lined with shelves holding a vast collection of gaming memorabilia, everything from rare action figures still in their boxes to limited edition posters of classic games. On the desk sat a high-end gaming setup, multiple screens displaying streams and game stats, while various consoles were stacked beneath. Even the bed, though neatly made, had a well-worn look from long hours of sitting and gaming. Don was comfortably seated in a rotating gaming chair, spinning slightly as he spoke. Donald, meanwhile, sat on the edge of his bed, bouncing a little with nervous energy, while Winter paced the room with mechanical grace, silently inspecting the various items with a curious, detached manner. "You're really part of the Santos City Elite Hero program?" Donald exclaimed, his voice full of disbelief. "And you got a free android because of it?" Don brought a finger to his mouth and hushed him. "Shhh." He leaned in conspiratorially, trying to act like it was top secret information. "The deeper the secret you share, the more trust you build," he thought, hoping that Donald would likely perceive this as Don trusting him a lot. Donald, wide-eyed and brimming with excitement, quickly clamped a hand over his mouth, but his eyes still gleamed with awe. "Sorry," he whispered. "But how did this happen?" And before he could ask anything more, Don interrupted, his tone casual. "I can't share all the details right now, but yeah, that's basically what I've been busy with all week." Don then feigned a serious expression, leaning back in the chair as he crossed his arms. "I actually want to investigate something," he added, his voice low but deliberate. "Since, members of the Elite Hero program are allowed to operate in certain situations." Donald's eyes lit up again, excitement rekindling. "You're really not shitting me, are you?" "Wow!" His mind raced, and he leaned forward, nearly falling off the bed. "So, what are you investigating?" "Is it the gang-related stuff I've been hearing about on the news?" Don shook his head, suppressing a smirk. "No, I'm investigating the Church Street Michaels." Donald's excitement dimmed slightly, confusion creeping in. "A church?" he asked, tilting his head. "Is it like a smuggling front or something?" Don shrugged, playing it off. "I don't know yet. Hopefully, it's nothing. But something just doesn't feel right." The room was quiet for a moment as Donald processed the information. Don was about to lead the conversation in a direction where he could naturally ask for Donald's help. But before he could, Donald spoke up, eyes wide with eagerness. "Whoa, do you need any help?" "Like, I know I can't legally use my superpower, and not that it would help me, but I could be a lookout or something." Don paused, genuinely surprised at the offer. This guy might actually be worth considering as a friend, he thought, but quickly decided not to rush things. He pretended to mull it over, leaning back in his chair and tapping his chin as if deep in thought. Donald's face grew more animated, pleading slightly. "Come on, man. I might never get to do any real hero stuff until third year. I know I said I'm not big on the whole becoming a superhero thing, but I really want to help if I can." Don let out a mock sigh, shaking his head before finally nodding. "All right, fine. You've convinced me." Donald practically jumped off the bed in excitement. "Yes. So, what's the plan?" Don gave him a wry smile. "All right, here's the plan." He shifted in his chair as he laid out the basics. Don sketched out the plan carefully, pacing around the room as he talked. "The main target of this investigation isn't the church itself, but a nun called Sister Rose. She acts weird to say the least, and I'm almost sure something's off. She's got this effect on people, making them act strange, even when they shouldn't." Donald listened intently, nodding at every word. His eyes darted between Don and Winter, who was still quietly observing various objects in the room. His fingers twitched as though he were already imagining himself in some kind of heroic scenario. "You," Don continued, pointing at Donald, "can help by scouting the inside of the church since she already saw me. It's pretty dangerous, since we have no idea what's inside." Donald's eyes widened again, now looking a bit nervous. "You want me to be, like, an actual scout?" Don nodded, suppressing a grin. "Yeah, but you'll need to stay low-key. No drawing attention to yourself, okay? If something seems off, you'll text me." "Simple." "I wouldn't worry. You'll be going in before it's dark, and even if you're found, just play it off as getting lost or something." Donald's worry faded immediately and he nodded furiously. "Got it. I can totally do that." Don gave him a brief look, evaluating his enthusiasm. He's confident about it at least, he thought. Good. We'll go over the finer details later. For now, just prepare yourself mentally. Donald, still full of excitement, was practically bouncing. I'm so in. I can't wait. Maybe this'll even be good practice for when we start doing real hero stuff. Don smirked, taking a seat again and spinning in the chair slightly. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. For now, let's just focus on the task at hand. Cassie was in the middle of her yoga routine, stretched out on a mat in the backyard when the door swung open, revealing Donald and Don stepping out. Donald called out to her, "Hey, Mom," and she looked up from her pose, smiling brightly when her eyes landed on Don. "Hey, boys, did you need something?" she asked, straightening up and placing a hand on her hip, with her brow raised curiously. Donald scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Not really. Just wanted to ask if I could borrow the car. Me and Don want to head to the mall." Cassie stood up from the mat and tapped her chin as though deep in thought. After a brief pause, she shrugged and said, "Why not? Just be sure not to scratch my baby trying to impress girls." "Hey." Donald, rolling his eyes, replied, "We're not." But he quickly sighed in defeat, adding, "Thanks. I'll be back in time for dinner." "Sure thing," Cassie said, giving Don a lingering look before adding, "See you later." She punctuated the statement with a wink before returning to her yoga. Don, still by the door, thought, "Wow, she's really not subtle about it, even in front of her own son." His thoughts were interrupted by Donald, who turned around and gave him a huge thumbs up. "Hurry, let's go before she changes her mind," Donald whispered urgently. After grabbing the keys, Donald led the way to the garage, where Cassie's G-Wagon was parked. Don slid into the passenger seat while Winter took the back seat. As they buckled in, Don turned to Donald and said, "We'll park the car at East End Mall, then walk to the church. It's only about 1.5 kilometers away." Donald blinked, visibly impressed. "Wow, this really feels like a mission." Don stifled a smirk. He finds a simple precaution like that impressive? He thought, shaking his head. "Maybe I'm just getting a little too used to crafting plans." He simply responded, "It is," as Donald started the car, and they pulled out of the driveway. Nearly an hour later, at around 3:14 p.m., the trio found themselves hidden behind some bushes, concealed in the thick greenery of a small forest across the road from the church. Donald peered through the branches, eyes fixed on the church's entrance. "So, do I just walk in?" he asked, sounding both excited and nervous. "Not yet," Don replied, his tone calm. "First, connect your phone to your earbuds." "I'll do the same. That way, we can stay in contact via a call." Donald nodded enthusiastically. "Good idea," he said, fumbling with his phone as he quickly connected his earbuds. As they prepared, Don turned to Winter. "Can you connect to the call as well and walk around the church? Keep an eye out for anything unusual and warn us if you spot something." Winter nodded sharply. "That won't be a problem." The call was quickly set up, and Don gave a final nod to Donald. "All right, you're good to go. Remember, if you're spotted wandering around, just say you're lost." Donald gave a mock salute, his excitement barely contained. "Sure. Wish me luck," he said, stepping out of the bushes and crossing the road toward the church. As soon as Donald was a safe distance away, Don muted the call for himself and gestured for Winter to do the same. Winter tilted her head slightly. "Is something wrong?" she asked in her usual emotionless tone. Don shook his head. "Hopefully, it stays that way." He glanced briefly toward Donald before adding, "But if you hear or see anything dangerous or if Donald reports something suspicious, I want you to pull back. Retreat from the area." Winter's expression didn't change, but the hint of surprise was evident in her voice. "May I ask why?" Don's gaze hardened slightly. Just consider it a precaution." In truth, Don had a deeper plan in mind. As cruel as it seemed to risk Donald's life, Don viewed it as a better alternative than risking his own life, his family's, or even Winter's. Winter had too much value to be sacrificed over something uncertain. The outcome could be favorable, but Don was prepared for failure. It was why he parked the car at the mall, why they'd taken a route clear of cameras, and why Winter could potentially delete any trace of their involvement if it came to that. He just hoped it wouldn't. Winter, unaware of Don's deeper thoughts, simply nodded and accepted the order. "Understood." As Donald neared the entrance of the church, his anxiety grew. Each step felt heavier than the last, and his gaze instinctively darted toward the bushes where Don remained hidden. Before he could even complete the glance, Don's voice came through his earbuds, firm but calm. Don't look back and try to act normal. It'll be bad if you're seen through before this even starts. Donald swallowed hard, his breath unsteady as he responded quietly, "All right." He forced himself to take a deep breath, steeling his nerves. "I got this." The church doors were already open as Donald stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, with long rows of wooden benches extending toward the altar at the far end. A handful of men and women were scattered throughout the pews, some kneeling in prayer while others sat motionless, Bibles in hand. But as Donald observed them more closely, something seemed off. The air was heavy, too still for a place of worship. The people weren't moving. Even the ones with open scriptures weren't turning the pages. Donald's eyes wandered until a figure approached him, a man, gentle-looking at first glance, with a strange, overly wide smile. His eyes were unsettlingly large, almost as if he were forcing a friendliness he didn't truly feel. "Good evening, young man," the man greeted, his voice soft but tinged with something unnatural. "Are you here for the evening study?" Donald was caught off guard by the man's demeanor. "No," he stammered. "I just wanted to come in and pray." The man's wide smile remained plastered across his face, but his eyes bore into Donald's for an unnerving moment of silence before he finally spoke again. "Wonderful," he said in a voice that felt rehearsed. "Please, go ahead." Donald gave a weak smile, mumbling a quick thanks, before finding a seat on one of the empty benches. He knelt down, mimicking the posture of prayer, but his hands trembled slightly. Whispering into the mic of the earbuds, he said, "Hey, Don, I'm in. But it feels kinda strange in here." Outside, Don, now alone behind the bushes, furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice steady. Donald hesitated, glancing around cautiously. "Everyone here seems off," he whispered. "I see people kneeling down, but they're not doing anything. And the ones holding Bibles, I don't think they're even turning the pages. It's like they're stuck or something. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this." Don's frown deepened. He rubbed his chin, trying to make sense of what Donald was describing. "Is it just men?" he asked, thinking, could it be Sister Rose's strange power affecting them? Before Don could think further, Donald's voice came through, sounding more panicked. "Hey, Don, you said Sister Rose is the one with green hair, right?" Don's heart skipped a beat. "Yeah. Why?" Donald, still kneeling with his hands clasped as if in deep prayer, peeked out of the corner of his eye. "The guy who welcomed me in. He's talking to a woman with green hair up front. I swear they just looked my way." "What do I do?" Don clenched his jaw, feeling this was a bad sign. "Should I go in?" "There's enough shadow outside for me to use, and I could probably maneuver inside too. But should I risk it?" After a moment, Don gave his answer. "Donald, pretend you're done praying. Stand up and leave. Take the earbud out and put it in your pocket, but keep the call active." Donald's throat was dry as he whispered back, "Got it." He subtly slipped the earbud from his ear, placing it in his pocket, and stood up. His legs felt stiff, and each step toward the exit felt like it took an eternity. Just as he was about to reach the door, he froze. Creak, creak. The potted plants flanking the church entrance began to move unnaturally. Their branches extended outward like writhing vines, growing at an impossible rate and intertwining to seal the doors shut. Donald's body went cold, his heart pounding in his chest. His eyes darted around, but his feet remained glued to the spot. "No way," he muttered under his breath, his hand hovering near the sealed exit. Outside, both Don and Winter witnessed the bizarre sight. The potted plants coiling around the doors, locking them in place. "Don," Winter's voice came through the linked call, but before she could continue, Don interrupted, "I saw." Back inside the church, Donald's heart pounded in his chest, his pulse so loud in his ears that he barely registered the quiet creak of the door as the vines behind it fully sealed it. His body was frozen, but his mind was in overdrive, desperately trying to figure out what to do next. He hadn't expected this at all. Turning slowly, he came face to face with something straight out of a nightmare. Every single person in the church, those who had been sitting motionless and eerily quiet just moments ago, now stood, their heads turned toward him. Their blank expressions changed into ominous smiles as their eyes glinted with something unnatural. Before he could process the sheer horror of the scene, Sister Rose's voice echoed throughout the space, sending a chill down Donald's spine. "Leaving so soon?" Her tone was as sweet as honey, but sounded so venomous that it made his skin crawl. The smile she wore was even more chilling. Donald's mouth opened, but no sound came out. He was sweating, his hands trembling as they fumbled at his sides. "You are broken, Bar." Sister Rose's smile widened. "Bring him to me," she commanded, her voice carrying a strange, almost hypnotic power. As if they were one body, every person in the church responded in unison. "Yes, Sister Rose." Donald's face twisted in disbelief. His mind screamed at him, "They're going to kill me." But his body refused to move, locked in place by sheer panic. From the earbud hidden in his pocket, Don and Winter heard the entire exchange. Winter's cold, analytical voice commented, "That doesn't sound good." Don sighed, his expression hardening. "No, it doesn't." The plan had definitely taken a sharp turn for the worse, but he wasn't about to abandon it. Just as he began to think through a solution, a system prompt flashed in front of his eyes. Villain quest activated. Objective: slaughter at least 10 people and drain the souls of 5. Reward: Don's breath caught, his eyes narrowing at the message. A brief silence stretched between him and Winter before he finally spoke, his voice low. "Winter, disconnect from the call and go back to the car park. Wait near the car." Winter tilted her head slightly, though her face remained as expressionless as ever. "I'm more than capable of retrieving Donald if you allow me to," she stated, her voice calm. Don shook his head, a small smirk appearing on his lips. "It'll be fine. Now go." Winter hesitated, the data running through her mind telling her this wasn't a situation that fit Don's Class D status. In fact, her internal assessments indicated it was closer to Class C. "This situation poses significant risk. You may be making a human error," she warned. "Just go," Don insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Winter paused only for a moment before finally responding, "Affirmative." She disconnected from the call, turned, and left without another word. Don leaned back against the tree, slipping into the shadows. He muttered under his breath, "Enshroud." His body shimmered briefly, vanishing from sight as the shadows wrapped around him like a second skin. Inside the church, Donald's panic reached new heights. He watched in horror as the people around him moved, their smiles growing wider, more twisted. They began to charge at him, their footsteps echoing ominously as they did, with their eyes never wavering from him, as if locked in a predator-like focus. Donald's hands shook, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "There's got to be a way out," he thought desperately, his green eyes glowing faintly as adrenaline kicked in. His legs began to tap rhythmically, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. One of the churchgoers reached him first, arms outstretched, a grotesque smile plastered on their face. Donald's eyes widened in terror. "Ugh!" he screamed, his voice cracking. But instead of stumbling backward or freezing, his body moved with unnatural speed. In what felt like the blink of an eye, Donald covered the length of the church, crashing into a door near the altar with a resounding thud. The entire church seemed to freeze in place, all eyes turning toward him in unison. Their surprise was immediate, though their expressions remained rather blank and unreadable. All except for Sister Rose, who stood near the center of the room, her brow furrowing slightly. "I've changed my mind," she said, her voice cold now, devoid of the sweetness it once carried. "Capture him and take him to the pods." The churchgoers responded as one. "Yes, Sister Rose." She turned to 2 particularly tall men who stood at the far end of the room, men who looked like ordinary churchgoers on any other day. But now, their presence seemed far more sinister. "Check outside in case he didn't come alone," she ordered. This sanctum may have been compromised. Donald, still standing in front of the door, stared at Sister Rose in wide-eyed horror. She hadn't moved an inch toward him. Sister Rose smiled, her voice taunting. "Go on, little lost lamb, run." Donald's skin crawled at the sound of her voice. His instincts screamed at him to flee. He turned, fumbling with the handle of the old wooden door behind him. His hands shook violently, making the task feel impossible. High above, Concealed in the dark recesses near the ceiling, Don watched the scene unfold, his eyes narrowing as Donald fumbled with the door in a blind panic. The churchgoers moved toward him, again, their steps slower this time. Creak. The door finally groaned on its hinges as it slowly swung open under Donald's frantic hands. Don's shadowy form remained still, his arms crossed as he silently observed, calculating his next move. His gaze followed the two tall men as they began to make their way toward the church's entrance, likely searching for him. Donald, on the other hand, was nearly paralyzed with fear as he stumbled through the door and ran, his heart pounding in his chest. Don's eyes followed Donald as he bolted past the door, disappearing into the unknown. For a moment, Don wondered why Sister Rose hadn't pursued. Was it possible that she didn't possess offensive powers? Maybe. But it was safer to assume she did, as underestimating her could be a deadly mistake. Time was not on his side either, and with Donald in danger, Don decided to act. From his vantage point above, he surveyed the church. Shadows gathered in every corner, thick, dark pools between the benches, the spaces near the walls cloaked in shadow. The people rushing toward the door Donald had run through passed by perfect spots for him to strike. His eyes narrowed as he moved silently through the darkness, his figure fading into the void. Beneath him, the first to pass through the shadows was a woman, her hurried steps taking her right between two benches. Don's fingers twitched, and from the darkness between the wooden benches, a shadowy tendril shot out with lightning speed. Snap! The tendril coiled around her leg and wrenched it backward with brutal force, the bone shattering with an audible crack. She stumbled, her face twisting in pain, but she didn't scream. Instead, she collapsed onto the floor, dragging herself forward with a strange, unnatural determination. The next was a man, his pace quick and frantic as he followed closely behind. Don waited, his eyes tracking the man's steps, and just as he crossed a shadow cast by the wall, a thin black tendril slithered up and stabbed through his foot. The man crumpled to the ground, his foot pinned by the shadowy spike. He looked down in shock but didn't pause. Instead, he began crawling forward, dragging his wounded body toward the door as if nothing had happened. Another woman, her eyes wild, passed too close to the walls and a broken bar thud. A tendril lashed out, this time snapping both her ankles with a sickening crack. She hit the ground, her legs limp and useless, but like the others, she didn't stop. She clawed at the floor, her hands bloodied as she dragged herself along, inching toward the door Donald had run through. Don's gaze flickered to the last two nearing shadows, both men, who were rushing side by side. As they passed through another patch of darkness, tendrils of shadow shot out from the walls like black snakes. One wrapped around the first man's leg and twisted hard, breaking his tibia in one swift motion. He fell, his mouth agape, but not a sound escaped him. The second tendril impaled the other man's ankle, pinning him to the floor, yet he too continued to crawl forward, their movements mechanical and unnerving. Don watched them writhe and drag themselves across the cold stone floor, like mindless insects, ignoring their broken bodies as they pressed toward the door. These people broken bar, they're not normal. For a brief moment, those who hadn't been attacked looked around in surprise, their confusion evident. Their heads swiveled toward Sister Rose, silently pleading for instruction. Sister Rose glanced around cautiously, her eyes narrowing in confusion. Don could tell, even from above, that she was worried. But her face remained composed, her expression calm and commanding. "Only two of you go after him," she ordered. "The rest of you, clear our presence from the church quickly and burn it." The remaining individuals responded immediately, their movements mechanical once more as they began to clear the area, rushing toward various objects in the church. Sister Rose, on the other hand, turned and walked toward a section of the church bathed in light from wall-mounted candles. She moved with airy grace as she made her way toward the door at the far end. If Don wanted her, he'd need to follow her. But the darkness there was too scarce to be of much use. It would be a risk, one that might not pay off. Worse, following her would mean leaving Donald exposed, increasing the likelihood that he'd be caught. Don's eyes narrowed as he considered his options. "Let's do the quest first." Sister Rose disappeared behind the door as Don's figure vanished into the shadows above, the darkness swallowing him whole. Don reappeared near the crawling bodies of the injured churchgoers. They moved slowly now, each dragging their broken limbs, still intent on reaching the door. Without hesitation, Don moved toward one of the women, her body trembling as she pulled herself forward with one arm. His hand rose from the shadow at her side, fingers cold and dark as night. He grabbed her by the face, her eyes widening as she felt his presence. Whoosh! Her soul drained in an instant. The sound echoed softly in the empty church, a hollow and eerie noise. The woman's body convulsed briefly, her skin paling, her eyes dimming. Her body slumped forward, lifeless, the life force completely siphoned from her. The others didn't react. They didn't even pause in their efforts to follow Sister Rose's orders, crawling mindlessly toward their tasks. Don's eyes lingered on the husk in front of him, but before he could move, something unsettling occurred. From the woman's ear, a leafy vine began to slither out. It twitched unnaturally, writhing as it emerged from her skull, bloodied, its green color slowly fading. Don watched with grim fascination as the vine shook violently, almost as if it were fighting to stay alive. But it withered rapidly, its leaves grumbling into a dull gray ash. The vine continued to emerge, but before it could fully exit the ear, it dried up completely and died, disintegrating into nothing. Don's brow furrowed as he watched the bizarre scene unfold. What the hell is this? Shaking off the momentary confusion, Don returned to his task, his focus now on those still left. The two churchgoers ordered to chase after Donald were a man and a woman, both nondescript in appearance, with the look of typical churchgoers. They had already run past the door, their footsteps echoing faintly in the distance. Don didn't let the strange sight of the writhing vine stop him. He targeted the next person crawling away, his hand slipping from the shadows to grasp their face. Whoosh! The eerie sound of their soul being drained filled the air again, and just like before, a leafy vine slithered out of their ear, writhing in desperation before withering into nothingness. He moved swiftly from one victim to the next. Whoosh! Another soul drained. Whoosh! And another. Each time, the same unsettling reaction of the vines crawling out of their ears, twitching violently as though trying to escape. But they always withered and died before fully emerging. It was unnerving, but Don didn't let it bother him. Meanwhile, the others in the church had started flipping and stacking benches in what seemed like a chaotic frenzy. Don watched from his perch above, his eyes narrowing as he observed the strange behavior below. To say Don was confused would have been an understatement, but thanks to his unfazed trait, he remained calm despite the madness around him. Time wasn't on his side, and he knew it. All right, he thought, I've drained the souls of 5 broken bar. Now I just need to kill 5 more of these things a broken bar. But why stop there? Don saw the chaos in the room as an opportunity. If they were going to burn the church down, why not take a few more souls with it? But with fire reducing the shadows he could use, he had to act fast. Without hesitation, Don moved back into the shadows. His tendrils shot out with precision, stabbing into the legs of those unfortunate enough to stray too close to the darkness. One by one, they fell to the ground, their legs rendered useless by the tendrils piercing through them. The first victim, a man in his 30s, looked down in confusion as his legs gave way beneath him. His face remained eerily blank, even as Don drained the life from him. Whoosh! And another vine slithered from his ear, writhing in death before crumbling into grey ash. The next was a woman, her face gaunt and pale, but she too barely reacted to the shadow tendril pinning her to the floor. Her body convulsed briefly as Don took her soul, but no scream escaped her lips. The vine crawling from her ear twisted violently, then withered just like the others. Don moved fast, draining one soul after another. Each victim reacted the same, their faces blank, their bodies crawling or stumbling forward even as life left them. He managed to drain 7 people in total, their vines all withering in a similar fashion. But just as Don was about to target his next victim, something changed. Whoosh! A burst of heat surged from the corner of the room as a small fire ignited. The benches, now stacked high, had been set ablaze. One of Don's shadow tendrils flickered out of existence, unable to latch onto its target as the flames crept closer. Don narrowed his eyes, knowing he couldn't risk staying any longer. He had fed enough. His figure melted into the shadows one last time, vanishing from the burning room. Don reappeared in a narrow corridor on the other side of the door that Donald and his two pursuers had gone through. The dim light cast long shadows along the walls, giving him plenty to work with. He extended his shadow presence in the direction Donald had fled and, for just a brief moment, caught sight of him. Donald had stepped into a dark room, his movements frantic as he fumbled for the light switch. Click. The lights flickered on, and Don could no longer sense the presence, but it was enough to confirm the direction Donald was in. Inside the room, Donald's eyes widened in horror as the light revealed his surroundings. Vines crawled up the walls and ceiling like grotesque veins, twisting and curling into the stone. More disturbing were the strange flowery pods hanging from the ceiling. Each pod held the silhouette of a human figure, suspended in the air, unmoving and silent. But the most unsettling sight was the large hole in the center of the room. Countless vines sprouted from its edges, writhing like the tendrils of some monstrous creature waiting to devour anything that came too close. Donald's pupils trembled with fear. His heart raced, and his legs felt like they were made of lead. He turned toward the door, desperate to escape, but just as his hand reached for the handle, crash! A fist punched through the wood. The door swung open, revealing one of his pursuers, their eyes locked on him with a predatory gaze. The second figure followed closely behind, and both stepped into the room, their movements slow and creepy. Donald froze, his mind spiraling into panic. Am I going to die? The thought gripped him as the two figures approached, their eerie smiles growing wider with each step. The exit was blocked, and the only other option was the hole in the center of the room. But jumping into that broken bar, was it even a better option? I don't have a choice, he thought, his teeth gritting as fear grew within him. With a sudden burst of courage, Donald turned and bolted for the hole, leaping into the darkness below. His pursuers stopped just short of the edge, their smiles never fading. One of them reached for the light switch, and as the lights flickered off, they then spoke in unison, their voices cold and hollow. Sister Rose will be pleased. But the moment the room plunged into darkness, two glowing eyes appeared before them, floating ominously in the shadows. Before the two pursuers could even register the eerie, glowing eyes that had appeared before them, their movements halted with a gurgled gasp. Two thick shadow tendrils burst through their chests, piercing flesh and bone. Blood spilled from their mouths as their bodies trembled before collapsing to the floor, lifeless. Don wasted no time. His eyes darted toward the hole Donald had jumped into, narrowing as he tapped into his shadow sense to scan the space below. The entire room and the hole were enveloped in darkness, giving him the perfect environment to send tendrils down into the depths. Down in the hole, Donald groaned in pain, his entire body aching from the fall, which strangely wasn't as hard as he thought. He rolled onto his back, clutching his side before slowly trying to sit up. Where am I? He muttered, his voice shaky. His hands fumbled in his pocket for his phone, desperate for a light source to see where he'd landed. As he struggled, a rancid, pungent smell hit his nose, causing his face to twist in disgust. Finally managing to pull his phone out, Donald held it up, trying to steady himself by reaching out to the nearest wall for support. His hand made contact, but the surface felt soft and sticky. A cold shiver ran down his spine as dread settled in his gut. What is this? His fingers clung to the wall, and with a deep breath, he activated his phone's flashlight, pointing it toward his hand. Ugh! He screamed, jerking his hand away from the wall. The light revealed a sight that nearly made him retch. He had been holding on to a grotesque, fleshy surface made from a horrific combination of vines and human tissue. Eyes blinked sporadically within the mass, a pulsating heart squirted dark fluid, and twitching, severed legs seemed to spasm uncontrollably from various sections of the wall. Donald's jaw trembled as he backed away, retracting his hand from the nightmare in front of him. A slimy, sticky red substance clung to his skin, trailing between him and the wall as he desperately tried to wipe it off. Gasping for air, he pointed the flashlight downward. His stomach tightened at the sight beneath him. The ground was just as grotesque. A writhing mass of detached hands, twitching and flailing about as if they still had some life in them. His heart pounded. What is this place? Donald thought in sheer terror. But before he could even process the situation, the detached hands suddenly latched onto his legs. He let out another scream, trying to kick them off, but their grip tightened as they began to pull him down. "Ugh!" he cried out, thrashing against the hold, but it was futile. The hands were relentless, their cold fingers digging into his skin as they dragged him deeper into the hellish floor. Panic set in, his mind a mess as he fought desperately to break free. Out of nowhere, something cool wrapped around his waist, pulling him upward with immense force. "Ugh!" Donald screamed, convinced it was another vine grabbing hold of him. He reached for his waist in a panic but felt a broken bar. Nothing. Before he could question it, Donald's body slammed into something soft, knocking the wind out of him. He couldn't see, but in reality, he had been thrown against one of the fleshy pods dangling from the ceiling of the room Don was in. Don didn't waste any time after pulling Donald out of the hole. He yanked him away from the center of the room, though not with much care. Thud. Donald hit the ground with a grunt, the impact sending pain shooting through his body. "Arg!" he groaned, curling up as he tried to catch his breath. Before Donald could get up, the room suddenly lit up with a click. Don had used a tendril to flip the light switch on, and in the instant the room was bathed in light, Don disappeared back into the shadows. Donald sat up slowly, his entire body aching from the rough treatment. His bruises throbbed, and his muscles screamed in protest, but the adrenaline coursing through his veins kept him alert. He forced himself to look up, and what he saw made his blood run cold. The two people that had been chasing him now lay dead, their bodies slumped against the floor. Both had gaping, bloody holes in their chests, and their blank eyes stared at nothing. Donald's stomach churned at the sight, but he barely had time to process it before a bam. A loud crash from behind him made him flinch. He jerked forward, whipping around to see what had caused the noise. One of the hanging pods had fallen to the ground, the fleshy mass quivering as it broke open. Donald's breath caught in his throat as the contents of the pod were revealed. His disgust deepened as he laid eyes on a grotesque creature, a deformed childlike figure, part human, part plant. Its body was a mix of sinewy vines and malformed limbs, its skin sickly and pale. Most unsettling of all were its eyes, barely developed, yet they stared directly at Donald with a disturbing awareness. Donald's stomach heaved, and his legs trembled as he scrambled to his feet, his instincts screaming at him to run. No, no, no. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of the horror in front of him, but there was no logic to it. The creature's twisted face turned toward him, its undeveloped eyes locking onto his with unsettling intensity. That was all it took for Donald to snap out of his daze. He bolted, his body fueled by pure terror as he sprinted toward the door. "Get me out of here!" Donald yelled to himself, his voice shaky and breathless. He didn't care about finding another way out anymore. After what he had just seen, going back the way he came seemed like the only option. Donald soon reached the door leading back into the main hall, his heart still pounding in his chest. As he pushed the door open, he was met with a sight that froze him in place. The benches had been stacked into a massive pile, the flames growing around them, casting eerie shadows across the room. More unsettling, the churchgoers were walking directly into the fire. He stood there, horrified, as they willingly let the flames consume them. Their faces remained expressionless, but their bodies writhed in agony as the fire burned through their clothes, their skin blistering and cracking. Yet none of them made any attempt to escape the flames. It was as if they wanted to burn. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, making Donald gag. His mind screamed for him to run, but his legs refused to move, frozen in the sheer madness of the scene before him. Bang! Suddenly, the front doors of the church were thrown open with such force that they slammed against the walls. Don came charging through, his face uncharacteristically worried, yelling, "Donald!" Donald snapped out of his trance at the sound of Don's voice. His eyes locked onto him, and for the first time, he felt a genuine wave of relief. "Don!" he shouted back, his voice shaky. "Come on, quick!" Don urged, waving him over. Donald didn't need to be told twice. His green eyes glowed for a moment, his legs tapping in that rhythmic way again. In a flash, he broke into a sprint, covering the distance between him and Don almost instantly, only to collide with the door frame with a solid thud. "Arg!" Donald groaned, stumbling forward and clutching his shoulder in pain. Don raised an eyebrow, but he didn't address it. That must be his power, Don thought. No control, thought for broken bar. That explains why he said it wouldn't be of use earlier. Without hesitation, Don grabbed Donald by the hand, pulling him to his feet. "Come on," he urged, dragging him out of the church. Once Donald got on his feet, they sprinted across the road, with Donald practically diving into the bushes on the other side, desperate to put as much distance between himself and that nightmare of a building. But even after jumping into the bushes, his legs kept moving, propelled by sheer terror, until Don's voice called out to him. "Donald, stop, we're safe now." Donald finally came to a halt, stumbling against a nearby tree. He placed his hand on the rough bark, panting heavily as he dropped to the ground, his back leaning against the tree trunk. Sweat poured down his face, mixing with the strange, sticky substance still clinging to his clothes from that disgusting room below the church. But at that moment, he didn't care. He was just happy to be alive. "What the hell was that?" he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Don crouched beside him, his face feigning concern. "What happened in there, Donald?" "What did you see?" Donald gulped, wiping the sweat from his brow as he tried to find the words. "Yeah, broken bar. I don't know how to describe it," he stammered. "Buta broken bar. Fuck, man, a broken bar. It was a broken bar. We need to get out of here." Don nodded, maintaining the facade of concern. He knew that Donald had been through something traumatic, and while Don had seen most of it himself, it was important to play along. "All right," Don agreed, his voice calm but urgent. "Let's get moving. We'll come out near Uptown East End. I'll call Winter to meet us there." He gave Donald a quick glance, noticing the grime and muck all over him before adding, "And I'll tell her to bring you a change of clothes." A broken bar. Back inside the church, in another room covered in stone and tangled with vines, Sister Rose stood silently. The walls were lined with crawling vegetation, and like the room Donald had seen earlier, pods dangled from the ceiling, gently swaying. In the center of the room was another gaping hole, the same kind that had swallowed Donald earlier. Sister Rose's expression was far from pleased. Standing beside her was the pastor, a strange smile still plastered on his face as he stared down into the hole. "What a shame," he said, his voice soft yet strangely cheerful. "What a loss." Sister Rose's face tightened with frustration. "It took years to build this sanctum. Countless fleshy sacrifices to birth more children, to carry on Mother Nature's will." She folded her arms, staring down at the pit with a cold, calculating gaze. "But no matter. We have enough seedlings walking around. In a few more years, this city will become the first true haven for us children of Mother Nature." She glanced at the pastor, her voice filled with grim determination. "Look forward to that day, brother." The pastor's smile widened. "I will," he said, his voice almost giddy. Without another word, Sister Rose stepped forward, walking to the edge of the hole. She glanced down, the shadows obscuring whatever lay below. Then, without hesitation, she casually let herself fall forward, disappearing into the darkness. The pastor stood there for a moment longer, his smile unwavering. "I will," he repeated softly before stepping forward and following her into the void. Whoosh! The room was silent once more. Don and Donald stepped out of the bushes cautiously, checking their surroundings to ensure the coast was clear. Donald still looked shaken, his eyes darting back toward in the direction of the church every few seconds, as if he expected something to emerge from the darkness. His hands were still trembling slightly, and every noise made him flinch. Don, ever calm, scanned the area with his heightened senses. Aside from a few joggers in the distance and the occasional passing car, the street was mostly empty. He could feel no immediate threats. "Let me call Winter and give her our location," Don started, but before he could finish, the familiar sight of Cassie's G-Wagon barreled around a corner, driving aggressively but with precision. It came to a sudden halt in front of them, the engine humming. Donald jerked back slightly in surprise, but Don stood his ground, eyeing the vehicle as the window slowly rolled down. Behind the wheel sat Winter, wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses that Don was more than sure belonged to Cassie. "How did you know we'd come out from this point exactly?" Don asked, raising an eyebrow. Winter's expression remained emotionless as always. "Initially, I attempted to track your phone. That failed. However, I successfully tracked Donald's phone instead." Don nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised. In fact, this gave him an unexpected benchmark for the equipment Gary had supplied him. His phone had evaded tracking from an android as advanced as Winter, which was a good sign. His satisfaction was short-lived, though, as Winter added, "However, my systems are already working to bypass the block, so I may be able to track your phone in the future." "Or did you not want that?" Don sighed. "No, don't crack it for now." Winter gave a small nod, unbothered by his request. "Understood." "Also, Donald's change of clothes is in the back." Don filed away the information, slightly disappointed he couldn't use Winter's full capabilities yet. Coming from a technologically modern world himself, Don understood how manufacturers often left vulnerabilities in their tech to obtain user data. Although Winter was far more advanced than anything from his previous life, the risk still remained. That was why he had decided to have her leave the church earlier while he intervened as predator. Until he could verify her systems, caution was key. Don turned to Donald. "The clothes are in the back. Better change quickly." Donald looked at Don with wide eyes, still pale and shaken from his ordeal. "I'm not good to drive right now. A broken bar. You can do it." Before Don could respond, Winter chimed in. "If it's acceptable, my generation of android is licensed under United Provinces law to drive and operate most vehicles. It would not be an issue." Don shrugged. "Well then, let's go." He climbed into the passenger seat, and Donald crawled into the back, immediately starting to change. As Donald slipped into the new clothes, he was surprised to find they fit him nearly perfectly. "These fit weirdly well," Donald muttered. He looked at Winter through the rearview mirror, puzzled. "Where did you get these?" Without missing a beat, Winter responded, "The 9-10 section of Kidsus." Don resisted the overwhelming urge to burst into laughter, biting the inside of his cheek. He could see Donald's expression twist with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. "Seriously?" "Yes," Winter confirmed matter-of-factly. Don chuckled under his breath, then turned to Winter. "All right, drive us back to the mall." Donald, still buttoning his shirt, looked confused. "Wait, we're not going home?" Don shook his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "Nope, there's something else we have to do." 15 minutes later, Donald, and Winter were seated at a McDicky's restaurant, surrounded by other families and groups of friends who had come for the day's special combo meal. Winter, as always, was the most eye-catching of the three, choosing to sit in the chair closest to the corner of the table. Don ignored the stare so it couldn't be helped. No matter where they went, a tall, busty maid in sunglasses would attract attention. Donald, on the other hand, despite having changed into more ordinary attire, still looked nervous. The fear was evident on his face. Even though they were in a popular establishment during one of the busiest hours, he couldn't help glancing around at the faces of people who reminded him of those he had seen in the church. In his mind, those churchgoers had seemed like normal people too, only for him to discover there was something far more sinister about them. At that moment, their waitress arrived with their orders. She had a wild ginger afro, Caucasian freckled skin, and dark green eyes. She wore the standard McDicky's uniform, a yellow and white dress, black shoes, white socks, and a hat featuring the McDicky's logo. "Will that be all, darlings?" she asked in a thick Texan accent. Don smiled politely and replied, "Yes, that'll be all." "Thank you." She eyed them for a moment before smiling back. "Aren't you a polite one?" she remarked, then turned away and left. As she walked off, Don couldn't help but notice her well-shaped, full figure. But he didn't dare stare too long and quickly turned his attention back to Donald, who was still looking anxious. Seeing that Don was now free, Donald leaned in with a concerned expression and whispered, "Don, seriously, I think we should just go home." "What if people like them are here, too?" Don maintained a calm expression and even gave a small smile as he began to unpack his meal. Casually, he laid out some sauce, took 2 fries, dipped them, and took a bite before responding. "Well, for one, if they are here, it's probably not a good idea to act nervous or scared," Don answered calmly. In truth, Don was a bit surprised that Donald was smart enough to consider that others like the churchgoers might be around. But what Donald didn't know was that Don had come to such a busy place for exactly that reason. With his superhuman senses, it was fairly easy to monitor nearly everyone in the restaurant. Though he smiled every time he moved his head, his eyes were focused on one or two individuals, trying to read their expressions and body language. The problem was that relying on expressions and body language alone wasn't enough. Don's superhuman senses had made him realize that normal people could display nervousness or discomfort in the same way suspicious people did. So, he couldn't count on those factors alone to identify potential threats. What he was really looking for was anyone paying extra attention to Thema, though that, too, could be explained by the presence of a tall, busty maid like Winter being with them. Donald, attempting to follow Don's advice, straightened up and tried to act as normal as possible. However, this only made him look stiff, though Don still considered it an improvement. Testing for outliers in crowds aside, Don had another reason for bringing Donald to McDicky's. He needed to get him to relax at least enough that when he brought him back to Cassie, Donald wouldn't blurt out that they'd been attacked by psychopathic churchgoers. To ease Donald's nerves, Don decided to tease him a little. "If I'd known you were going to freak out this bad, I would have insisted you stay behind." The words had the desired effect. Donald, feeling like a coward, sat up a little straighter. It was only natural for him to feel the way he did after what they had been through, but Don's remark made him feel weak. Don pushed the point further by adding, "Imagine if our neighbors turned out to be like those things and attacked us. If you reacted like this, do you think you'd be able to protect your family?" Donald gulped at the sickening thought. The idea that such a thing could happen to people like that, hiding among Thema, worried him deeply. Don's words made him feel as though his fear was unwarranted, but they also sparked his curiosity. From the way Don was speaking, it sounded like he knew more about these things than he was letting on. Trying to keep his voice low, Donald asked, "What are they, Don?" "Aliens." Considering what they had just seen, it wasn't an unreasonable guess. It had been Don's first thought too, but he couldn't jump to conclusions without accurate evidence. Lack of information could be disastrous. As calm as he seemed on the surface, Don couldn't help but imagine what might have happened if his family had gone to that church on the wrong day, if they had been attacked, or worse, turned into one of those things. Still, Don couldn't be sure of anything until he saw the news reports. If the incident was described as something unknown, it might lend credence to the idea that these were aliens, or at least, something inhuman. But if it turned out that these were once regular people, Don would have to assume the cause was something closer to deep indoctrination. A frightening possibility, especially given the strange vines that had sprouted from the bodies of those he killed. It would also mean these organisms could already be in his family. The situation was beginning to seem much bigger than Don had anticipated, and he doubted he could handle it alone. In response to Donald's question, Don said, "I don't know. But this is something we'll need real superheroes to deal with. Before we report it, though, we need to get our story straight. If they find out I was investigating suspicious activity with someone who isn't licensed, I could get my candidacy for the Elite Hero program cancelled." Don's words were half true, half false. It was true that if Donald told the story exactly as it had happened, Don could lose his position in the program. But it was false that Don cared. He simply needed an excuse to get Donald to follow the narrative he wanted to create. As long as they sent the general message he wanted, it didn't matter what details they shared. Conjuring up a story was just extra work to ensure Don didn't have to deal with any unnecessary consequences. And best of all, it would prove whether Donald could be trusted. If he couldn't, it didn't matter, because no matter the outcome, Don would walk away with a monumental gain, as a system prompt currently hovered in front of him. Quest reward, X1 permanent beast shift. Immediately after Don and Donald set their stories straight, Don called Benjamin and explained the situation to him. Benjamin was skeptical at first, and rightfully so, but eventually agreed to meet them at the mall entrance, along with a police officer who worked with the agency. As they currently walked toward the exit of the mall, Donald's nervousness grew. Being in a crowd made him incredibly anxious, especially now that he wondered if more of those things were among the people around them. As if sensing Donald's doubt, Don suddenly spoke up. "Don't worry too much. Just stick to the plan, and everything will be all right." Donald swallowed hard, nodding in agreement as he muttered to himself, "Right, a broken bar, stick to the plan." Finally, they reached the entrance, still attracting stares because of Winter, who followed them at a steady pace. Immediately upon stepping outside, Don spotted Benjamin standing by one of the pillars, engaged in a serious conversation with the police officer beside him. Without missing a beat, Don began walking toward them, and Donald had no choice but to follow, his anxiety growing with each step. Seeing Don approach, Benjamin moved away from the pillar. The officer asked, "Is it them?" To which Benjamin nodded. "Yeah." Don stopped just a few inches from Benjamin and the officer before extending his hand to Benjamin. "You have no idea how good it is to see you." Benjamin seemed skeptical. From what he knew of Don, he was usually a bit more nonchalant. But given that Don's expression hadn't changed and he wasn't overly smiling like someone trying to butter him up, Benjamin concluded Don was just being polite and shook his hand. Afterward, Don extended his hand to the officer, who shook it without hesitation. "Good evening, officer." "Sorry for the trouble," Don said politely, keeping his expression neutral. Meeting Don for the first time, the officer couldn't help but think of him as polite and well-mannered. The officer had a rigid face with strong features, but his brown eyes carried a certain warmth. His large mustache gave him the stereotypical appearance of a United Provinces police officer, making him seem approachable. He smiled slightly as he shook Don's hand firmly. "It's no trouble at all, young man. If what Ben here says is true, you'll be the one helping me." Don returned the smile with a nod, then stepped aside, drawing attention to Donald. "This is my friend and neighbor, Donald." He was the one inside the church and saw what I described to Benjamin. "I'm honestly a bit skeptical myself, but I can't think of anything else that explains what happened in there." Don's smile faded as he put on a more serious expression, acting like he had a lot on his mind. The officer, though polite on the surface, had been gauging their reactions from the moment he saw them. For now, nothing seemed too out of place, so he maintained his polite tone as he offered, "Why don't we go down to the station so you can tell me in detail what exactly you saw?" Neither Don nor Benjamin disagreed, and soon they all headed to the police station. There, both Don and Donald were interviewed for about 4 hours collectively. Don's side of the story was fairly simple. He explained that they had arrived at East End Mall, planning to do a bit of shopping in preparation for school the next day. But before they could start, Donald had shown interest in visiting the church to pray after Don mentioned going there with his family earlier. So, they walked to the church while Winter stayed behind to look after the car. After arriving at the church, Don waited outside, thinking Donald wouldn't take long since he only wanted to say a quick prayer. However, after 15 minutes passed, Don grew impatient and tried to go inside, but found the doors locked. Since Don had left his phone in the car, he couldn't call Donald. So, he started banging on the door. 2 men who appeared to be churchgoers came out and told him to leave. Finding their behavior strange, Don protested, and to his surprise, they became violent. Even more surprising, they were incredibly strong, but Don fought them off and eventually forced his way into the church, where he found Donald gasping for breath near the altar. To his shock, benches were stacked on top of one another and set ablaze, with some people walking directly into the fire. It was like something out of a horror movie. From there, they fled. Donald also shared his side of the story, aligning with Don's version but with a few minor changes. After both had told their stories, the officer asked questions to see if they were lying or withholding details. Don was questioned about why he left his phone and Android behind, especially since they could have helped in a dangerous situation. The officer found that part of the story suspicious, but Don answered straightforwardly, "I didn't think I'd need my phone, and who brings a tool, busty Android to church when everyone considers her a sex spot?" Donald, on the other hand, was asked why he didn't call for help. He didn't need to act for this part, as he answered honestly, "If you were suddenly attacked and chased by creepy men and women, Would you stop for a moment to call the police? Though the police lacked substantial evidence, crime investigators were already on site, and autopsies were being conducted. It would take time to verify their story, so the officer didn't press them further. Considering Don and Donald were still young, they were allowed to leave after the questioning. Benjamin and Winter had waited in the station's lobby during the interview. When Benjamin saw Don and Donald approaching, with the officer behind them, he heaved a sigh of relief and stood up, though inwardly he was irritated, thinking, "This better have been worth my time. I'm going to be so behind on work now." Outwardly, Benjamin forced a smile, though it was slightly askew. "Finally, I was starting to worry I'd have to call your parents to bail you out," he joked, gesturing toward the officer behind them. The officer chuckled and shook his head. "That won't be necessary. Though I can't say anything for sure until we get more details from the scene. It looks like these boys were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. If what they say is true, they're lucky to have gotten out in one piece," he added, patting both Don and Donald on the shoulder with a small smile. "You boys be careful moving forward. Now, you'd better head home before your parents get worried." "Thank you, officer," Donald said quickly before turning toward the exit. Don gave the officer a nod, then turned to Benjamin. "Thanks for coming out. I'll call you again if anything else comes up." With that, Don turned to leave, and Winter stood up from her seat, casually following him out. Once they were gone, the officer's smile faded. He sighed and scratched his head slightly. Benjamin, no longer smiling, asked, "Well, what do you think?" The officer sighed again, his gaze lingering on Don and Donald's retreating figures. "Personally, I don't think they had anything to do with it. But their stories seem a little too well connected to be the complete truth. We'll know for sure once the forensics and autopsies come in." Benjamin nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Are you going to tell your higher-ups about them?" The officer shook his head. "Right now, this is being treated as a murder case, and those two are suspicious, given the circumstances. But if I were to alert the higher-ups, we'd have to hold them, and that could backfire if it turns out they're innocent or worse, victims." Benjamin gave a weary smile. "I guess neither of our organizations needs bad press right now." The officer scoffed. "You're telling me?" Around 8:40 p.m., Don and Donald finally arrived back at the Chanel Hills community. Donald brought the car to a stop in front of Don's house, turned off the engine, and heaved a sigh, leaning against the steering wheel. The events of the day were still fresh in his mind. For most of the drive, Donald had remained quiet, choosing to focus on driving instead, though many thoughts and worries lingered in his mind. The biggest of those worries was why he had come to a stop now. Don, on the other hand, spent most of the drive on his phone, messaging and looking at the news about what had occurred. Finally, he turned away and asked casually, "Still worried about the whole thing?" Donald raised his head from the steering wheel, leaning back into his seat with a deep sigh before turning to Don. "How can you not think about it? People were literally walking into fire. If you were in that room, or if you had fallen into that hole, you'd understand why I'm so worried. The whole place was made of body parts, man, eyes, hands, and they moved. I'm serious. What if our broken bar? What if they're in our homes? What if my mom and your mom are like them? What if, when we go to sleep, a broken bar?" Don could understand Donald's worries. He had underestimated how deeply the whole situation would impact him. Given that they lived in a superhuman world, Don had thought Donald would get over it after some time. But clearly, that wasn't the case. Don sighed and placed a hand on Donald's shoulder, speaking calmly. "Look, man, a lot of crazy things are happening in this city right now. And personally, I just got here, but from the looks of things, it's not going to change anytime soon. If anything, it's only going to escalate. We can either worry ourselves sick over things we can't control, or we can steel our minds and prepare for what's coming." Donald wasn't moved by Don's attempt at motivation. In fact, he found it a bit insulting and scoffed. "That's easy for you to say. You're in the elite hero program. Only the best in the city get into that. I know you've got to be amazing. Not to mention, you've got a high-tech android watching your back." "I don't have any power, sir. I mean, not real superpowers. If something were to happen at my house, or if I was alone, I honestly don't know what I'd do. This isn't easy for me. Don thought for a moment. I guess I should kill some time talking. Seems he could use it. He sighed, removed his hand from Donald's shoulder, and took a more understanding approach. I know better than anyone how it feels to be in that kind of position, especially when your family's involved. Remember the Central Mall incident? I may be in the Elite Hero program now, but that was my first real fight. I didn't know any special moves. I didn't have any special training. Suddenly, my life and my mom's life were in danger. But did I run? Number. I fought as hard as I could. Somehow, against all odds, I got through it. Donald looked at Don with genuine curiosity. How did you get through it? Don sighed, as if revealing a closely guarded secret. When I was fighting the Green Thorns, I was losing badly. I landed a few hits, but they were bigger than me, and they had weapons. They broke my arm. I felt like my ribs were cracked. Pain was everywhere, and my vision started to blur. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't want to. Don paused, turning to look Donald straight in the eyes. In that moment, when I clung desperately to life, something awakened in me. Powers I never knew I had. Thanks to that, I was able to get through it. I passed out shortly after, and when I woke up, my mom was safe, I was alive, and I had powers I never knew existed. Donald wasn't expecting this answer, but it held his full attention. So Broken Bar, what you're trying to say? I said. Broken Bar. Before Donald could finish, Don cut him off. Without that near-death situation, I'd still be a Class D superhuman with only dreams of maybe becoming a sidekick. But now, my dreams are much bigger than that. I know yours are too. Donald was deeply moved by these words. He looked down at his own hands, opening and closing his fists as if expecting something to happen. His expression turned disappointed as he admitted, but I was in a near-death situation today, and I didn't get any new powers. Don chuckled and shook his head. The lesson isn't about gaining new powers, so it's about making the ones you already have stronger, so strong that they scare and even surprise you. It's not easy, so I won't push you, but from my experience, despite all the pain I went through, it's worth it. After saying this, Don felt he had spent enough time being motivational. He checked the time on his phone and said, I better get going before Mom starts worrying. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, man. Don extended his fist for a bump, preparing to leave the car. Donald, with his head still lowered, quickly raised it and met Don's fist, saying awkwardly, thanks a Broken Bar for not leaving me back there, and for the talk. Anytime. See you tomorrow for school, Don replied with a grin, stepping out of the car with Winter following him. Donald, startled by Winter's presence, quickly turned his head to see her getting out. He had been so engrossed in the conversation that he had completely forgotten she was there. Despite knowing she was an android, Donald still felt embarrassed acting like that in front of a beautiful woman. He sighed a few more times before starting the car and driving off. After Donald left, Winter finally spoke up. I had no idea you had such deep experiences, Don. If you ever wish to talk, I am qualified to give therapy. Don, who was smiling and feeling like the day had wrapped up well despite Sister Rose getting away, rolled his eyes at Winter's offer and shook his head. That won't be necessary. Now, let's go inside. I still have to have a chat with Samantha. Upon entering the house, the first thing Don could hear was the sound of the television playing the news, which, of course, was talking about the massacre at the church. From what he could hear, they were basically recycling the same story, likely because the police hadn't provided the public with much information yet, such as how the victims were killed. Most news stations were crafty enough to tell the story in a way that implied certain things to draw the viewer's attention, which was the whole reason it was being described as a massacre. Despite the police's official statement only mentioning that multiple bodies were discovered on the scene and investigations were underway, the media spun the tale for drama. The rest of the family didn't hear Don come in, and he quickly took off his shoes by the door before walking into the living room where everyone was gathered. As he popped out from the hallway, he first saw Amanda, who was seated on the far right of the sofa, leaning against the armrest with her head glued to the television. She wore a loose yellow flannel shirt with the upper buttons undone, revealing a good chunk of her cleavage given the way she was sitting. She also wore jean shorts and yellow socks. Summer lay on her stomach on the carpet right in front of Amanda. Unsurprisingly, her attention wasn't on the TV, but instead on her phone, her fingers rapidly tapping away at the screen. She was dressed in her usual comfy clothes, a pair of booty shorts and a hoodie, just in different colors from what she had worn yesterday. As for Samantha, she seemed the most engrossed in the news, standing a few feet away from the television with her hands on her hips. She wore a pair of tight-fitting blue yoga pants and a matching sports bra, which looked like it was using every bit of its strength to hold Samantha's large breasts in place. Even as Don appeared from the hallway, no one noticed him until he spoke. "Hey, everyone," he said casually, his voice sounding tired as he walked toward the sofa. Amanda, being the closest, was the first to raise her head and give him a small smile. "Hey, there you are. Have you seen the news?" Before Don could answer, Summer, who had been glued to her phone, suddenly turned to look at him. The same was true for Samantha. He could see the worry in all of their eyes, especially Samantha's. After all, they had been in that very same church earlier that day. He gave a weary smile and nodded at Amanda's question. "Yeah, it's all over the radio and internet, are pretty hard to miss. I even wanted to drive by, but thankfully, Summer texted me saying Mom didn't go there in the evening." As Don said this, everyone seemed to feel a huge sense of relief. "Yeah," Amanda immediately agreed. "Who knows what would have happened if your mom had gone there this evening. Still, I wonder what the heck happened." "The police aren't saying anything. We'll probably hear more from them in the coming days." As Don said this, he shifted his gaze away from Amanda and towards Samantha, who was looking at him with a hard-to-read expression. Don could only assume she was likely thinking about what would have happened if he had said yes to Sister Rose's offer or if she herself had gone. Samantha could only cross her arms and sigh deeply, muttering, "I still don't understand how this could happen. I can't even begin to imagine what would have happened if you had said yes to Sister Rose's offer." As Samantha said this, her eyes became slightly teary. She swallowed hard and shook her head, turning back to the television. "Just her broken bar. What is becoming of the city?" "She's taking it hard. She's the type to blame herself and overthink, so that's no surprise," Don thought before walking to the coffee table and lifting the remote to change the channel. "Let's just be happy that neither of us went. Worrying about the what-ifs isn't going to do any of us any good." Summer simply kept her eyes on Don, watching him as he moved. Since he had warned her about his suspicions, the news didn't come as a surprise to her, but it was still shocking. In fact, when the news dropped, she was perhaps the most worried of the three because she knew Don had gone there to confirm his suspicions. Thankfully, her worry was short-lived as Don had replied quickly when she texted him, during the time they were at McDickie's. She only turned her attention away from Don when Winter popped into the living room after spending a little time in the doorway, arranging all the shoes that were scattered there. Trying to steer the topic away from the church massacre, Don casually asked, "What's for dinner?" while rubbing his stomach. "I'm famished." Summer immediately jerked her head back toward him and said, "And you say I'm the one who's always hungry?" Don shrugged and gave her a small smile, defending himself. "Hey, I haven't eaten anything since I was out. It's only natural I'd feel a bit hungry." Samantha gave a small sigh as she moved nearer to Don and said, "Sorry, Donnie. I didn't have a chance to cook. I've been busy here watching the news." "Is it fine if we order takeout or something?" Don could see that she still had the situation on her mind. Trying to casually change the topic wouldn't be enough to improve her mood, and before he could have his chat with her, she needed to feel at least somewhat better. Otherwise, he would only add to her worry. So, he moved out of the way and directed his attention toward Winter, saying, "Why go through all that hassle when you and Winter can just whip up something in a few minutes?" "Please, I really want some of your cooking." Samantha couldn't help but smile a little, feeling helpless to refuse as she shook her head. "Fine. What do you want to have?" Summer immediately stood up from the carpet when Samantha relented to Don's request. "Hey, you never ask me what I want when I say I'm hungry." "You're always hungry," Don quickly teased, giving her a shooing gesture. He then turned back to Samantha. "How about some chicken, rice and egg salad?" Samantha's smile grew a little wider, and she was beginning to feel a bit more at ease. She couldn't deny the warmth she felt from having her positive son around. "Will you be having anything else with that, sir?" she asked in a slightly sarcastic tone, raising an eyebrow at Don. The question was clearly rhetorical and said as a joke, but Don answered nonetheless. "How about an ice cream sundae to end our Sunday?" he asked, lifting and lowering his eyebrows in an enticing way. This playfulness was enough to make Samantha chuckle and shake her head. "Fine, but only because I'm craving ice cream myself and not because you asked." Don nodded in understanding but then leaned in close to Samantha as if he wanted to whisper in her ear, though he spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. "I know you're only saying that to make Summer feel better. If you ask me, she could do without the ice cream or it'll go right to her thighs." Almost as if he had flipped a switch, the moment he said that, Summer narrowed her eyes at him, grabbed a pillow from the sofa, and threw it at him. "Shut up." After throwing it, she turned to leave the living room, muttering, "As if I want your stupid ice cream sundae anyway. I'm not even hungry." Don didn't need to go after her. He simply tilted his head and said, "Really? Is that so? Well, that's a shame because while Mom and Winter are cooking, I was planning to remove the other android from the container, but clearly, you're not interested in that." Summer paused before she could even make it out of the living room and looked back at him with narrowed eyes. "You better not be lying to me." "Would the best big brother ever lie?" "Never." Summer huffed and turned, walking in the direction of the garage door. "Fine. Let's go." Don shook his head as she began to walk. "Look at her, trying to hide how excited she is." "Stop teasing your sister and go already," Samantha urged, her smile now carrying its usual warmth. It seemed all she had needed to feel at ease was that comforting feeling of being one family, bickering siblings aside. "Good." "Looks like she's a little less worried now," Don thought as he began to walk away. All right. I'll play nice here in exchange for a larger piece of chicken." "I can still change my mind, you know," Samantha threatened, though it was practically impossible to take seriously with her sweet voice. Don pretended to relent anyway, raising his hands in defeat as he walked away, saying, "Fine, you win." After he disappeared behind the corner, Amanda turned to face her sister and smiled. "He really knows how to lift the mood in the room." "I guess he does," Samantha agreed softly before Amanda added, "Now I can watch my sexy mud wrestling in peace." Seconds after she said this, a pillow was thrown her way, and Samantha turned to walk to the kitchen. "I just can't with you sometimes." Opening the door to the garage, Don found Summer already waiting for him impatiently by the lead container. She had her arms crossed over her chest and her head slightly tilted. "Could you walk any slower?" she asked in a sarcastic tone, furrowing her eyebrows. Don casually approached her, giving a light shrug as he smiled and responded, "Well, I'm in no particular rush, so why should I bother?" Summer simply huffed irritably before snapping her attention to the lead container. "I wonder if this time it's a busty gardener," she muttered. Don moved to stand beside her, ready to open the container. "Well, I wouldn't mind," he teased. Summers gave him a suspicious look from the corner of her eye and said, "You better not have done perverted stuff with Winter while you were out." Speaking of Winter, Summer's expression softened slightly as she paused, her tone shifting before she continued, "By the way, our broken bar. What happened at the church, anyway?" "I almost thought you got yourself killed trying to be some hero or our broken bar whatever." Don was about to use his biometrics to open the container but paused when he heard Summer. It seemed her previous chatter was just a way of rambling to get to the point to asking about what had happened at the church. Given how frantic her initial text had been, he could imagine for a moment she must have thought he might have been among those who died when the news broke. He had assumed she had gotten over it after hearing he was fine, but now, seeing her mannerisms, it was clearly deeper than that. "Still, I'm her older brother, so it's no surprise she's worried," Don thought. "Maybe I underestimated just how much everyone cares for a broken barmy." After thinking this, he showed a slight grin, which caused Summer to look perplexed. "What's with that smug look on your face?" she asked, annoyed. Before she could finish making excuses, Don closed the distance between them and caught her in a surprise embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her softly against him. Hey!" Summer exclaimed in surprise, not expecting him to do this at all. For a moment, she became stiff as a board, but she quickly softened as her cheeks turned a little red. "The heck are you hugging me for?" she murmured, trying to sound tough and irritated but coming across as more cute and confused. Don pulled away slightly and looked down at her, then removed one hand from her waist, bringing it to her face gently, cupping her chin and then making her look up at him. "Sorry if I worried you, little sis." "I'll try not to make it a habit," he said softly. Summer blushed even more deeply upon hearing these words. She felt embarrassed and was about to quickly reject Don's claim of her being worried, but instead, she just shook off the hand holding her chin and avoided his gaze, murmuring, "We're broken bar better." "She's so stubborn," Don thought with a chuckle. Seeing that this was as far as he could take the moment, Don sighed inwardly and pulled away from her completely, choosing to redirect his attention back to the reason they were in the garage in the first place. "Could you move a bit so I can put in the biometrics?" "Yeah, sure," Summer mumbled, almost seeming a bit disappointed that Don had pulled away, though she didn't say anything. Her stubborn nature was why Don knew he'd get nowhere fast by pushing for something more in situations like this. Such things were better approached patiently and at the right moment with her. In the same way as he had with Winter's container, Don put in his biometrics, and it opened in a similar fashion. However, when this particular container opened and mist began to leak out, filling the garage, the silhouette they could see beyond the mist wasn't that of a human but rather something more animal-shaped. Once the mist faded and began to blow out of the garage, Don and Summer could see the android, and it was a dog with the appearance of a Siberian husky. Don was a bit disappointed to see that it wasn't another high-tech busty helper, but not so much so that he would actually complain about it. "So, it's a dog," Don commented as he crouched down near the currently inactive android, which was in a sitting posture. While he was doing this, he failed to notice the absolute look of glee plastered over Summer's face. Surprisingly, she looked even more excited than when she first saw Winter. "A husky!" she yelled, nearly at the top of her lungs. Don quickly raised his head to look at her and replied, with less enthusiasm, "Yeah, I can see that." Don's lack of excitement caused Summer to deflate, and she looked down at him with a huge frown. She crouched beside him and said, "No, you dumbass. It's a HUSKY, a highly unified security K9 android, beta-gen companion model. But they're like super rare because companies don't officially make them anymore, at least not the same way they used to. These days, you can only find these types from dedicated robotics engineers. You know, those from VTech. You can't just get one from joining a..." "Whoa. Relax on the info dump," Don interrupted, raising his hand. "I just want to know if it's as powerful as Winter." Summer took offense at Don's words and narrowed her eyes at him even more, poking him on the head as she said, "Of course not. It was designed to provide basic companionship and security functions." Don pretended to nod in understanding. "I see. Basically, they were made to look after old people and children?" "No, you dummy." Summer started to explain, but before she could continue, Don raised his hand again to stop her. He had spotted something else in the container, right at the bottom, a pamphlet titled Husky, with an image of the very android in front of them plastered on the cover. Upon opening it, Don could see details about the android, and they read as follows: AAA HUSKY Highly Unified Security K9 Android Model, Beta Gen Companion Model. Overview: the HUSKY android is an earlier generation robotic K9 designed to provide companionship and basic security functions. Modeled after the Siberian Husky breed, it combines advanced robotics with user-friendly features, making it suitable for domestic environments. Key features: 1. Companion AI. Behavioral algorithms, programmed with advanced behavioral patterns to mimic the natural behaviors of a real husky, including playfulness, loyalty, and curiosity. Emotional recognition, equipped with facial and vocal recognition systems to detect and respond to human emotions, enhancing interaction quality. Learning capabilities, utilizes machine learning to adapt to the owner's habits and preferences over time. 2. Security functions, alert systems, features audio and visual sensors to detect unusual activities, emitting alerts through barking simulations or direct notifications to the owner's device. Intruder deterrent, capable of projecting a protective demeanor, including simulated growling and barking to deter potential intruders. GPS tracking, includes real-time location tracking for both the android and designated family members, enhancing safety measures. 3. Interactive technology, voice commands, responds to a wide range of voice commands for easy control and interaction. Mobile app integration, allows customization of settings, behavior patterns, and monitoring through a dedicated smartphone application. Augmented reality projection, projects simple holographic images or indicators to assist in communication or entertainment. Materials and construction, endoskeleton material, constructed with duratanium alloy, a lightweight and durable synthetic metal known for its resilience and flexibility. Applications, duratanium provides structural integrity while allowing natural movement, essential for replicating canine agility. Fur layer, covered with synthi fur, a synthetic fur material designed to mimic the texture and appearance of real animal fur. Features, soft touch, offers a comfortable tactile experience for users, enhancing the companion aspect. Hypoallergenic, safe for individuals with allergies, as it does not shed or produce allergens. Self-cleaning, embedded with nanotechnology that repels dust and dirt, maintaining cleanliness. Limitations, A.I complexity. The A.I is less advanced compared to higher-gen models, leading to limited problem-solving capabilities and less adaptability in unforeseen situations. Energy consumption, operates on rechargeable battery packs with a limited operational time of approximately 48 hours per full charge. Weather resistance, while resistant to light moisture, it is not fully waterproof and should avoid exposure to heavy rain or submersion. Background, the HUSKY Android was developed as an accessible option for families seeking both companionship and basic home security. Its design focuses on user-friendliness and affordability, sacrificing some of the advanced features found in higher generation models. Initially intended to be a widespread household device, production was scaled back due to competition from more advanced models and a market shift towards humaniform androids. Additional notes: maintenance requires regular software updates and occasional hardware servicing to maintain optimal performance. Customization, available in various color patterns and can be personalized with accessories. Wow, that's a lot of features, Don commented after reading the full details about the Husky. To be fair, they were nowhere near as impressive as Winter's, but to someone like him, who came from a world that didn't have anything close to this technology, it was still very impressive. Told you. Now quit stalling already and activate it, Summer urged, nudging him on the shoulder to stop wasting time. Don tossed the pamphlet aside and brought his hand to the top of the dog's head, giving it 3 pats as per instructions. Immediately after, the dog's eyes lit up green, and a scanner was projected, scanning Don's figure before it projected the message owner identified in bold digital letters. The projection then retracted, and the dog closed its eyes before reopening them, this time looking like those of a real dog, in this case, a husky. It panted slightly before barking, woof, woof, sounding identical to a real dog. He's so cute. Summer's expression melted like butter as she saw the android acting like a real dog. She reached out a hand to try and pet it, but the dog snapped its head toward her, dodging her hand and creating some distance before barking at her more aggressively, rough, as if warning her. Don, make it normal. Friendify it or whatever they do, Summer said, stepping back. Down, boy. Recognize friend, Don said, standing up from his crouched position. As he said this, the dog stopped barking and sat in place, projecting a scan over Summer's body. Once the scan was done, it projected the words friend identified. Satisfied, Summer approached it again, and this time, the dog didn't try to run away. It even moved a few steps closer and stood up on its hind legs to meet her. Who's a good boy? Summer became all giddy, rubbing the dog's neck playfully. As she was doing this, Samantha's voice suddenly echoed from behind the door. "Kids, dinner's ready." Hearing the unrecognized voice, the android barked once again. Don looked its way. "Sit down, boy. Recognize friend." After Don said this, the dog let out another short bark before pulling away from Summer and rushing past the garage door, heading inside. "Hey, I wasn't done playing with you," Summer called after it, frowning. Don just shrugged and followed the dog into the house, leaving Summer to mutter, "Jerk," as she slowly followed behind with her arms crossed. Inside, everyone else was already in the dining area. Amanda had already taken her seat with a plate of well-served rice, spicy hot chicken, and a fresh-looking egg salad. Winter was still in the kitchen, wiping the counters and putting the plates in the dishwasher, while Samantha was setting the last plate on the dining table. Suddenly, woof! Samantha showed surprise and nearly jumped back as the dog charged her way. "Don, Summer, did you let a dog in the house?" Don soon appeared on the scene just as the dog stopped in front of Samantha and scanned her, its projector reading friend identified. Seeing it do this, Samantha relaxed, realizing it was the new android. "Oh, it's also a robot." "Android," Summer corrected her as she arrived, crossing her arms as she walked over toward the table. Amanda peeked at the dog from her seat and said jokingly, "And here I hoped it was gonna be another busty maid." "Amanda," Samantha called out in a slightly motherly tone, causing Amanda to raise her hands in defeat, saying, "Kidding, kidding." At that moment, Winter also walked into the room. "I just heard an AI-generated canine audio. Is the other android by any chance a security canine?" Summer, stopping near her seat, looked Winter's way and showed surprise. "You could tell it's artificial?" Winter, holding her hands in front of her and wearing her usual blank expression, responded, "But of course. It uses an earlier and less advanced model than my own, so it is easy to discern for someone like myself, who possesses incredibly sensitive audio receptors." Samantha turned her attention back to the dog and then looked up at Winter to ask curiously, "Does that mean it's not as advanced as you?" Winter gave an immediate nod. "Yes, compared to myself, it is a rather primitive android with only basic features and very slow learning capabilities. Would you mind if I sink current household knowledge into its systems so it may understand the layout of the house and the occupants within? If you leave it to learn on its own, it may take a few weeks for it to fully know every inch of this place, your voices, neighbors, and, more importantly, the Chanel Hills community guidelines for owning a pet." At this, everyone looked Winter's way, a bit impressed. Summer said, "You know all that?" "Of course," Winter agreed as if it was incredibly obvious. "It is only natural for me to possess extensive knowledge of your neighbors, friends, community, and rules and regulations around you so I may respond better should the scenario demand it." Amanda couldn't help but chuckle after hearing Winter's answer. When she puts it like that, she really does make the cute little dog seem a little primitive. "Hey, it's not every day you get a dog you don't have to worry about cleaning up after," Don immediately agreed. "True," Samantha nodded as well. "Now, let's all just sit down for dinner." "Winter, Cynthia Broken Bar, what did you call it?" "Information systems, Mom," Summer corrected her, rolling her eyes. "How is it that you work at one of the biggest tech companies in the world but don't even know about such things?" "My area of expertise is robotics, young lady," Samantha said as she took her seat with a sigh. "Right, you're in the boring department that deals with sales and numbers." "Gross." "It's not gross, young lady. Math is very fun," Samantha said while taking her seat, looking at Don as he took his. "Don't you think so, Donnie?" Before Don could respond, Summer let out a sarcastic laugh. "Ha! Don and math, that's a good one. I'll have you know I'm very good at math," Don corrected her, thinking, "I was an economics and finance major in my past life, after all." What followed was the usual bit of sibling bickering and motherly intervention. Aside from that, dinner was quite quaint, the topic mostly revolving around tech. From this conversation, Don learned that Summer was very knowledgeable on the subject, and even Samantha, though not directly involved with the technical aspects, knew her fair share. As they were wrapping up dinner, Amanda yawned and said, I think I'm going to call it a night early. I didn't get much sleep yesterday, and it's catching up to me. Samantha gave her an I told you so look while saying, I always tell you not to stay up too late. But you're right. We should all call it a night early since tomorrow is Monday. Don't remind me, Summer groaned, leaning back into her seat with a disappointed sigh. Don, on the other hand, was already planning on going to his room after this, as he still needed to check his reward. If it meant what he thought it meant, school was about to go very differently for him tomorrow. Upon heading back to his room, Don immediately closed the door behind him and walked over to sit on the edge of the bed. The system promptly appeared in front of him, displaying the message, AAA Reward, Beast Shift plus Expand. AAA. Don focused on the Expand, and a description of the reward appeared underneath. AAA. Beast Shift implies the ability to shift or adapt characteristics from creatures in the animal kingdom while retaining a human form. For example, if you choose the cheetah, you will be able to run as fast as it in human form while also gaining many of its other characteristics, such as incredible eyesight, flexibility, and so on. AAA. Reading this, Don couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed as he thought, so that means I can't pick mythical creatures like dragons? A secondary prompt flashed in front of him, stating, AAA. Correct. AAA. Before disappearing again. Another prompt then appeared, stating, AAA. Please select a creature from the animal kingdom within the next 24 hours, or the reward will be forfeit. Additional note, after a creature has been chosen, 8 hours will be needed for the changes in your body to be fully implemented. The characteristics will then be able to be used at your discretion. The abilities cannot be used passively. AAA. Reading this additional information, Don felt that this was a truly big reward for what was otherwise not that difficult of a quest. He didn't need to think long before he showed a sly smile and answered, in that case, I choose the mantis shrimp. AAA. Selection made. AAA. The system replied in another prompt before a much larger one appeared, showing a whole boatload of information. Even with just a glance, Don was sure he had made the right choice. AAA. The mantis shrimp is a marine creature with extraordinary physical and sensory abilities. Exploring the mantis shrimp's key abilities and how they would translate to a human on a 1-to-1 ratio. 1. Punching power. Mantis shrimp ability. The mantis shrimp is famous for its powerful punch, which it delivers using a specialized limb called a raptorial appendage. It strikes with an acceleration of 23 meters/sa squared, similar to the speed of a bullet, and generates forces up to 1,500 newtons. This impact is strong enough to break the shells of prey or even crack glass aquariums. Human translation. In human form, this ability would grant a person an immensely powerful punch capable of generating forces strong enough to shatter concrete, steel, or bones. The human could punch with such speed and impact that the strike would feel like a high-velocity projectile. This kind of power could also have area of effect damage, creating shockwaves that harm enemies nearby or disrupt structural integrity in buildings. A single punch could decimate heavy machinery or armored vehicles. 2. Superhuman speed and reflexes. Mantis shrimp ability. The mantis shrimp's punch happens in a fraction of a second, less than 3 milliseconds, and it can strike repeatedly without tiring. The muscles and specialized spring-loaded mechanism allow it to store energy and release it explosively. Human translation. The human version of this ability would have lightning-fast reflexes and the ability to move or attack faster than the eye can follow. The human could perform rapid, consecutive attacks without losing stamina, allowing for quick and devastating combat. Dodging bullets, reacting to sudden threats, or performing multiple tasks in the blink of an eye would be possible. The speed of the person's movement would make them nearly impossible to hit or counter in close combat. 3. Incredible strength. Mantis shrimp ability. While the mantis shrimp doesn't lift heavy objects as part of its natural behavior, its appendages deliver incredible force proportional to its size. If we look at its strength relative to its body, the mantis shrimp's appendages exert hundreds of times its body weight in force with each punch. Human translation. If translated to human form, the person would be able to exert massive forces hundreds of times their body weight. For example, if a mantis shrimp weighing 0.1 pounds can exert 1,500 newtons, a 180-pound human could potentially exert similar forces on a larger scale. In practical terms, this human could punch through walls, lift massive objects like cars or boulders, and apply crushing force strong enough to destroy industrial equipment or heavily armored targets. The individual would be a walking wrecking ball in terms of sheer power. 4. Durability and resilience. Mantis shrimp ability. The mantis shrimp's raptorial appendages are reinforced with a structure that allows them to withstand the extreme forces of their own strikes. These appendages are near impervious to damage, and their entire exoskeleton is optimized for absorbing impacts. Human translation. In human form, this durability would mean an almost indestructible body, especially in their limbs. The human's bones and skin would be reinforced like natural armor, allowing them to absorb and resist high impacts, including heavy punches, falls from great heights, and blows from weapons. Their fists or arms would be incredibly tough, capable of striking with immense power without suffering damage, even after repeated impacts. This resilience would also translate into greater endurance and resistance to environmental hazards like extreme pressure, heat, or cold. 5. Vision. Mantis shrimp ability. Mantis shrimp have one of the most complex visual systems in the animal kingdom. They possess trinocular vision in each eye, meaning each eye can perceive depth independently. Additionally, they can detect polarized light, see ultraviolet and infrared light, and process 12-16 color channels. Humans only have 3. Human translation. The human with mantis shrimp vision would have unparalleled visual perception. They would be able to see in wavelengths far beyond normal human vision, including ultraviolet, UV, and infrared, giving them the ability to see in total darkness or detect heat signatures like thermal imaging. The polarized light detection would allow them to see through surfaces like water or glass with reduced glare. Their trinocular vision would allow them to calculate distance, speed, and movement with extreme precision, giving them sniper-like accuracy and heightened spatial awareness. This human could detect invisible threats, track fast-moving objects, and spot weaknesses in structures or armor. 6. Energy storage and release. Mantis shrimp ability. The mantis shrimp uses a special spring mechanism in its muscles to store energy and release it all at once for its powerful strike. This is an advanced energy storage system that allows them to move faster than their muscles would normally permit. Human translation. This ability would give the human an internal mechanism to store kinetic energy and release it explosively when needed. The person could build up energy by tensing their muscles, then unleash it in an instant, amplifying the power of a punch, leap, or sprint. They could also use this stored energy to boost their physical actions, delivering devastating blows, or making superhuman leaps or dashes. In combat, the individual would seem to move faster and hit harder without getting tired, storing energy between strikes to maintain momentum. 7. Cavitation bubbles. Mantis shrimp ability. When the mantis shrimp strikes, the speed of its punch creates cavitation bubbles at tiny pockets of vapor in water that collapse and release intense heat and light, essentially creating a secondary shock wave. Human translation. A human with this ability could create secondary explosions or shock waves from their punches or other high-speed movements. Even if the initial strike misses, the shockwave alone could cause significant damage, similar to an explosive force radiating from their blows. The heat generated could also burn or melt surfaces upon impact, making this person lethal even without directly touching their target. 8. Adaptability to extreme conditions. Mantis shrimp ability. Mantis shrimp live in the deep sea, enduring immense pressure and low light conditions. Human translation. The human would be highly resistant to changes in pressure, able to survive in extreme environments such as deep underwater or high altitudes. They would also have increased resistance to low light conditions. Their body could withstand deep sea or space-like pressures without injury, making them incredibly versatile in harsh or extreme environments. 9. Regenerative healing potential. Mantis shrimp ability. Some species of mantis shrimp can regrow lost limbs over time. Human translation. The person could potentially have the ability to regenerate damaged tissue or lost body parts at an accelerated rate. This would make them incredibly resilient in combat, allowing them to heal from injuries that would incapacitate or kill an ordinary person. Over time, they could even recover from severe wounds like lost limbs or organ damage. After he finished reading through all the information, the prompt vanished, and another one appeared. This one showed a countdown of 8 hours with the words time until abilities sync displayed below. It appeared only for a moment before vanishing again, leaving Don smiling, more than happy with his choice. With that done, he reached into his pocket and took out his phone, finding several messages from Gary. The first one he opened read, "From the details you've given me, sir, it isn't out of the question to assume that what you encountered was a sort of sentient parasitic plant life. As odd as that may sound, it has happened before in history, but that was during the Dark Ages in Europe, and that particular case wasn't very well recorded, so we have very little information to go on. We would require someone with expertise in the field of fauna before we can make any actual progress in understanding what it was you faced." Reading this first message, Don was visibly disappointed, frowning a little but accepting that it couldn't be helped. He then swiped the screen and moved on to the second message. "In regards to the androids you received from the agency, to ensure their systems are safe, I will be sending you a device tomorrow which you can use to easily determine any leaks if present. Though it is quite impressive you were given such an advanced model. Either someone highly values you, wishes to please you, or wants to keep a close eye on you. Whatever the case, we shall know tomorrow. Until then, I advise you to still exercise caution around it." "You don't have to tell me twice," Don thought as he swiped to the third message. "As requested, I have uploaded more information I could find on Andrew Barkley and those he considers friends. Most of these people are fairly out of reach for someone of your current social standing, so I advise proceeding with caution should you choose to make a move early." After reading the third message, Don quickly typed his replies before turning his phone off and tossing it onto the bed, thinking, "Don't worry, Gary. I have a feeling my social standing is going to receive quite the boost starting tomorrow." With this reward, Don Bright and Predator can properly exist as two separate entities. As beneficial as the new reward was going to be for Don, he recognized that, given the power it was going to grant him, it would be almost impossible to keep a low profile like he had initially planned when he first came to the city. In his defense, though, he had never expected to get something like the Predator suit or a reward that would grant him abilities putting him on par with some of the city's most well-known superheroes. Initially, the plan was to grow slowly and make the most of his combat-oriented abilities, but now he had another route open to him, a route that involved becoming something akin to a young celebrity. As he paced around his room, he debated the advantages and disadvantages this would bring. The advantages of being a talented young superhero were many, the best being the access he would gain to the upper echelons of the city, which would otherwise be impossible for him under normal circumstances. To fully take over the city, he also needed to handle the elite in one way or another, whether through building alliances or discreetly taking care of them as Predator. He was already making moves to gain a position in the city's underbelly, so this seemed like the most ideal move to make. But it wasn't without its disadvantages, such as fame, responsibilities, and expectations. If he wanted to maintain his position, he would have to meet those expectations. The bigger he became, the greater the fall would be if he failed or was found out. It was an incredibly high-risk, high-reward situation. No matter how much Don thought about it, it was the way to go. He soon stopped pacing around his room and stood near the edge of the bed, placing a hand under his chin as he stared at the door in contemplation. The tricky part is, how do I tell this to Samantha? If she finds out I have powers like this from the agency or the university, it's like me saying I didn't trust her enough to tell her. But I guess can actually use this. Don showed a smile as he arrived at a solution he was fairly confident would work. Without delay, he walked over toward the door and exited his room. Once out, he looked down both ends of the hallway, keeping his superhuman senses alert. He could hear shuffling from Summer's room and murmuring, like she was on a phone call. From Amanda's room, he could only hear silent breathing and assumed she was in a state of light sleep. Finally, from Samantha's room, he heard the shuffling of pages, which he could only imagine were book pages. I guess she's doing a little bit of reading before going to sleep, Don thought as he quietly walked toward her door. Arriving in front of it, he knocked lightly twice. Knock knock. Using his super hearing, he could hear Samantha's surprise at the unexpected knock. She hummed in confusion before the sound of shuffling could be heard as she made her way toward the door. With a light click, the door was opened ajar, and Samantha peeked out to see who had been knocking. "Oh, Donnie," she muttered softly, but still looked a bit puzzled as to why he was there. Looking at Samantha through the small opening, Don could see that she had clearly prepared for bed. She was wearing a loose dark green nightgown that stopped just above her knees and revealed quite a lot of cleavage inside the fabric, which Don fully took in through the small space. He didn't dare let his gaze linger and quickly decided to speak up. "Hey, Mum. Sorry if I'm interrupting, but I really wanted to speak to you about something before tomorrow," Don said, his tone light, though his expression showed he had a lot on his mind. Samantha's motherly concern was immediately piqued, and she didn't hesitate to open the door wider as she stepped out slightly and asked, "Is everything okay?" Just the simple action of her walking was enough to make her bountiful breasts jiggle almost uncontrollably. Don resisted the urge to look down as he responded, "Yeah, sort of. Can we maybe talk inside?" "Sure thing, honey. Come in." Samantha gestured for him to enter, looking incredibly worried. A part of her, though, felt some relief that he had come to her to share whatever troubles he had. Once Don entered, she quickly closed the door behind them. Being the master bedroom, the room was modestly large. It had a huge queen-sized bed at the center with luxurious-looking blankets and pillows. The bed frame had a dark and velvety texture that matched the two wooden dressers on either side of the bed. Opposite the bed was a wall-mounted TV with a set of wall shelves around it, holding various accolades. The floor had a soft carpet with dark red patterns, and the walls were lined with various portrait and landscape paintings, with candle-like bulbs mounted in between, giving the room a warm, orange ambient lighting. Don took the initiative to walk over to the bed, sitting on it, and Samantha followed suit, sitting right beside him. She then extended her hand to hold his in a comforting manner as she asked, "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Don kept his gaze on the floor and looked like he was struggling to speak, as if what he wanted to say was very hard for him to. Samantha didn't rush him and just gently rubbed his hands in a comforting way as she waited for him to speak. He first heaved a sigh, then turned to look at her as he said, "I lied." Samantha met his gaze while looking a bit confused at his words. "Lied? About what?" she asked softly, feeling more worry and holding his hands a bit more tightly. "About going to the mall with Donald." "We actually went to the church," Don revealed in a low tone, trying to sound regretful. Samantha's eyes widened slightly. "Why would lie about that, Donnie? Were you the wiener broken bar?" She trailed off, hoping Don would say no, but he nodded slowly instead. Her expression changed and she looked at Don with visible worry in her eyes. But before she could say anything, Don explained further. "I thought something was off with Sister Rose when we went to church earlier today and I wanted to investigate. I was worried it might be dangerous, so I had to convince Summer to make sure you don't leave in the evening." As Don said this, Samantha finally connected the dots. Her heart tightened at the thought of Don being in that place when the massacre occurred. "Why would you lie about something so serious, Donnie? If you just told me I would have stayed a broken bar," she muttered weakly, her voice becoming a little cracked. Samantha was a very emotional person, so this was difficult for her to process. A big part of her felt guilt because it sounded like Don only took the risk for her sake. This wasn't Don's intended reaction, but as long as she wasn't angry, it was fine. So he continued explaining, "I wanted to, but I genuinely thought that it was nothing major and just me being paranoid with everything happening around the city. I never expected it to be so broken bar horrific." Don feigned stealing his expression, as he shook his head slightly while talking. Samantha moved closer to him, her breast now pressing hard against his arm as she asked gently, "What happened, Donnie? Please tell me." "Well, Me and Donald a broken bar. Don proceeded to tell another version of what had actually happened at the church. This version though was actually closer to the truth, saying how the plan was just for Donald to peek around and everything went wrong. From that point, the story was the same as what they told the police, with him fighting his way in and finding Donald in panic as the people in the church walked into fire. As for what Donald saw a broken bar, Don also detailed the story Donald had told the police, even mentioning how they had called Benjamin and already gave a statement at the police station. By the time Don was done recounting the events, Samantha looked shaken. Her hands were now trembling slightly and Don took the initiative to hold them gently as he said, "I'm sorry I didn't say something from the start. I was just so confident in the powers I awakened that I thought I could manage it." "Awakened? You awakened more powers?" Samantha asked in a shaky voice, the details of what had occurred in the church still weighing heavily on her mind. This was the point he wanted to get her at. Telling her what occurred at the church was simply necessary, as there was no telling if the police would come again to ask questions or if Benjamin himself would inform her. Don gives a weak smile as he turns to look her directly in the eyes and nod. "Yay. I awakened them when was training the other day. I was planning on surprising you with the news after getting another evaluation. I figured you'd be happy knowing I'm able to protect you and the family if my investigation brought results, but instead it was just a broken bar, something else." "Sorry." Don's tone seemed genuinely regretful, and this was mostly due to the fact that he didn't like lying to Samantha. But for now, it was necessary. "Oh Donnie." Samantha's expression softened and she embraced Don in a tight hug, her breasts firmly pressing against his chest and her hand running through his hair gently. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Donnie. I'm just glad you're safe," Samantha whispered softly. Samantha and Don had been hugging for about a minute when Don decided to try something. He suddenly groaned, hastily pulling away from Samantha, causing her to let go quickly before asking in concern, "What's wrong, Donnie? Are you hurt?" As she asked this, her eyes scanned Don's body, trying to see if she could find any visible signs of injury. Don forced a smile as he said, "No, I'm not hurt. I'm just feeling a bit sore." "I'm fine, I promise." Samantha frowned and immediately argued, "You're clearly not, Donnie. If you're in pain, just say so. Maybe we should go for a checkup." Don immediately refused this idea. No, Mom, really, I'm all right. It's just like last time. The pain's faded for the most part, but there's still that sore feeling. I'll probably feel better in the morning once I take a hot bath and properly massage my muscles. But what if it gets worse overnight? Donnie, let me massage them now. I'll help you. Come on, we can use my bathroom. I honestly didn't think that would work, Don thought to himself, inwardly pleased with the direction he had steered the situation in. But for appearance's sake, he still needed to show some reluctance. "You're not going to take no for an answer, are you?" Samantha took the liberty of standing up from the bed first. Don, unable to take his eyes off her breasts as she stood up, watched as Samantha crossed her arms under them and said, "No, I will not. And if you're still being stubborn, then I'll drag you to a clinic." She's honestly so cute when she gets all motherly, Don thought, unable to stop himself from smiling. He sighed and shrugged his shoulders, pretending to relent. "Fine, we can do the massage." "Good," Samantha nodded, trying to keep her stern expression as she pointed him toward the door leading to the bathroom. "Now head in and get undressed. Let me see if I have a spare towel somewhere and some ointment to rub on you after." Don pretended to be stubborn about this. "Really? Ointment too?" "Yes, it worked very well last time, didn't it?" Samantha argued as she walked over to the dresser on the other side of the room, perusing through its many drawers. "I guess," Don replied distantly as he made his way to the bathroom. The door was already slightly ajar, and he only needed to flip the light switch on the side for the place to be illuminated. Just like the bedroom, it had a luxurious, modern feel to it, with a large dual sink made of marble and a sizable mirror as the centerpiece. On the side was a small medicine cabinet, and below it was a laundry bin with some towels and a few items of clothing on top. It also had a large single shower, also made of marble, with a toilet a few inches away from it. Opposite the shower was an ovoid-shaped bathtub built into the corner, with a shelf above it holding scented candles and incense sticks. Don took in the sight for only a moment before beginning to undress, taking off his shirt and trousers and placing them neatly atop the sink. He was about to fully undress, but then he thought, let's try and push our luck today. Staying in his boxers, he simply stood in front of the mirror, acting like he was checking himself for injuries. A short moment later, Samantha walked in with a tube of ointment in hand and a towel hanging over her shoulder, finding Don inspecting himself in his boxers. She looked him over as well, scanning for any injuries. Seeing none, she approached him, placed the tube on the sink, and asked, "Why aren't you fully undressed?" Don acted shocked at the question. "Wait, you mean I have to be naked again? But I didn't even get injured as badly as that time at Central Mall." "Do I really have to?" Samantha, trying to keep her stern face, nodded. "Yes, you do." "Why are you being so difficult about this?" "It will be no different than last time. Like I said before, there is nothing I haven't seen before." "That doesn't make it any less embarrassing," Don argued before adding. "Besides, it was different back then. I was a kid, and we were both naked." Samantha sighed before suggesting without hesitation, "So you want me to be naked with you as well?" Don couldn't exactly say yes, so instead he said, "I mean, we could both just keep our clothes on and go to bed." "That's not happening, young man, so I suggest you take those boxers off." "I'll join you after filling the tub," Samantha replied, expecting no further argument as she walked toward the tub and turned on the water. After doing this, she turned around and saw that Don was still just standing there. She asked him with narrowed eyes, "Well, what are you still waiting for?" "Does she plan on watching?" Don thought, though he felt he had exhausted his room for argument. So, he just pretended to be a bit shy, turning to the side and beginning to take off his boxers. Samantha sighed lightly and shook her head, placing her hands on her hips as she thought, "He can be so confident sometimes. But whenever I bring up the issue of being naked, he gets so squirmy. I guess he really hasn't had much experience with women these past years." She felt a little guilty about this but quickly decided to make the most of the situation. Now this is a good chance to make him more comfortable being around a woman's body. He's quite the handsome young man, so he has no reason to be so shy. But I doubt he'll listen if I just say it so directly. Unaware of Samantha's thoughts, Don finished undressing and tossed his boxers onto his pile of clothes, then stood there, naked and awkward. Samantha, momentarily lost in thought, didn't realize she was staring. Don confronted her about this in the next moment, asking, "Are you just going to stare?" As he said this, he brought his hands over his crotch, needing to use both hands to cover himself fully. Samantha quickly snapped out of her thoughts and said, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was just thinking about something." "Well, that wasn't so bad now, was it?" "Well, if you ask guys my age, I'm sure they could imagine better situations than standing naked in front of their mum," Don replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, don't be so sour," Samantha said softly as she brought one hand to one of the straps of her nightdress, easing it down her shoulder. "One day, you're probably going to be taking baths and showers with your girlfriend or even your wife. So, it's important that you have confidence in yourself, Donnie, okay?" As she finished saying this, she lifted the other strap over her shoulder and allowed her nightgown to fall to the ground, freeing her large bountiful breasts and leaving her in a pair of dark purple cotton panties that hugged her figure incredibly tightly. Once the nightgown dropped, she opened her hands as if to prove a point. "See, that wasn't so difficult now, was it?" Don decided to remove his hands from his crotch as she did this before answering, "I guess, but you're still wearing your underwear, miss. There's nothing wrong with being naked. I wasn't planning on keeping them on because unlike a certain someone I'm not embarrassed about being naked in front of my baby," Samantha replied, trying to make it sound normal. "Calling me a baby just makes me feel worse, you know." Samantha chuckled as she brought her hands to her hips and stuck her thumbs into her panties, holding them by the edges, and looking ready to pull them down. But unlike Don, who had turned slightly when doing so, Samantha began lowering them while still facing him. As she slowly moved them down, her trimmed pubic hair came into view, followed by the beautiful outline of her pussy. She didn't stop at any point until they reached her knees, where she simply allowed them to fall down on their own before stepping out of them and bending over to pick them up, along with her nightgown. This was far beyond anything Dawn had expected to happen. Because of that, he was unable to stop the natural bodily reaction of getting an erection. His mighty member stood upright slowly, and by the time Samantha raised her head again with her nightgown and panties in hand, Dawn's cock had become semi-hard. She was a bit stunned by this but pretended not to notice so as not to make things awkward for Dawn. "Oh, our broken bar, is it because of me? Does he easily get aroused? Does he really find my body a broken bar?" "No, Samantha, you shouldn't think like that. He is a growing young man and that's perfectly normal." She quickly shook off the thoughts and pretended to be casual about it, walking over toward him and placing the clothes by the sink just as the tub was getting full. "Well, let's get you in and start that massage," she suggested. Dawn entered the bathtub without argument. As things were already going well enough, and given that he had a growing erection, he didn't want to make things more awkward by wasting time talking, so he walked over and quickly hopped in, finding that the water was just the right temperature. Samantha hopped in after him with the towel she had carried resting on her shoulder. With both of them now in the tub, Samantha immediately got to work. She first began by soaking the towel she had into the water for a few seconds before lifting it out and squeezing the water from it. The tub wasn't filled to the brim and the water level was around the chest area since Dawn already had his back turned toward her, she began by massaging it. She gently pressed the towel against the top of his back and used her fingers to knead his muscles. Dawn couldn't deny that this indeed felt quite good, but he remained silent and let her work. She was very slow and deliberate in her actions, taking about 10 minutes or so just to do his back. Once done, she dipped the towel in the water again before lifting it out and squeezing the water from it. "I need to do your chest next, Donnie," she revealed, with the intention of having Dawn turn around. "Oh, you my broken bar, can't you manage to reach it from behind?" Dawn asked, trying to sound embarrassed. Samantha sighed at this. "You're not a little kid anymore, Dawn, so I can't properly massage your chest from behind. Look." To demonstrate her point, Samantha extended her hands past Dawn's sides, one of them holding the towel. Given his height, for her to properly do this, she had to lean forward, and for someone with a chest as large as hers, it meant pressing her breasts against Dawn's back. The sudden sensation of her voluptuous breasts pressing against his back was something Dawn didn't expect, but greatly welcomed. He could feel the soft perky nipple cling his back as she squirmed to try and position her hands properly, but it was no use as she couldn't properly massage him like this. "You see, I won't be able to do it properly like this, so just turn around," she urged, pulling her hands away much to his disappointment. There was no talking his way out of this one, so Dawn obliged and quickly stood up before turning around. In that brief moment, he turned to face her while standing, his semi-hard cock just a few inches away from her face. "Oh my broken bar, it's so much bigger up closey broken bar, he doesn't even look fully erect." Samantha couldn't help but stop herself thinking this, surprised at how much her little child had grown. Dawn only stood for a moment before sitting back down, leaving Samantha with the mental image of his meaty cock, but she didn't let it distract him from tending to what she believed was her injured son. Once he sat back down, she extended her hand to her chest with towel in hand and began to massage him again. And though Dawn wasn't injured at all, he couldn't deny that it felt incredible. After doing his chest, she did his shoulders and then finally his arms. Throughout the entire massage, Dawn had his eyes fixated on her large breasts which jiggled with every shift she made. When doing his chest, her breasts were squeezed against one another and Dawn couldn't help but wonder how good it would feel to bury his cock between those two behemoths. With the upper body now done, Samantha casually pointed out, "Now I'm going to need to do your legs, so please stand up for a bit, honey." Dawn was a bit hesitant to do this as he was now rock hard from constantly imagining what it would feel like to get a tith job from Samantha, but given that had already gone past the issue of being naked, arguing would only work against him. So, he slowly stood up and revealed his now rock hard cock, which throbbed a little as water dripped down from it. "Goodness me, a broken bar, he's huge," Samantha thought. unable to stop herself from widening her eyes. It was just a few inches away from her and fully erect. Anyone looking at the scene from a third perspective would assume she was about to give him a blowjob or something. She was so stunned by the sight she dazed out for a bit, prompting Don to say, "You are broken bar, could you please not stare at it, Mum?" Oh, our broken bar, realizing that she had completely fixated her eyes on his manhood, Samantha felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "Sorry honey, I just didn't expect it to be so broken bar." She avoided saying the word, instead trying to shift to a more concerned motherly tone as she asked, "Does it hurt?" "Man, I can't believe I've gotten this far. But let's see if we can push things a little further." In response to Samantha's question, Don gripped the shaft of his cock with his right hand and said, "It always feels a bit stiff and irritating when it gets like this. I usually just take a cold shower and do this." Don began to jerk his cock as he said this, as if demonstrating a point, "But I never reach my climax." After saying this he stopped and showed a somewhat disappointed expression, as he revealed, "It's weird but I've tried watching porn and stuff but it just doesn't give me that feeling of going to the edge because I know it's not real. Instead, this stupid thing gets hard in front of my mom because it's the only real body I've properly seen naked." Don spoke in a self-deprecating tone, as if he hated this fake aspect about himself. He wondered if talking like this would appeal to Samantha, who put care for her children above all else. And, surprisingly enough, it worked. Listening to Don speak, Samantha felt he was honestly venting about a serious issue he was having. Recalling the last time she massaged Don, she felt like it had to be a serious issue. After all, though she knew she was attractive to some men, she didn't think her own son would ever see her in that sort of light. "Oh Donnie, don't say stuff like that," she comforted. "You're a growing young man and it's all perfectly normal. Some young men just have different triggers as they discover more about their sexuality. It's not weird at all." "Really?" Don looked at her with a slightly hopeful expression. Samantha smiled while nodding, "Yes really." Then a broken bar. Don trailed off, moving his gaze to his cock before asking, "Can you help me with this?" "Oh, our broken bar," Samantha stammered, completely not expecting Don to ask this. But given the tone with which he asked to her, it seemed like he was genuinely asking for help in getting some relief, and there was no way she could deny this. "Of course honey, if it means helping you, then you know you can always ask me anything," she comforted, not only to make Don feel less weird or embarrassed about it, but also to urge him to come to her should he have any problems in future. It was the natural thing for a caring mother to do. After saying this, she placed the towel she had on the edge of the tub and brought her hands toward Don's cock, wrapping them both around his shaft. The sensation of having her soft hands touch his cock felt electric to Don, and it made his cock immediately throb in response. "Oh my," Samantha thought, "he really is so sensitive. The poor thing must be so pent up." She worriedly assumed, not a single sexual motivation behind her actions. She first kept her grip on Don's cock a bit loose as she began to move her hands forward and back, gently stroking the shaft. Ugh! Don let out a minor groan. "It feels so different from when I try and do it myself." Samantha smiled hearing this, as she felt she was genuinely helping him. She kept the pace and gently continued stroking his cock, and soon enough, pre-cum began to leak from the tip. It trailed off onto her hands as she continued moving them, providing additional lubricant. "Goodness, he's so hard." "I don't even think his father was near this big a broken bar." "No Samantha, don't think that way," Samantha reprimanded herself as she began to pick up the pace slightly. "Are you getting close honey?" she asked. In response, Don said something even more surprising to her. "It feels like it's working but it just doesn't feel like it's enough." "Can ya broken bar try using your breasts?"